Chapter 101. Xiaoqi was shocked. Who are you? Xiaoqi exhaled a heavy puff of white smoke, extinguished the cigarette in her hand in a small bowl, and stared at Lun with serious eyes. Her mind became extremely confused. Who can explain it to her? Hawkeye, who has always been a lone ranger, why would he have such a close connection with others that Hawkeye could tell others that Pluto Rayleigh was in the Sabaody archipelago, and also in Xiaoqi blackmail bar? Obviously, this person must be 100% trustworthy to Hawkeye. But this when did such a person appear? If there is one, it must be red hair. But Xiaoqi has seen red hair before. If red hair came in person, she could judge at first sight. Except for red hair, who else could make Hawkeye trust so much? It is incomprehensible. There is no accurate answer at all. Xiaoqi's mind is in a mess. She was confident that her intelligence network in this sea area was the largest and fastest. But when facing Lun in front of her, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She didn't even know the other party's identity in life. Not to mention the remarks that Lun had just made. Everything made Xiaoqi look at Lun as if she was looking at a fog, completely unable to figure it out, let alone see clearly. Is there something wrong with what Hawkeye told me? Lun looked at Xiaoqi strangely. More than wrong. Xiaoqi couldn't help thinking in her heart. The atmosphere became weird. All around. A group of pirates cast many puzzled and weird eyes. It was the first time they saw it. The owner of the bar, Xiaoqi, also showed this expression. This young swordsman is very unusual. A pirate whispered. You need to say that the great swordsman who can kill greedy wolf Sarko in one blow, how can it be? It can only be described as unusual. Speaking of which, I still can't imagine this matter until now. Greedy wolf Sarko, after all, is a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, but he was killed in 1 second. A group of pirates talked in a low voice, not daring to be too loud, for fear of interrupting the conversation between Lun and Xiaoqi. At this time, Xiaoqi calmed down and looked at Lun. You want to come to me, what news do you want to find? And, what do you want to find Rayleigh for? She no longer needs to deny these things. Since Hawkeye chose to tell the other party, it's meaningless for her to deny it again. The other party obviously already knew a lot of secrets. If you want to find intelligence, I want to find a few people on behalf of others. Please tell me their whereabouts. By the way, I want to ask you about a pirate named Rodney. Finally. Looking for Pluto Rayleigh is purely for my personal reasons. I have been troubled by a problem recently. I think if possible, he may be able to give me an answer and point out a clear direction. Lun spoke slowly. Looking for someone. Xiaoqi's eyes calmed down. Her intelligence network is all over the sea area. It is not too difficult to find someone. In addition, she has heard a little about this pirate named Rodney. Finally. You are looking for Rayleigh to ask for advice on swordsmanship. Xiaoqi looked at Lun. Although it is not a problem with swordsmanship, it is actually almost the same. Look. Lun pointed to the many cracks on the wooden table front desk. Well. Xiaoqi's eyes flickered, and she blurted out, this kind of power is really weird. It can be mixed with an attack and slash. It is the first time I have seen it in my life. A swordsman's slash, the aftermath actually comes with a shock wave force. This is indeed the first time she has seen it. In fact, for this I can't control this kind of power. Lun told the truth. I can't control it. Xiaoqi was surprised this time. Yes, I can't control the aftermath of this power, the range of influence, and the weakness of the power. I can't compress the aftermath, nor can I make the aftermath of the slash disappear. It is an uncontrollable blessing power. Lun continued to explain. Hearing this, Xiaoqi was silent for a while. She really couldn't think of it. This power is actually uncontrollable. But, this is also a kind of talent. A very terrible talent. If it is controlled and then cultivated and developed, she can't imagine how terrible it will turn into in the end. However, this is the first time she has heard of such a thing. Naturally, she can't give Lun a good suggestion. After thinking about it, Xiaoqi said, "The aftermath of your power reminds me of a person." Whitebeard Lun smiled. In fact, it is not difficult to judge that this power is indeed very similar to the ability of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, although slightly there are differences, but they do lead to the same end. After all, Lun's vibration wave was indeed obtained from Whitebeard. Yes, you have seen him. Xiaoqi looked at Lun, her expression became more and more strange. He has even seen Whitebeard and has such a close relationship with Hawkeye. Her mind was even more confused. At this moment, she was completely unable to judge who Lun in front of her was. If it was really as Lun said, there was no reason for her to have never heard of this kind of monster in the sea. But in fact, when she saw Lun, it was indeed a completely unfamiliar face. She could only judge. Lun was the young swordsman who killed greedy wolf Sarko in one blow. In addition, there was no information that could be connected with Lun. It was like a mystery. In fact, the other party had even seen Whitebeard, and he was still safe and sound. There was no reason for such a person to have no reputation at all. As long as there was a reputation, Xiaoqi was confident that she would not be able to get any clues about the other party. Whitebeard, I have to thank him. Lun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. It was indeed a good exchange on the Moby Dick. Although, in his heart, it may not be so beautiful. The scene of the sudden burst of domineering color in front of Whitebeard is still vivid. Lun can think of it. Whitebeard may be full of resentment towards him. You also went on the Moby Dick to face Whitebeard. This time it was Xiaoqi's turn to be shocked. She stared at Lun blankly. Who is this guy? She is getting more and more unpredictable. He can face Whitebeard and even log on to the Moby Dick, and he can leave safely and return to the Grand Line. How can such a monster be unknown? This is not such a surprising thing, right? Lun looked at Xiaoqi strangely. Isn't it that Xiaoqi, as a retired pirate, was also a pirate who was chased all over the sea by Garp? But this mentality, for some reason, it made Lun have to doubt. This is really the mentality of the former pirates, which is too bad. But only it was just to log on to the Moby Dick and meet Whitebeard. Is this really such a shocking thing? I don't understand. If this is shocking, then what if I tell you? In front of Whitebeard, I directly activated the Conqueror's Haki, covering the entire Moby Dick, causing hundreds of people to faint on the spot. What kind of expression would you have? Lun looked at Xiaoqi more and more strangely. He could imagine. If Xiaoqi heard this news, the latter would probably be really shocked on the spot. It was beyond words. He was a little curious about the other party's expression at that time. Xiaoqi exhaled heavily and calmed down, but her eyes still couldn't hide the deep shock. Then, she said seriously and solemnly, "Can you answer me an important question? You have such a close relationship with Hawkeye, and you have boarded the Moby Dick, talked with Whitebeard face to face, and finally left calmly. You can do so many feats. Who is it?" Chapter 102 In turn. Are you sure? As Xiaoqi said, anyone who can do these things must be a famous pirate in the New World. He has a close connection with Hawkeye, and he can set foot on the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, and talk directly with the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. It is undeniable. There are indeed such people in this sea area. But, Xiaoqi knows every one of these people. Even if she has never seen them, she has heard about them in intelligence. But in her cognition, including all the intelligence networks under her command, she has never known. Who exactly is Lun in front of her? Let's make a deal. I'll tell you my identity, and you tell me the information I want to know. How about it? Lun smiled. In this case, there is no need to waste too much berry. He has never forget. You still need to walk around the Grand Line a few times. Without berry, it would be more troublesome. With the idea of saving as much as possible, Lun began to bargain with Xiaoqi. I'm afraid the information you want to get from me is more than just 730. You just said that you want to ask about the whereabouts of several people, and their whereabouts are probably not the same. One question for another, I'm at a big loss. Xiaoqi looked at Lun with interest. She was indeed deeply interested in Lun's identity. But since she had already talked about it, she naturally didn't want to let herself suffer. But, my identity, this piece of information, is enough to offset the whereabouts of those little guys. Although the amount of information is not equal, but the value and weight, I think you should be very clear, Sister Xiaoqi. Lun smiled. Hearing this, Xiaoqi pondered for a moment, and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that you, a little guy, actually have a good negotiation mind. Well, in this case, why don't I promise you to let me hear who you are? Getting Xiaoqi answer. Lun said directly and truthfully, in fact, I think, Sister Xiaoqi, you should have heard of me a long time ago, but you can't imagine that the me at that time is related to the me now. Oh, really? Xiaoqi's interest became stronger. She became more and more curious about Lun's true identity. Sister Xiaoqi, did you know that the Red Hair Pirates recruited an intern some time ago? Lun walked to the front desk and she took the glass filled with wine and took a sip. Yet. Xiaoqi's eyes flashed. I remember this news was about a month ago. At that time, Rayleigh mentioned it casually. Could it be? Yes, I am that intern. Lun smiled and nodded. Intern. Xiaoqi looked at Lun deeply. She really couldn't connect Lun in front of her with a little intern. Besides, just ask. Which intern can have such a close connection with Hawkeye my hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman? In addition, which intern can board the Moby Dick and talk to Whitebeard openly? Talk. After listening to Lun's words, Xiaoqi's perception of interns was directly overturned because of Lun alone. Intern. Are you sure? I have never forgotten the sharp slash just now. Lun's strength is very strong. This is Xiaoqi's first impression of Lun. He is young and has a high level of swordsmanship. He is very powerful and can easily kill a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Which intern can do this? Absolutely not. Intern from the Red Hair Pirates. Why do I feel like you are fooling me? Xiaoqi looked at Lun strangely and couldn't help saying. She has never seen an intern with such strong strength. Could it be? After she retired from the underworld, the movements in this sea area are all. Has it changed so much? To recruit an intern, the threshold needs to be so high. Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment. It's true. Lun smiled. Okay, I'll believe you are the intern of the Red Hair Pirates. I didn't expect that the final answer would be like this. This is really unexpected. Xiaoqi exhaled heavily, took out the cigarette again, and held it in her hand. Paused. She asked puzzledly, you just said that Hawkeye told you that you can find Rayleigh in this place. So, how did you meet him? As far as I know, Hawkeye is always arrogant, and there are not many people who can see through his eyes. Red hair is one, except apart from that, I have rarely heard of it. What I don't understand is, how can you, little guy, have such a deep connection with Hawkeye? Many questions were fully answered by Xiaoqi. Faced with these questions, Lun answered them one by one. Maybe, it's because he regards me as a strong rival. Strong rival. What a joke you are, a little intern. He is the world's #1 swordsman. Xiaoqi's expression became particularly weird. As Lun explained, the many questions in her head increased instead of decreased. Not only did they not decrease, but there were more questions. It's a joke that Hawkeye regards an intern from the Red Hair Pirates as a strong rival. Little guy, you. The joke is not funny at all. Xiaoqi said directly. I didn't expect you to believe it, because, a month ago, no one would have thought that my strength would not be able to reach the current level. From an ordinary person, it only took a month to grow to where I am now. This, Sister Xiaoqi, can you understand? As soon as Lun's words fell, Xiaoqi was stunned. 1 month. This is even more incredible. Growing to where I am now. From an ordinary person, to being able to kill a pirate with 100 million berries at will. It only took a month. This is simply a fantasy. Maybe in a dream, it is possible to achieve it. Looking at this sea area, Xiaoqi intelligence network is very well informed. But even so, I have never heard of someone's progress being so terrifying. If this is true, it would be too terrifying. After a while, Xiaoqi calmed down. Okay, I believe everything you said. Next, you can tell me the information you want to inquire about. After sorting out the many messages in her head, Xiaoqi turned and shouted at a group of pirates not far away, we are closing early today, get out. Sister Xiaoqi, this is your fault, we haven't. Many pirates did not finish their words. They only felt the look Lun cast at them. They stopped talking, their throats were dry, and they ran away. Free today. Xiaoqi said loudly. Thank you, Sister Xiaoqi. A group of pirates fled in panic. They didn't want to stay in this place for a quarter of an hour. Especially knowing that there was a monster standing here who could kill hundreds of millions of berries at a glance. After leaving the bar, the pirates still couldn't calm down. They looked back at the bar, their hearts were filled with shock. It's closed early. I didn't expect that Sister Xiaoqi would treat this 1.3-year-old young swordsman so seriously. It's not difficult to imagine that the identity of this young swordsman is not simple. Who do you think he is? I don't know, but he shouldn't look so unfamiliar to us. He can kill a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries in a second. Big pirate, but we have never seen him on the wanted list. This is really unexpected. Okay, people with this kind of identity, background, and strength are not for us to talk about. Remember, the mouth is the source of trouble, didn't you see the body falling over there? That troublemaker is probably dead. Since Sister Xiaoqi is free today, let's help her clean up this body. Did you feel the slash just now? Nonsense, the moment the slash broke out, I just felt that my whole body became stiff and unable to move. I have no doubt that if the target was me, I would be dead just like that, troublemaker. Strong. This young man is as strong as a monster. Chapter 103. Are you the monster intern that Red Hair mentioned? Xiaoqi blackmail bar. After driving away a group of pirates, Xiaoqi fixed her eyes on Lun again. Little guy, if you had told me earlier that you were from the Red Hair Pirates, I wouldn't have charged you such a high price for information. Besides, I remember that you just killed a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million today, and used his head to exchange for the bounty. For you now, berry should not be a problem. After the words fell, Lun smiled, berry is still useful. Okay, little guy, tell me, what do you want to ask? What is the report? Xiaoqi held the cigarette in her right hand and blew gently, white smoke rose. She would not go back on her word. The captain told me to pass on a letter to a pirate named Buggy if I happened to meet him. Therefore, I want to find out where this pirate named Buggy is now. Lun thought for a moment and asked directly. He had already thought about these questions when he came. Baiki Xiaoqi's eyes became meaningful. These guys have all grown up. That red nose? I remember that he formed a buggy pirates group and was active, jumping to the East China Sea. But today, they arrived at the Grand Line from the East China Sea. Recently, intelligence shows that they seem to have started looking for the legendary John's treasure after entering the Grand Line, but I don't know if they have found it now. News from the past few days show that the buggy pirates are lurking around the sea area near Carnival City. But whether they have left is unknown. Of course she knows Buggy. He was also an intern on the Pirate King's ship, and like red hair. The two have a good relationship. It's just the dreams of both of them different. Thus, the two people's identities and reputations are completely different. Carnival City. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and remembered it in his heart. If it's on the way, he can go here. As for whether he can find the other party, it all depends on luck. If he can't find it, it doesn't matter. Then, it's the second question. Lun asked, in addition to Buggy, Jesus Bulletin asked me to help him see how his kid has grown up and let me weigh his strength. So, what I want to ask is the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates. After speaking, Xiaoqi's eyes slid after a few moments of shrewdness and surprise. The Straw Hat Pirates are a powerful pirate group that has recently emerged in this sea area. Moreover, this pirate group has a deep connection with your red hair pirates. I know, that's why I want to go there. Lun nodded. Eusebiu, the son of Jesus, is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and even the name of the pirate group comes from red hair. You can imagine how deeply the two pirate groups are involved. The words of the Straw Hat Pirates. Intelligence shows that their entire pirate ship has just left Changhuan Changdao. Records indicate the next stop pointed by the needle has an 80% chance of being a place called the Seven Water City. Xiaoqi answered Lun's question truthfully. Lun's eyes flickered in the Seven Water City. He had already asked for both pieces of information. Lun had a vague direction from what Red Hair and Jesus Bulletin said. If he happened to meet them, Lun would do what he said. If he didn't meet them, he would just give up. The last question. Lun took out a parchment scroll from his arms and handed it to him directly, asking, according to rumors, this is a treasure map left by a pirate named Rodney before he died. I want to ask, who is Rodney? Where does this treasure map point to? As soon as the words fell, Xiaoqi said in surprise, I didn't expect that even this thing was obtained by a little guy like you. You know? Lun asked. Rodney, I remember, was a pirate in our era. At that time, he was also full of vigor and strength. I still vaguely remember that this guy had a unique hobby. He liked to collect many precious swords. At that time on the sea, many people were plotting to get the swords he collected in his life. It's a pity, even after his death, no one found the traces of the swords he collected. Gradually, Rodney's name disappeared in this sea area. Unexpectedly, today, I heard his name again. Xiaoqi took the treasure map handed by Lun with an amazed look. She carefully explored it. I immediately brought some clean water. Try to stain some of the clean water on the parchment roll. The next second, a new picture appeared on the map. Sure enough. Xiaoqi smiled and returned the treasure map in her hand. My guess is right, it needs to be penetrated with water to find the real treasure inside. The map will be revealed. This is also a very common method in this sea. He took the treasure map again. Lun began to carefully look at the many scratches on it. A map was clearly presented in his eyes. Lun raised his head and asked, where is the final point? Let me see. Xiaoqi took a look and said directly, a kingdom called Alabasta. Alabasta. Lun's eyes glided across a ray of brilliance. Of course he knew this place. Alabasta is not too far from the island of Carnival City. There are only 2 islands in between. If you want to go to Alabasta, you can go to Carnival City. Xiaoqi was very serious in explaining Lun's doubts. This trip, Lun gained a lot. He got what he wanted from the 3 questions. The answer. Finally, it would be even more perfect if he could meet Pluto Rayleigh. Especially, Lun wants to improve the aftermath of the vibration wave. If he can control it better, undoubtedly, Lun's strength will become even stronger and more terrifying. Thank you. Lun looked at Xiaoqi solemnly and said. No need, just exchanging information, you have also solved a lot of doubts for me. I never thought that a little intern would become such a terrible swordsman in such a short time. Xiaoqi chuckled and looked amazed. She was really amazed. Lun's identity. An intern, in just 1 month. Growing up to now, he can easily kill a pirate with hundreds of millions of berries. What an amazing talent and potential. It is really unimaginable. Lun's growth rate has indeed subverted Xiaoqi's previous cognition. In her cognition, Lun was the first person who could possess such a terrifying talent like a monster. Apart from Lun, there was no other person in this sea area. If you want to wait for Rayleigh, he will be back in about an hour. Xiaoqi said. Wait. Lun nodded and sat on the wooden chair next to him. Want some wine? I'll give it to you for free. Xiaoqi was very generous. The bar was originally just a place for her to retire. She never made a profit from it. The important thing was the information she gave to people. The price of information was very high. This was the basis for Xiaoqi's survival. Give me the most expensive drink. Lun said with a smile. An hour passed. The door of the bar. An elderly man was walking up the wooden stairs step by step. He had long curly hair and a long beard on his chin. He was a man with silver hair and beard, wearing glasses and a straight scar on his right eye. He looked like an ordinary old man, inconspicuous in the crowd. He didn't show any oppressive aura all over his body, and looked very ordinary. But he was just such an ordinary old man. No one had ever thought. He was the deputy captain of the Pirate King ship, Pluto Rayleigh, who was once famous in this sea area. Creak. The door was pushed open. Rayleigh, as usual, put the fishing rods in his hands aside, and was about to talk to Xiaoqi, when his eyes suddenly fixed on a young figure at the front desk. It's really rare to have a guest from afar. Rayleigh's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then he laughed and walked to Lun's side. If I'm not mistaken, you are the monster intern mentioned in the letter sent back by the red-haired guy some time ago. Chapter 104. Are all interns now so weird? When he saw Lun, Rayleigh saw through the former's identity at the first time. Because the letter sent by Red Hair some time ago described many words, all of which revolved around an intern regarded as a monster by Red Hair. Moreover, a portrait of Lun was also attached. Naturally. That was why. When Rayleigh saw Lun, he could judge Lun's true identity at the first time. He could still vaguely remember the content described in the letter. Rayleigh, you may not know that 2 weeks ago, we accepted an intern on our ship. An intern who was like a monster. I really can't use words to describe the degree of monster of this intern. Can you imagine that I, including you and others, have awakened the domineering color domineering after guidance, and finally awakened and controlled it smoothly? But, this monster is different. I really can't imagine that he actually awakened and controlled the domineering color naturally. The whole process seemed to be self-taught, without any obstacles at all. This is what makes me totally unpredictable. In just 2 weeks, this little guy, from an ordinary person, has awakened the Conqueror's haki, and his strength has already entered the 100 million berry bounty level. It's only been 2 weeks. But I still neglected it. I thought this was the end. But I never thought that this was just the beginning. This little guy awakened the conqueror's haki, so I asked Ben Beckman to teach him the armament haki. The nightmare has begun. One morning, he realized the dual color domineering of observation haki and armament haki. I swear. I have been traveling in the New World for many years, but this is the first time I have encountered a monster like this. Fortunately, he appeared in the Red Hair Pirates, otherwise I really can't imagine how big a wave this little monster will stir up in the future New World. Hey! Rayleigh exhaled heavily, his eyes flashing, looking at Lun in front of him. Thinking back to the letter sent back by Red Hair, his mood was rippled and rolling. Unexpectedly, this monster intern on the Red Hair's ship actually ran to the Sabayati archipelago. And, he even came to the bar. This was completely beyond Rayleigh's expectations. Monster intern. Lun's expression became strange. Is this how his captain called him? Why does it sound so awkward? How can a monster feel like a monster, just ordinary? Lun thought so in his heart. If others heard this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. This is just a very ordinary 2 weeks from an ordinary person to a level of 100 million berries. Who can match this growth speed? Xiaoqi, help me prepare some wine, I want to celebrate well. Rayleigh turned to look at Xiaoqi and laughed. You only know how to drink, don't think I don't know, you just want to satisfy your alcohol addiction. What do you mean by celebration? I don't know. Xiaoqi said coldly. Ahem. Rayleigh coughed dryly, scratched his head and didn't mind, I didn't expect to be discovered. However, Xiaoqi still took out the wine barrel and put it on the table. Rayleigh picked up the small wine barrel, tilted his head and poured it into his stomach, then said to Lun, so, as a monster trainee on the Red Hair ship, why did you come to the Sabayati archipelago? I want to ask you something. Lun was very serious. Oh, such a monster guy actually needs to be told, this really makes me flattered. However, I am honored to be able to guide a monster. Rayleigh looked excited. I have a certain power, but I can't control it, so I want to ask you how I can better control it. Lun told the truth. The power of the vibration wave did bring a lot of effect to Lun. In the battle, no one can stop the attack of this wave of waves. If this power can be compressed, it will be more perfect for Lun. If you can compress the waves in the battle, the damage to the enemy will definitely be higher, and it will not be just a superficial injury. Before seeing your power, let's make a deal first, how about it? Rayleigh smiled and looked at Lun. Okay. Lun nodded. I will teach you how to control this power, but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. Because, this phenomenon, like what you said, is the first time I have heard of it. Secondly, before I teach you, I am more curious about what happened in the New World during this period and why did you rush to the Grand Line? If you don't mind, I would like to hear about many things in the New World during this period. Use this to call me to teach you how to control this power. What do you think? Rayleigh said with a smile. Of course. Lun nodded again. First, tell me how you awakened the Conqueror's color and controlled it. I am also very curious about this. Without any guidance, he awakened the Conqueror's haki. The probability of this is too low. Moreover, without any guidance, he successfully controlled the Conqueror's haki after awakening it. People who can do these feats are too rare. Rayleigh's eyes were full of curiosity. Even his Conqueror's haki needed guidance to awaken. And it took a long time before he could control it freely. But when he heard that Lun had awakened and controlled the Conqueror's haki, he began to doubt everything that had happened before. In comparison, he was just wasting his time. What? Aside, Xiaoqi was shocked. She was shocked and stared at Lun. Xiaoqi, don't you know? Rayleigh said, don't think this little guy is just an intern, but he is an intern who has the domineering color and can control it. Domineering color. Xiaoqi was stunned. She had no idea about this. She knew Lun was a monster. But she never thought that the other party actually possessed the domineering color. This is not a talent that ordinary people can have, not even her. However, it was awakened and successfully controlled by a little intern. This really shocked her heart. Are these interns now so powerful? It's amazing. At such a young age, awakening and controlling the domineering color, what a terrible talent this is. Xiaoqi looked at Lun with a look of horror that could not disappear for a long time. She had thought that what Lun had done was shocking enough. But she never thought that was just the tip of the iceberg. The matter of awakening the conqueror's haki. Everything came naturally, I really can't describe it well. Lun couldn't help shaking his head and said truthfully. He really couldn't describe it. Because he picked up the attribute card of the awakening of the conqueror's haki purely from the red-haired man. How could he describe the process of awakening the conqueror's haki? Where did he get the process of awakening the conqueror's haki? Awakening the conqueror's haki only took a few seconds. That is to say, suddenly, the conqueror's haki awakened without any prior signs. After awakening, he could control it instantly. Rayleigh looked at Lun in amazement. Now he had to admit one thing. The Lun in front of him was indeed a monster. Looking at the sea for thousands of years. But there were very few people who could do these feats like Lun. Talent. In the final analysis, Rayleigh could only say that it was talent. In the face of a terrifying talent, all the things that ordinary people could not believe could be explained. There was no doubt. In Rayleigh's heart, Lun was regarded as such a genius. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 105. Do you become stronger by committing suicide? A monster in Rayleigh's eyes. As Rayleigh talked with Lun, neither of them noticed. In there beside him, Xiaoqi's expression became horrified, and she could not calm down from beginning to end. She stared at Lun blankly, her expression full of amazement. An intern with the domineering color. Moreover, he can control and use it freely. Xiaoqi had never heard of it. Unheard of. This was the first time she saw such a monster. By the way, how did you return to the Grand Line from the New World? It's impossible that you just came to ask me for advice. Rayleigh looked at Lun, restrained his mood, and was a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly return to the Grand Line when you were fine in the New World? It's impossible that you just came to ask him for advice. That's a long story. Lun spoke slowly. Then, he started from the time when Red Hair asked him to deliver a letter. He talked about provoking the beast's pirates. You provoked the beast's pirates? Rayleigh was startled. He looked at Lun suspiciously. How could an intern have such courage? Yes. Lun continued. From the beast's pirates to the time when he boarded the Moby Dick. Rayleigh listened very seriously, and occasionally showed an amazed smile, as if he was deeply interested in all of Lun's actions. It was like it reminded him of the past. The days when he and Luo 730JIE were on the sea. But then, Lun mentioned that Whitebeard tore up the handwritten letter. This is like his character. Rayleigh laughed. Based on his understanding of Whitebeard, the other party could indeed do such a thing. Then, Rayleigh looked at Lun curiously. So, you just left the Moby Dick like this? Not really, I also left them a gift before leaving. Lun said. What gift? Rayleigh's expression became a little strange. In front of Whitebeard, he released the Conqueror's haki, which swept across the entire Moby Dick, causing hundreds of people to faint on the spot. Accompanied by Lun's words. Rayleigh was stunned. Xiaoqi was also stunned. The atmosphere seemed a little silent. There was no sound for a long time. Rayleigh's eyes widened. You said, you were in front of this guy Whitebeard, and directly released the Conqueror's haki to cover the entire Moby Dick. Yes. Lun nodded. This is really crazy. Xiaoqi took a deep breath, and then calmed down the shock in her heart. The look she gave Lun became particularly weird. She thought, Lun can live until now, it really is God's favor to him. Release the Conqueror's haki in front of Whitebeard. Who can imagine that there are so few people who dare to do this in this sea area? However, it was done by an intern. The most important thing is that the other party is still unscathed, standing in front of them. This kid really can't be viewed with light. Rayleigh took a deep breath, and then asked curiously, with Whitebeard, I think, if you leave this gift, he will definitely not let you go easily. Yes, so, he wants to recruit me to the Whitebeard pirates. Lun nodded and mentioned casually. Suddenly, the atmosphere became more and more silent. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were more and more terrified. What kind of people are these? They don't do things according to common sense. The Moby Dick was swept by the Conqueror's haki. And Whitebeard wanted to poach people. These words of Lun really shocked them. But I didn't plan to recognize a father, so I refused. Lun said finally. Good boy. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. All this was too unexpected for him. First of all, in front of Whitebeard. In front of him, he directly released the Conqueror's haki to cover the Moby Dick, challenging Whitebeard's majesty. And then, Whitebeard actually dared to lose face and come to poach people. But in the end he was still rejected. Thinking of this, Rayleigh was very curious. The expression on Whitebeard's face at that time must have been very interesting. Being released with Conqueror's haki in front of a little intern. This is really too strange. It's the first time, little guy, it's the first time I've seen someone dare to provoke Whitebeard like this. And, in the end, he was still safe and sound. Rayleigh praised Lun with a big laugh. Release the Conqueror's haki in front of the strongest man in the world. The shock in Xiaoqi's eyes still hasn't subsided. Really? For the first time, she felt how difficult it is for a person to live. Just like Lun in front of her. In her opinion, the suicidal operation is one set after another. But the other party is still alive and well. Moreover, his strength has become extremely terrifying. The growth rate is almost leaps and bounds. Could it be? Suicidal is the best way to become stronger. Xiaoqi fell into self-doubt. If not, she couldn't figure out why Lun's strength grew so rapidly. If it was a talent, then this talent was too high. I have to admit, little Lun, you really surprised me. Now, I have a new respect for you. Rayleigh patted Lun's shoulder. Originally slightly he had to live a somewhat retired life, and was shocked by the news brought by Lun, which made him feel the fun of the sea again. If he hadn't heard what Lun said, how could he dare to imagine? What kind of scene is it when an intern stands in front of Whitebeard and releases the domineering color? The most amazing thing is that after provoking Whitebeard's face, Whitebeard, this guy, actually lowered his face to poach people. However, thinking about it, Rayleigh couldn't help but think of Lun's terrifying talent. If it were him, I'm afraid he would do the same. Lun's talent is really too terrifying. Lowering his face to poach people, how about this kind of operation? When Rayleigh was on the ship, it was not the first time he saw Roger do it. Roger used to be naughty, have never poached people. On the contrary, I have done it quite often. But I still didn't expect Whitebeard, this arrogant guy, actually lowered his face to poach people. No, ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed so hard that tears almost came out. When I thought about it, the arrogant Whitebeard in the past has become like this today. Rayleigh's mood became particularly comfortable. I don't know who laughed at their captain Roger back then for only doing such a humble poaching thing. I can't believe it. Things change. You, Whitebeard, are no less than our Captain Roger. Look, you even chose to poach an intern on the Red Hare ship. An intern. Rayleigh was all smiles, his mind was floating and his mood was particularly happy. He hasn't felt this kind of mood for a long time. Today. With the things Lun said, Rayleigh wished he could have been at the scene. He personally witnessed the embarrassing face of Whitebeard. It's a pity that I didn't see it at the scene. This is a bit regrettable. But even so, if you think about it carefully, you can make a proud guy like Whitebeard lower his face to poach people. From this, we can see the talent of this little guy Lun is really strong to a certain incredible level. No wonder even Red Hare calls him a monster. Now, I have a deep understanding that this kid Lun is indeed worthy of this title. Rayleigh stared at Lun and sighed in his heart. I really don't know where Red Hare recruited this monster intern from. In Red Hare's eyes, Lun is undoubtedly a monster. And in Rayleigh's eyes, Lun is still a monster. A monster intern with very terrifying talent and potential. Chapter 106 You have a bounty from the Navy, please check it. Lun, I have to say that the news you brought me is really surprising. I never thought that Whitebeard would have this day. This is simply too exciting. Rayleigh looked at Lun with a smile on his face. After a pause, he continued, in this case, next, I think I should help you solve the many problems you are facing now. There is not enough space here, find a more suitable place, you release that power, let me feel it. In this way, I can help you with some ideas. After the words fell, Lun also nodded. Soon, under the leadership of Rayleigh, a group of 3 people, including Xiaoqi, gradually left the bar, coming to a relatively spacious and open space. That is, not far from the bar, where Lun just passed by. There are fewer people in this area, and it is basically difficult to see some pedestrians passing by. Stepping on the mossy soil, you can also see many tree roots rising and bending like animals, breaking out of the ground. There are such tree roots everywhere, and this is also the characteristic of the Sabayati archipelago. Let's start, let me see how the uncontrollable power you mentioned is manifested. Rayleigh stopped and said to Lun. On the side, Xiaoqi was also interested. This is the second time she has witnessed it. The first time, it was the cracks that still remained on the wooden table at the front desk. Pick up the samurai sword in his hand. Lun looked at the huge tree root that broke out of the ground in front of him with a calm expression. The armed color slowly spread. A black armor completely covered the blade and became pitch black. Without any hesitation, cut it down with a knife. Swish! A bright and sharp slash, containing terrifying shock waves, and the aftermath swept and released. Boom! The slash hit successfully, cutting off the entire tree root world. But the next second, boom! The aftermath gradually the ground was filled with a force that enveloped the broken tree roots. The force began to destroy the tree roots with a vibration. In an instant, the severed tree roots began to spread with cracks like spider webs, cracking in all directions, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into broken wood chips, scattered on the ground, messy and harmless. Yet, Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and he felt deeply surprised. He glanced in Xiaoqi's direction. Xiaoqi also looked at Rayleigh, and both of them were full of amazement in their eyes. Obviously, they all witnessed such a strange power for the first time. The aftermath that can be contained in the slash. Before this, with Rayleigh's knowledge, he had never heard of it. This was his first time to witness it. It's really hard to imagine. Rayleigh exhaled heavily, looking at Lun's back in front of him, and then looking at the tree roots in the distance that were broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. The aftermath. It was indeed caused by the aftermath. Lun slash only split the tree roots. But the aftermath tore the tree roots apart directly. Although the power was not very strong, the affected area was very wide. because Rayleigh keenly observed that some weak cracks began to spread on the ground. Obviously, it was caused by the aftermath of Lun/just now. This power reminds me of a person, Rayleigh said to Xiaoqi. He himself knows it very well. Xiaoqi nodded. She had said this to Lun before. Who does he look like? Whitebeard. Isn't the ability of Whitebeard's tremor fruit just like this? Isn't it a devil fruit ability? Rayleigh walked to Lun's side and asked. He felt that this really looked like the ability of a certain devil fruit. But he could deny it. This is definitely not the tremor fruit. In this world, in this sea area, there are no two completely identical devil fruit abilities. Absolutely not. Lun shook his head. This is certainly not a devil fruit. It's just the attribute he picked up from Whitebeard. It's just a sex card. An attack effect called Trembling Wave. If it's not a devil fruit. Rayleigh suddenly couldn't think of a second possibility. This must not be swordsmanship. It's impossible. It's because of the weapon. Apart from these possibilities, what's left is the innate power contained in Lun's body. It's really too rare. For a moment, Rayleigh couldn't think of how to let Lun control this power. He was also a little helpless. At this time, Xiaoqi walked forward step by step, picked up some broken tree roots, and observed them carefully. The broken tree root fragments still had a lot of cracks. With a slight touch, the fragments turned into powder and dissipated in the air with the breeze. It's really too similar. Xiaoqi sighed. It's too similar to Whitebeard's devil fruit ability. If Whitebeard hadn't died, she would have almost doubted whether Lun had eaten the trembling fruit. Wait. Xiaoqi suddenly, however, her pupils shrank, and she stared at the broken tree root fragments in her hand. For some reason, the diffuse cracks reminded her of a piece of information that came 2 days ago. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi quickly said goodbye to Lun and Rayleigh, quickly returned to the bar, walked into the room, and picked up a bounty from a wooden frame next to her. 0she stared at the contents of the bounty carefully. Name, title of the Destruction Swordsman Bounty, 300 million berries. Identity, none. Important deeds, only one person destroyed the Violent Bear Pirates, the Plum Blossom Pirates and other 444 large pirate groups. Important features, can release a slash with strange and terrifying shock waves attached, 50 million berries. Bounty, this person's real whereabouts, clues, identity and any useful information can release a slash with strange and terrifying shock waves. Xiaoqi opened her mouth, seeing the contents of the bounty. Suddenly, she thought of what Lun had just said. The scene of swinging that slash was deeply imprinted in the mind and could not be erased at all. Although there was no portrait on the bounty list. But Xiaoqi suddenly felt this bounty list met all the characteristics of Lun. Or it could be said that this bounty list was originally aimed at Lun himself. The sea area where the pirate group fought. It is also 2 days away from the Sabayati archipelago. The incident happened 2 days ago, and Lun, the little guy, arrived at the Sabayati archipelago today. The time is exactly the same. Moreover, the two have exactly the same attack method. Xiaoqi's eyes flickered, and she tightly grasped the bounty list in her hand. A clear and bright guess gradually became clear in her mind, clear. All the traces and clues. All pointed at Lun. Now, Xiaoqi can basically be sure of her inner guess. This bounty list must belong to Lun. It's just that the Navy headquarters still do not know Lun's true identity, not even his name. Therefore, there is so little description on the bounty list, and even no portrait is left. One person, only 4 swords, destroyed 444 pirate groups. The captain of each pirate group has a bounty of nearly 100 million berries. But, they were still directly killed with 1 sword, including the ship and the people. Like greedy wolf Sarko, killed in 1 second. Bounty of 300 million berries. Destroy the swordsman. Xiaoqi took a deep look at the bounty list. Holding the bounty list, she left the bar and walked towards Lun and Rayleigh. At this time, Rayleigh was still thinking about how to give Lun an accurate direction for cultivation. Xiaoqi walked all the way to Lun's side. Under Lun's puzzled eyes, Xiaoqi took out the bounty list and handed it to Lun. This is a bounty issued by the Navy headquarters. I think you should take a closer look at the factory. Chapter 107 The Growth Rate of Monsters. The Training of Controlling the Aftermath. Now, Rayleigh is still lost in thought. He is thinking about how to let Lun control the power of the aftermath. Countless thoughts floated through his mind, but he rejected them one by one. And on the side, taking the bounty handed over by Xiaoqi, Lun took a closer look, and his expression couldn't help but reveal a deep smile, and he was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, I actually have 2 bounties. One, of course, is the bounty for the trainee of the Red Hair Pirates. However, the bounty amount is only a mere 10,000 berries. But this one, wow, it's incredible. A bounty of 300 million berries. 300 million berries. This really thinks too highly of me. Lun couldn't help but laugh. That is to say, you don't deny that this is you. Xiaoqi looked at Lun and asked. There is nothing to deny, it was indeed me who did it. Lun nodded and said with a smile. I still didn't think to. The Navy actually gave him a nickname. Destruction Sword 730. How? Connecting it with the aftermath of his own slash, Lun could clearly understand the source of this title. I'm afraid it has a certain connection with the vibration wave in his body. Sure enough. Xiaoqi's eyes flashed. From the moment she thought of this bounty just now, she deduced that the destruction sword Hao on this bounty list has a 90% chance of being Lun himself. Sure enough. Finally got the answer. It is indeed Lun. 300 million berries. Xiaoqi joked, moreover, providing a useful real clue can get 50 million berries. This makes me a little excited. Hearing this, Lun also smiled, so, the moment I saw this bounty, I wanted to tell all my information to you truthfully. The Navy is here to seek a huge amount of berry. Xiaoqi was speechless. Rayleigh came over, what are you talking about? Look for yourself. Xiaoqi handed the bounty to Rayleigh. After reading the bounty, Rayleigh looked at Lun in surprise. 1 sword, 1 pirate ship. We were in a hurry at that time. Lun said. It seems that your strength has changed a lot compared to my impression of your strength 2 weeks ago. Rayleigh said in amazement. How long has it been? I remember the last time Red Hair sent a letter, it was only 2 weeks ago. Now it's only been 2 weeks. Have you made such a huge improvement in strength? You deserve it. It's a monster. It's a growth rate that can be called a monster. Xiaoqi took a deep breath and said slowly. Now, she has become immune to Lun's growth rate, so she won't be shocked anymore. Although, she still has a deep sense of amazement towards Lun in her heart. If she carefully investigates, Xiaoqi will come to a more shocking fact. 1 month ago, an ordinary person who just stepped into the Red Hair Pirates. 2 weeks ago, he was already among the ranks of the most wanted. 2 days ago, with 4 casual slashes, he killed 444 pirates in seconds and killed nearly 1,000 pirates. Among them, the 4 captains all had bounties close to 100 million berries. This terrifying growth rate. It's simply amazing. People are amazed. So far, Lun is the most terrifying genius Xiaoqi has ever seen. No. A monster. Mr. Rayleigh, do you have any ideas? Lun smiled and didn't pay much attention to the things on the bounty list. What he cares about is how to control the vibration fluctuations. This is his current main goal and direction. Of course. If the vibration fluctuations can be compressed and the range can be reduced, but the aftermath of the vibration fluctuations can be increased, this would be perfect. If not, then it's the next best thing. LUN wants to really control it and let the aftermath be freely controlled. At present, I can only come up with a preliminary way of practice. As for whether it is effective, it still needs to be tried. You can only know after you try it. Lei Li pondered for a moment and told the truth. This kind of aftermath power was indeed the first time he had witnessed it. Therefore, he did not have a 100% feasible method. He could only try step by step to slowly grasp the best way to practice. I expected it. Lun nodded involuntarily. Indeed. He had guessed it a long time ago. Even he himself could not think of a good way. If he could not get a way to control it from the system, then he could only let others help him to study a more appropriate way of practice. My method is very simple and traditional. Lei Li said, continuously swing and slash 1,000 times or even 10,000 times every day. If you swing the sword more often, you will definitely be able to capture the characteristics and trajectory fluctuations of this power. Only by capturing the trajectory and fluctuations of this power can we proceed to the next step and control this power freely. Even, compress this power. This method must be useful, that's for sure. But the biggest disadvantage is, I don't know when it will take effect, maybe a day, maybe a month, maybe a year. So, how to choose, you decide for yourself. Yes. Rayleigh couldn't be sure. When will Lun suddenly grasp the trajectory and fluctuations of this power? I decided to give it a try. Lun said seriously. He was willing to give it a try. If the aftermath of this shock wave can be compressed, it will be an important killer move for Lun. Good. Rayleigh laughed and said, swinging the sword like this will not only allow you to capture the trajectory of this force, but it will also improve your own swordsmanship level. Mr. Rayleigh, is there a place for me to practice? Lun asked. He scanned the scene. If he practiced here, he couldn't guarantee it. At the end of the day, this place will be destroyed into a miserable state. This is indeed a problem. Rayleigh thought about it, and then said, well, there is a coast in the Sabayati archipelago that few people will set foot on, and there are often sea kings on the coast, which is why many people don't dare to go to that coast. That place happens to be a place for you to practice, and you can occasionally target sea kings. It won't make practice boring. What do you think? According to Rayleigh's suggestion, Lun was led by the other party. It took 10 minutes. Successfully arrived at the coast mentioned by Rayleigh. Indeed. With the spread of the sight color, you can feel that there are many sea kings lurking not far from the coast, waiting for an opportunity to attack people passing by the coast. How about it? This is the place where I go fishing when I have nothing to do on weekdays. Rayleigh laughed. Then you will definitely return empty-handed every time on weekdays. Lun laughed. Looking at the endless sea ahead. The observation hacky can sense it. A large group of sea kings are lurking in this sea. Fishing is a joke. 1. 3 Fishing for sea kings is almost the same. Okay, get ready. Rayleigh said. Then. Begin. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the sea ahead. Raised the samurai sword in his hand. The armament hacky gradually began to cover the blade. The blade became black, as indestructible as black jade. Facing the endless sea ahead. Relentless. Suddenly slashed down with a knife. Swish. A brilliant and sharp slash swiftly penetrated the front in the Fanghai area. A huge gap was directly torn open on the sea surface, and the figure of the Sea King could be vaguely seen. In addition, the terrifying aftermath of the earthquake began to affect the surrounding sea areas. Splash! The sea water splashed up and rushed up to a height of hundreds of meters. And it was constantly rolled by the aftermath, rippling waves after waves. The huge waves washed the coast, leaving many shells on the coast. Since then, Lun is located in the Sabayati archipelago and embarked on the path of cultivation to control the aftermath of the earthquake. Chapter 108. Sorry, we are leaving now. One day later. Siaki Blackmail Bar. A noisy and lively atmosphere filled the bar. A group of pirates shouted loudly, holding small barrels and pouring them into their stomachs, their faces flushed, and they talked about what happened in the Sabayati archipelago recently. Yesterday, the greedy wolf pirates were wiped out. They wanted to rush to the New World, but they never thought that in the Sabayati archipelago, a young swordsman would kill their captain, greedy wolf Sako, in seconds. The bounty was 120 million, and he was killed in seconds. By the way, have you heard that 3 days ago, in a sea area outside our Sabayati archipelago, there was a fight between pirate groups? I heard that the 444 pirate groups were wiped out by a young pirate with just 4 swords. This is really unimaginable. By the way, since when did the Grand Line become so dangerous? There were many opinions. At the front desk, Xiaoqi held a cigarette in her right hand, looked at Rayleigh beside her, and asked, "Are you so confident that you can let that little guy practice alone on the coast? Could there be any danger?" Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh. "Of course it's impossible to be dangerous. No one on this island can threaten that little guy. This point, they can be sure. The Destruction Sword Master with a bounty of 300 million berries is not to be underestimated. Speaking of which, do you really think that this will allow him to control the uncontrollable power?" Xiaoqi asked curiously. "Yes, but how long it will take depends on him to experience it. I just think that this method works, that's all. After all, we, and even everyone in this sea area, have never seen such a strange power aftermath." Rayleigh-05 said truthfully. "Indeed." Xiaoqi agreed deeply. All of them witnessed this strange aftermath for the first time. If it weren't for Lun, Xiaoqi felt that she might not be able to imagine it. There is actually someone who has such a terrible talent. I think, with this little guy's talent, it won't be too far to control this power. If he really swings the sword day and night and feels the aftermath, it must be very close to success. Rayleigh spoke slowly. "I have to admit that he is the most terrifying little guy I have ever seen in my life. No one can compare to the red-haired and Hawkeye in the past," Xiaoqi said with emotion. She has witnessed in her life. The person with the strongest talent must be Lun without a doubt. Rayleigh agreed with Uzuyakai's remarks. 1 month. In just 1 month, he transformed from an ordinary person to a swordsman with 300 million berries. Who could have imagined it? The two of them listened to the voices of the pirates around them. They looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. So far, no one has connected the swordsman of destruction with the young swordsman who killed greedy wolf Sarko in seconds in the Sabayati archipelago yesterday. This is undoubtedly a better situation. Rayleigh held the small wine barrel and poured it into his stomach, savoring the mellow aroma of the wine. But he suddenly said, "The wine is not strong enough. You only know how to drink everyday wine, sooner or later, you will drink up all the wine here." Xiaoqi said unhappily. Sabayati archipelago. On the edge of the coast. Groups of pirates approached the edge of the coast step by step and talked to each other. "Harris, are you sure you really want to deal with the Sea Kings?" "Of course, today, I will let you see my true strength." "Who am I?" "I am a big pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries. If you can't deal with the Sea Kings, how can you rush to the New World?" The pirate named Harris showed a confident look. A group of pirates, led by Harris. Most of the bounties are close to about 30 million berries. Looking at the Grand Line. Although pirates with such bounties cannot be considered grassroots, they are definitely in the middle and lower classes. "Harris, you are simply crazy. The other pirates showed a bit of panic. Sea kings. We don't even have time to hide on weekdays, and you actually want to take the initiative to hunt them. This is really too crazy. Harris disagreed. You imagine sea kings to be too exaggerated and terrifying. In my opinion, they are food, the food we rely on to survive on the sea, that's all. Don't imagine them to be too strong. The pirates beside him hesitated. They are consider. If you really want to accompany the other party to do such a crazy act of hunting sea kings, hurry up and follow. I have investigated before, this coast is sparsely populated. Moreover, the frequency of sea kings appearing is quite high. If you want to hunt sea kings, this coast must be our best choice. Because of the appearance of sea kings, there are fewer people here. Look, you see. Harris led everyone to the coast. Then, he pointed to the only young back on the coast ahead and said, "See, there is no coast. There is only one person left here. Besides, it is difficult to see a second person." 2. Many pirates nodded, and their expressions were tense and uneasy. Hunting sea kings. In their opinion, this is simply too crazy. You will watch later, this guy dares to stay alone on the edge of the coast. Next, he will definitely be swallowed by the sea kings that suddenly appear on the coast. No way. Does this kid really think he can kill sea kings like me? Without this ability, he dares to come to the sea area, just to die. Next, you will watch how this kid is swallowed by the sea king. After he is killed, you can just watch my performance. A group of pirates, led by Harris, fixed their eyes on the back of the young man in front of them. Under their gaze, then they saw the young figure in front of them, slowly raised the samurai sword in his hand. What is he doing? A pirate asked in confusion. I don't know, waving a sword at the sea. This behavior is simply the stupidest behavior I have ever seen. Harris couldn't help laughing. The next second, in their eyes, I saw. In front of them, the young figure holding a samurai sword waved the samurai sword in his hand at the endless sea in front of him. At the same time, swish! In an instant, a dazzling and brilliant sharp slash slid rapidly into the distance. Only in an instant, this dazzling slash filled the eyes of Harris and all the pirates present, making the expressions on their faces become particularly stiff and frozen at this moment. Then, bang! Accompanied by a loud noise. Splash! The entire sea was torn open by this slash. The sea was torn open. Yes. All of them stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, their eyes were blank, and they were frozen in place like wooden chickens. It's not an illusion. It's definitely not an illusion. They believed that they were definitely not wrong. The sea surface was indeed split open by this slash, leaving a huge gap. This slash penetrated the sea area hundreds of meters away. What on earth is this? What's going on? Is the other party really human? Can humans do such a horrific feat? One knife split the sea in half. What a horrible power it takes to do this. They were all frozen in place with fear on their faces, unable to move. Splash! The sea water splashed hundreds of meters in the air, flying all over the sky, sliding down along the trajectory, and scattering on the coast in all directions. The sea water splashed, presenting a faint rainbow. You guys look! A voice full of fear came from the crowd. Including Harris, they stared at the sea in front of them. At a glance, they saw it a terrifying scene that will never be forgotten in this life. On the sea, there are many corpses of sea kings floating. The bloody corpses float on the edge of the coast, and float on the coast with the current. The hideous and terrifying corpses of sea kings. You can't even see them all at a glance, and you can't even count them. Some sea king corpses are even split in the middle with a knife. None of these sea kings are less than 10 meters in size. Even The corpses of giant sea kings of 20 or 30 meters are all presented to them. There are too many of them, making them almost dazzled. Fear 730. Deep fear permeates their hearts. How terrible the strength of the person who caused this scene must be. It's simply unimaginable. These sea king corpses. Too many. Could it be? These sea king corpses all over the ground are caused by the same person. Did he alone, kill so many sea kings? Harris's lips trembled with fear, and his words trembled. The sea current washed the sea king corpses to the coast. The young figure holding a samurai sword was surrounded by many sea king corpses. In the eyes of Harris and many other pirates, this figure seemed extremely prominent and dazzling, making their eyes never move from beginning to end. The atmosphere was depressing and silent. Silence. Harris and many other pirates were shocked and terrified, unable to move. Just then, in front, a young figure holding a samurai sword turned around and glanced at Harris with a calm look. "What's wrong with you?" Harris and other pirates could clearly feel a terrifying pressure enveloped their bodies. They trembled and their legs became weak, and they seemed to be paralyzed on the ground at any time. This was the absolute suppression from strength. We are just passing by. Sorry to bother you, we will leave now," Harris said with a dry throat and a trembling face full of fear. Soon after, they turned around and ran away in a hurry as if their feet were greased. Looking at their panic, one can even see that they may wish they could grow a few more legs at this moment, and then escape from this terrifying scene as quickly as possible. Contrary to their high spirits when they came. When they fled, each of them was covered with deep fear. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this coast. But this scene today, it is inevitable that they will remember it deeply in their lives and will never forget it. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended. Chapter 109. Another golden card. A big leap in strength. Splash. The sea water moves with the wind, ripples and waves rolling in all directions. Located on the edge of the coast. If anyone witnesses the scene on the coast, I'm afraid it will be impressed for the rest of their lives. Coast. All around. The corpses of hideous sea kings are placed in all directions, floating on the coast in a mess with the current. Edge, bloody corpses, blood permeated under the soil. The pungent smell of blood, even the sea breeze can't cover it. Many sea kings' corpses have internal organs visible. Even more exaggerated, the bodies of giant sea kings were directly pierced through the middle, split in half and placed in the surrounding areas. There are so many. At a glance, it's even impossible to count how many sea king corpses are left here. Too many. In the sea ahead, many sea kings that have exposed their heads, their eyes are red and they stare at the coast, but they quickly dive to the bottom of the sea in panic and flee, away from this nightmare place that makes them feel scared. The sea water washes the coast. Land and stepped on the soft soil, looking at the group of pirates who had just left in a hurry with a puzzled expression. Then, without thinking too much, he retracted his gaze and fixed it on the sea ahead. As Rayleigh said, few people set foot on this coast. But occasionally, there are still some pirates who are not afraid of death and want to kill sea kings. Just like what happened just now. A group of pirates who are not afraid of death walked to the coast and wanted to kill pirates. But when they looked closely, there were many corpses of sea kings on the coast, and Lun was alone, holding a samurai sword, surrounded by these corpses in the middle, which made him stand out. This scene, it directly scared away countless pirates and turned them into nightmares in their minds, which could not be easily erased in this life. What Lun did overturned their understanding of sea kings. Since when did sea kings get wiped out so easily? Although Rayleigh's method is indeed feasible, it takes too long. The most important thing is that there is no accurate time range. Maybe 1 day, or maybe 3 days, a week, a month, a year. A ray of brilliance flashed across Lun's eyes, and he thought in his heart. After swinging the sword yesterday, Lun could deeply feel that his control over swordsmanship had become much stronger. But, even so, the aftermath of the shock wave still prevented Lun from capturing its trajectory fluctuations, so naturally he could not talk about destroying it. Complete control and control. We need to continue to hone our skills. Lun fixed his eyes on the sea ahead. Holding a samurai sword. Armament color gradually permeated the blade, and the black armor completely covered the blade. The blade became pitch black and indestructible. Aim at the sea ahead. Without hesitation. Cut down with a knife. Swish. A brilliant and sharp slash, swiftly attacking forward. Boom. The slash pushed aside the sea surface, as if it had directly torn a huge gap in the sea. Many creatures under the sea could be seen, and were instantly destroyed by this slash. Splash! The sea water splashed 100 meters above the sky. The terrible vibration wave interfered with the slash zone. Even the ground had tiny gaps that began to spread in all directions. The sea ahead was almost completely overturned. The sea water floating in the sky fell to the ground and followed the trajectory to the sea. Gradually, the sea surface returned to its original tranquility. Just now. That feeling. Lun stood there with a frown. He began to recall the wonderful feeling he felt when he swung the knife just now. It was as if he could slightly capture the trajectory of the shaking wave. But thinking about it carefully, Lun couldn't remember it. Immediately. Wave the second slash. Penetrate the sea surface, set off huge ripples and waves. That's right, it's the trajectory of the shaking wave. Lun retracted his samurai sword, his eyes flashing with brilliance. The third slash, once again swiftly attacked the distance. Captured more clearly. The trajectory of the vibration wave. How to control it. Even if you feel it, so what? Lun fell into deep thought. He stood motionless on the coast. Let the waves on the coast roll the coast and wet his shoes, but he still stood there, still thinking about this problem in his mind. Lun could feel. It's not far from completely controlling the vibration wave. But it still seems to lack some kind of opportunity. Still can't catch it. Lun took a deep breath and swung a series of slashes at the sea surface. The terrifying slashes penetrated the sea surface and his eyes were full of a huge crack 100 meters away. It seems that the whole sea has been torn apart. If the coast is not sparsely populated, I am afraid that everyone who witnesses this scene will be horrified. Crash! The waves rolled up to a height of 100 meters and then fell. A faint rainbow appeared out of thin air. Lun created a faint and hazy rainbow with human power. Stop what he was doing. Lun recalled the feeling just now, frowning and thinking. Tap tap tap. At this moment, there were footsteps from behind. Just by relying on his observation color, Lun could feel who was coming. I still can't grasp this feeling. Lun turned around, looked at the person who came, and couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Take your time, don't rush." Rayleigh showed a smile of emotion. At your age, even I was just a young boy. But you have become a swordsman with a bounty of 300 million. Your achievements are far beyond your peers, so there is no need to force yourself. Some things, the more urgent, the harder it is to find that feeling and opportunity. Urgent things can't be rushed. Why don't you accompany me to fish and relieve your mood? After the words fell, Lun nodded, okay. So, the two picked up the premonition, took the raft, and rushed to the middle of the sea ahead. The atmosphere became quiet. Quiet. The fish took the bait. Lun waved the premonition directly and threw the fish onto the raft. The action was simple. It was straightforward and very quick. The fish are coming back, Rayleigh said with a strange look on his face. He glanced around. He saw the bodies of many sea kings on the coast not far away, and he understood everything. I'm afraid it's not the fish coming back. It's just that all the sea kings here have been cleaned up. That's all. What a young and energetic little monster. It's hard to find someone stronger than Lun among his peers. I really don't know where Red Hair found this monster. Rayleigh sighed in his heart. Holding the fishing rod, he fished quietly. Fishing is not the purpose. The purpose is just to experience this quietness and comfort. The sea breeze blows and rolls. Cool and refreshing. The ripples and waves on the sea surface, when the raft sways slightly on the sea surface, still do not affect the fishing of the two. It's hooked again. Lun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Very abrupt. A familiar and kind voice suddenly came out in my mind. Ding! Detection of golden cards falling around the host. Do you want to pick them up instantly? Lun's action of pulling up the premonition stopped abruptly. Excited. Expecting. Lun's eyes flickered, looking at Rayleigh who was still fishing beside him. His mood became particularly comfortable. Unexpectedly, a sudden golden card fell from Rayleigh's body. Pick it up. Lun was very curious. This time, what kind of ability can the golden attribute card picked up from Rayleigh open? Pick up successfully. The golden card is 3-color domineering +1. Attribute points +20. Do you want to absorb it? When the voice of the system lingered in Lun's ears, Lun took a deep breath, but he still couldn't hide his excitement. There is no doubt. Next, I will once again usher in a huge leap in strength. Chapter 110 Rayleigh, I finally understand the feelings of the red-haired man. I didn't expect it. The golden card picked up from Rayleigh actually opened a leap in the level of 3-color domineering. This leap is undoubtedly a huge baptism and a very critical sublimation for the strength of my 3-color domineering. Lun thought excitedly. Take a deep breath. But the mood still can't calm down. What the golden card opened this time really surprised Lun. At present, although Lun's 3-color domineering is not too weak, but it is definitely not very strong. But this time, the golden card picked up from Rayleigh was integrated. Undoubtedly, Lun's 3-color domineering will be greatly improved directly. This is a leap. A huge leap. With the improvement of the 3-color domineering, Lun's strength will naturally rise. This trip, rushing to the Sabayati archipelago, even if I can't control the way to freely release the vibration wave. But, just this golden card is enough to make up for all the time I spent time. Lun smiled. Yes. Just a golden card is enough to fill the time he spent. In addition to the improvement of the 3-color domineering at one time, I actually got 20 freely disposable attribute points. The harvest is too great. Lun exhaled heavily, his eyes bright. Not only did the 3-color domineering improve, even the attribute points were given so much. What is the role of attribute points? They can be added to any attribute frame of 70. This means that if you only use these 2 attribute points and add them to a certain attribute frame, you can usher in a huge attribute improvement and change. Surprise! This is a surprise. Lun suppressed his excitement. Without any hesitation. Start absorbing. As soon as the words fell, a warm current slowly flowed through the body. Become stronger. Lun can clearly feel this. The body's control over the 3-color domineering has become more proficient. No doubt. Open your eyes. Lun's mind moved. Call up the attribute panel. Host, Lun strength, 11 speed, 11 stamina, 11 instinct reaction, 92 skills, swordsmanship. Basic 1. Swordsmanship. Swallow return 1. Armament Haki 1. Plus. Overlord Haki 1. Plus. Observation Haki 1. 7 plus. Boxing 1. Half human body 1. Attribute points, 21 plus attack hit effect, shock wave 1%. Take the attribute panel deep into your eyes. A deep smile appeared on Lun's face. With the improvement of the 3-color domineering, especially the armament color, it has directly entered the level of 1. Now Lun's armament color strength is absolutely a revolutionary change compared to before. Not only the armament color, the deterrent power of the overlord color is definitely doubled. And the observation color. The improvement of the 3-color domineering has brought Lun's strength. Changes can be imagined. The level has doubled. Lun's strength will certainly double. There are still 21 free attribute points. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. He began to think about a problem. Which attribute box should these attribute points be invested in? Or, if it is a comprehensive improvement, these 21 attribute points are indeed too many. But if it is a single improvement, it is certain that the ability to be improved will be greatly increased. Really, I suddenly want to try what it feels like to fight with you. Lun suddenly turned his head and looked at Rayleigh. Fight with me? Rayleigh was stunned, and then he laughed. Well, it's a good idea to let you experience the trajectory of the uncontrollable power fluctuations in actual combat. The raft gradually began to approach the edge of the coast again. Walk down from the raft. Rayleigh slowly took out an ordinary saber from his waist and pointed it at Lun, with a smile on his face that never weakened. Are you ready? Of course. Lun's eyes flashed. The blade of the samurai sword was covered with a layer of dark red armament haki. Compared to before, it was harder and more solid. The breath it exuded alone was creepy and extremely sharp. Yet, Rayleigh noticed it. He looked at the armament haki covering the blade in Lun's hand with strange eyes. If he looked closely, he could feel it deeply. For example, yesterday, the armament haki that Lun displayed was at least 3 times stronger. What's wrong with your armament haki? Rayleigh was stunned. What's going on? In just one day, how come this armament haki seems to have been sublimated? Could it be it has become enlightened again? Rayleigh was really shocked. Yesterday's sword swing was slightly improved. Lun said with a smile. Slightly improved. Rayleigh stared at Lun blankly. So, you call the armament haki strength that has increased several times a few times a slight improvement? Oh my god! Rayleigh was a little confused. What on earth is this? Man! In just one day, the armament haki seemed to have changed. It changed in essence. The color of the armament haki made Rayleigh realize it very clearly. The level of Lun's armament haki in front of him was not low, and it could be said that he had truly entered the threshold of armament haki proficiency. Although, it was still not as good as the armament haki that Rayleigh himself possessed. But this armament haki was definitely not weak in this sea area. How did you improve it? Rayleigh couldn't help but ask the question he wanted to ask the most in his heart. Just naturally, the strength of the armament haki increased. Lun smiled and answered. In response to this, Rayleigh's eyes became more horrified. He could only describe everything in 2 words. Talent. This monster. Sure enough, he has super talent. Yesterday's armament haki still failed to emit such a terrible pressure. But today, he has reached this level. I'm sure the strength of this little guy's armament haki may be at least 10 times stronger than yesterday. More than times. My god, how did this little monster practice yesterday? Is my method really so effective? Why is it not so strong in me or even others? Rayleigh was about to doubt his life. In the end, he could only think of everything. Lun is different. It is normal that ordinary people cannot be compared with Lun. After all, Lun is a monster. How can ordinary people compare with monsters? This is just asking for trouble. Come on, let me see how much your armed color strength has increased. Rayleigh said. His eyes became serious. Then. Begin. Lun smiled. The next second. Suddenly attacked forward. The two started a confrontation. Of course, Rayleigh could not use his full strength. Just like that. After half an hour of confrontation, the battle was over. Rayleigh was unscathed. But his expression became more and more dull and terrifying. Because, in the battle just now, he felt it. Not only the armed color. In front of him Lun, even his observation haki, has improved a lot compared to before. Even his conqueror haki. Your 3 colors of haki have all been sublimated. Rayleigh looked at Lun in shock. It was yesterday. When he fought with Lun, he didn't feel it. The opponent's 3 colors of haki are so strong. Moreover, his strength has never been as strong as it is now. Compared with yesterday, this improvement and leap in strength is too outrageous. Lun's strength has definitely increased by no less than 5 times. Yes. Rayleigh in his heart, he came to this incredible conclusion. It has only been 1 day. Rayleigh opened his mouth and looked at Lun in front of him, unable to speak for a moment. At this moment, Rayleigh suddenly understood. What kind of mood and feelings did Red Hair have when he wrote that letter before? Today, witnessing the sublimation of Lun's 3-color domineering power, Rayleigh felt it. Deeply realized. Red Hair's mood at that time was just like his current mood. Chapter 111 Shockwave Leave 10. Aftermath Compression. Didn't I say that? It seems I didn't say that. Lun looked at Rayleigh and said with a smile, I have some insights today, and the 3-color domineering has improved. It's not the armed color, otherwise, I wouldn't suddenly want to fight with you, Rayleigh. The purpose is to measure how much improvement the 3-color domineering that has been slightly improved this time can bring to my own strength. Now, I can draw a preliminary conclusion. Indeed. Fighting with Rayleigh allowed Lun to have a preliminary understanding of the realm of his own strength. Although it is not very accurate, it is almost the same, 89. After all, Rayleigh's strength is unfathomable. And Rayleigh did not take it seriously. Fighting with someone of Rayleigh's level, Lun I can only roughly judge my own strength level. If I want to make an accurate judgment, I have to find people with similar strength to fight fiercely before I can draw a conclusion. At present, Lun feels that his own strength should be ranked in the pirate class of 400 million berries. Even. It is very likely to be close to 500 million. If I want to really judge, I have to go to the New World. In the Grand Line, Lun really can't find any other pirate who can be compared with his strength. Either the people I find are ridiculously strong and cannot be measured, or they are a group of weak rookies, which makes Lun lose interest. You have improved a little. You call this a little improvement? Rayleigh took a deep breath and stared at Lun with a strange expression. He can no longer describe the mood at that moment. The 3 colors of domineering power, all doubled. This is a small improvement. Who can explain to him why in just 1 day, Lun's strength has increased so terrifyingly? Many questions made Rayleigh's head almost dizzy. This growth rate once again overturned Rayleigh's understanding of Lun. He thought Lun could grow to the level of yesterday in a month, which was already a very terrifying thing. But he still never thought that it was just the beginning. Today, Rayleigh completely realized, in terms of the correct growth rate of a monster, how terrifying it is. Regarding this issue, Rayleigh believes that he has an absolute say. After a while, Rayleigh finally said 2 words to Lun, monster. Only these 2 words can describe his current mood. Rayleigh, I feel that I may be able to control this aftermath within 3 days. Even, not only can I control it freely, it is very likely that I can compress the aftermath of this power. Lun's eyes flashed, and he told his inner thoughts truthfully. Compress this aftermath. This power is the real shock wave. At that time, the range of this shock wave is strictly controlled within a small range, so that this aftermath power becomes more powerful. And this is Lun's ultimate goal. I don't want to talk anymore. Rayleigh was helpless. He looked at Lun and shook his head with a lonely face. It's too depressing. Well, the good mood of the day was turned upside down by this little guy. Then, Rayleigh left the coast with a look of lack of interest. Gradually disappeared from Lun's eyes. Is it that serious? Lun looked strange and stayed at the edge of the coast. A moment. He turned around and faced the sea. Raised the samurai sword in his hand. Covered with armed color. A layer of dark red armor was added to the blade, which could make it deeper. This armed color was much more powerful than before. It was much stronger. The observation color spread in all directions. The range that could be affected was farther. Then came the domineering color. 3 colors domineering, all present earth-shaking sublimation and changes. Next. It's time to compress and control the aftermath of this shock wave. Lun's eyes flickered. He had an experimental direction in his mind. If he could do it, it would definitely be of great help to him in controlling this power. But if the attempt failed, then this aftermath would be even more terrifying and more difficult to control. Let's gamble. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking in his heart. The mind moved. System, add all attribute points to the shock wave. That's right. This is Lun's attempt. He plans to increase the level of the shock wave to a higher level, so that he may be able to control this power. The method of quantity. On the contrary, if it fails, then as the level of the vibration wave increases, undoubtedly, the aftermath attached to Lun/ will have a larger and more terrifying range. A two-sided gamble. Whether it can succeed depends on the result of the next mobilization of attribute points. If it can be smoothly controlled and the vibration wave is compressed, Lun's strength will definitely increase again. But even if it fails, it's nothing more than. It's just that when Lun attacks, the range of influence is larger, but it will not affect Lun's own strength. In fact, a larger range of influence will also increase Lun's strength level. This gamble, whether it succeeds or fails, it won't affect the direction of Lun's strength. Added points successfully. All attribute points consumed. The level of vibration fluctuation is increasing. Upgraded successfully. Current vibration fluctuation level. Total attribute points consumed, 21 level. Leaped. Lun's eyes bulged, looking very surprised. This is really unexpected. It actually jumped directly to. This really surprised Lun. From 1.3 to 1. This is definitely a big leap. Although all attribute points were consumed, the level increase was very worthwhile in Lun's opinion. At the same time, an inexplicable physical instinct seemed to merge into the body. Opened his eyes again. Lun's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and a deep smile appeared on his face. Whether this attempt will succeed depends on what happens next. He can control and compress the aftermath. Call up the body attribute panel. Host, Lun strength, 11 speed, 11 stamina, 11 instinct reaction, 92 skills, swordsmanship. Basic 1. Swordsmanship. Swallow return 1. Armament Haki 1. Overlord Haki 1. Observation Haki 1. Boxing 1. Half Fishman Body 1. Attribute points, 0 attack effect, shock wave 1. Plus. Hey. Taking the attribute panel into the depths of his eyes, Lun exhaled heavily, his eyes turned, and began to slowly. The ground was fixed on the endless sea ahead. Whether it can succeed depends on what happens next. The level of the vibration has more than tripled. It can be imagined that the aftermath of my slash will be even more terrifying. This power must be controlled and released freely. But, I want to compress it to the extreme. Lun tightly grasped the samurai sword in both hands. The dark red armor of armed color permeated the blade and exuded a sharp breath. Facing the sea ahead, it began to brew. After a moment, Lun suddenly swung the samurai sword in his hand. The blade cut through the air. Suddenly, a knife slashed down. Whoosh! A sharp and terrifying slash was forced out directly from the blade and swiftly attacked the distance. Sea area. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking loud noise. Crash! The entire sea area was directly stirred up by huge waves. The sea surface. A huge gap was torn open, spreading hundreds of meters away. You can see. A crack appeared on the sea surface, which made people's scalps numb. Even the sea was split by this knife. But what Lun was concerned about was not the power of this slash, but the aftermath of this slash. Boom! At the same time, the terrifying aftermath, rippling even more terrifying currents, began to drift in all directions. The surging waves, the whole sea seemed to have been hit by a violent earthquake. Crash! The ocean currents rolled continuously, wave after wave, spreading in all directions, and even Lun, who was on the edge of the coast, was swept by the oncoming waves. But now, there was only one excited thought in Lun's mind. It really worked. The aftermath of the earthquake wave was successfully compressed. The range was controlled. And the power of this aftermath is simply countless times greater than before. Chapter 112 Success? Xiaqi head could no longer bear it. That's right. The aftermath was successfully compressed. After being compressed and controlled, the attack range of the shock wave is infinitely reduced, and it will not affect objects outside. However, objects within 1 meter will be completely covered by this aftermath. In addition, the power of the compressed aftermath is completely beyond the previous shock wave. The level has been upgraded. The power of the aftermath will naturally increase. Moreover, the wound successfully compressed the aftermath this time. And the power showed a doubling of the power. If the aftermath explodes completely without control, probably, the range that can be affected can cover all objects within 5 meters. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought in his heart. If the shock wave attached to the slash explodes in all directions and Lun does not want to control it, then the range it affects will be able to destroy objects within 5 meters. Now that all the attribute points have been consumed, the level of the shock wave has also been greatly improved. Not only, the range will be farther, but even the power of the aftermath will increase sharply. But all of this 730 was controlled by Lun. But compress the aftermath, and make the compressed aftermath more powerful, but the range involved is also limited to 1 meter. In this way, there is no need to worry about damaging extra innocent people. Now you can try to see if you can control the aftermath freely. Lun raised the samurai sword in his hand. The armed color covered the blade. Facing the sea ahead, without any hesitation, a knife chopped down. Swish! The sharp slash penetrated the sea surface. Crash! The sea water rose, splashed hundreds of meters high, flying all over the sky, and then slid down the sea surface with a crisp sound. The entire sea surface was rippling with huge waves, and the waves were constantly rolling, and the scene was grand. Gradually, the split sea surface gradually healed again. During the whole process, except for the terrifying power contained in the slash, which directly penetrated the sea area, nothing else happened. Sure enough, it's under control. You can completely control this power and really control it freely. You can also compress this aftermath to make it more lethal. Lun smiled. This trip to the Sabayati archipelago was a huge gain. Although the gains from Rayleigh's teachings were not too much. But the key is that the golden cards picked up from Rayleigh, the items obtained after opening them are too rich. Not only that, the 3-color domineering directly crossed 555 levels. The most important thing is that 20 attribute points that can be freely used were obtained. This directly prompted LUN to compress the aftermath. The 20 attribute points have an obvious improvement on the vibration. It also allows LUN to better control the power of the aftermath. Although in the end, the result was not what Rayleigh taught. But, it is closely related to Rayleigh. It can be said that Rayleigh has made an indelible contribution to LUN's improvement in strength. My strength should be stronger now. 400 million bounty. No. Now my strength has surpassed 500 million bounty, which should be an absolute fact. If I meet a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries in the Grand Line, I can give it a try. LUN's eyes flashed with brilliance, and a fighting spirit rose. His strength has become stronger, so he can't wait to find some opponents to experiment with. This time, the whole body, the surface has become more terrifying. Even the aftermath has been controlled and the strength of the 3-color domineering aura has doubled. It's time to go back. LUN looked at the corpses of many kings on the coast with a smile. One day. Yes. In just one day, he has successfully mastered the method of compressing the aftermath, and he is completely proficient in controlling it. The trip to the Sabayati archipelago has yielded a lot of rewards, far beyond LUN's own expectations. Looking at the corpses of many sea kings on the ground, LUN sighed, you have also witnessed the growth of my strength. If you are allowed to stay here, I am afraid that you will be swallowed by your own kind in the end. In that case, then it is better to let you stay on the coast forever. After saying that, LUN raised the samurai sword in his hand. The armed color was diffused, and a layer of dark red armor was revealed, which was particularly hard. A knife slid down. Swish! A brilliant and sharp slash, from the left side of the coast, all the way across to the right side, attacking the many sea king corpses remaining on the coast. Boom! The entire coast was directly split open by a huge gap. Boom! The ground, in trembling slightly. Carrying. The waves not far away began to roll, and waves rushed up to the sky and spread to the edge of the coast. This time, LUN did not deliberately control the waves. Therefore, you can see a horrifying scene. If there are others, I am afraid that they will be shocked by this scene. I saw the coast, the bodies of many sea kings. They were directly pierced by LUN's slash. At the same time, the aftermath of the terrifying shock wave swept through the bodies of these sea kings, completely covering them. In an instant, puff! It turned into a blood mist all over the sky. Even the bones were not left. Only bloodstains were left, scattered on the soft soil of the coast. In the air, the pungent smell of blood spread far away. As the sea breeze blew, it gradually disappeared without a trace. Splash! The sea water washed the coast, bringing all the bloodstains to the sea and slowly diluting them. Now, it's clean a lot. LUN left. He didn't stay here for too long. This trip to the Sabayati archipelago has also achieved most of the purpose. First of all, we got the traces of Buggy and the Straw Hat Pirates. And, we accidentally got Rodney's treasure map, and had a goal of finding a treasure sword. Finally, even the aftermath has been successfully compressed. For LUN at present, what he lacks is a good blade. At least, even if it is not the supreme sword, it must be at the level of a sword. At worst, there are good swords to choose from. But what LUN is holding in his hand at this moment is just an ordinary samurai sword. Stay for another day, and then get ready to set off. LUN made up his mind. The purpose of this trip to the Sabayati archipelago has been achieved. Staying here for too long is just a waste of time. It is better to go and find the treasure left by this pirate named Rodney. Maybe he will find it. You can also get some rare and precious swords. Return from the coast to Siaki Blackmail Bar. On the way, it only took less than 20 minutes. Very smooth, unobstructed. As soon as I stepped into Siaki Blackmail Bar, a lively and noisy sound came towards me, lingering in my ears. Bursts of mellow and rich wine aroma came to my face, filling and blending into the air of the entire bar. I'm back. Did you gain anything today? Xiaoqi was at the front desk, looking at Lun and asked curiously. The way Rayleigh came back just now. She did see it. His face was quite melancholy and depressed. It seems that he was hit hard, so. She was very curious about Lun's progress. It's already succeeded. Lun smiled and looked at Xiaoqi and told him truthfully. Things still have to take time, Xiaoqi's smile was a little stiff, her eyes widened, staring at 1-3 Lun, you, what did you say just now? Did I hear it right? Successful what? Meaning? In short, I can now control this aftermath. Speaking of which, I have to thank Rayleigh. If it weren't for Rayleigh, I wouldn't be able to control this power so smoothly. Lun said with a smile. Rayleigh's help to him was indeed great. If it weren't for Rayleigh, there would be no golden card falling, and there would be no 20 attribute points obtained from the golden card for him to control. These 20 attribute points. It is crucial for Lun to control the vibration fluctuations. Without these attribute points, Lun would never be able to master this power so quickly. So, Rayleigh is really crucial here. But as soon as Lun's words fell, Xiaoqi stood at the front desk with a confused look on her face, and the cigarette in her right hand fell to the ground. She looked at Lun in front of her with horror. Only, 1 day. Complete control. What a joke. Her head can't bear it anymore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 113 Fraud under the banner of red hair. Silence. Xiaoqi stared blankly at Lun in front of her, and the words Lun just said were still lingering in her ears, lingering in her mind and unable to dissipate. 1 day. What a concept. Obviously, yesterday, the other party was still struggling with the inability to control this aftermath. But today, only 1 day has passed. The other party said. It has successfully controlled even monsters, but there are no monsters to this extent. But it only took 1 day. Obviously before, I had only a partial understanding of this power. And now, suddenly told her that it has succeeded. How can Xiaoqi accept this? Her mind is still blank. You are not kidding. Xiaoqi's eyes are round, looking at Lun. Of course, there is no need to joke. Lun smiled and spoke slowly. But you. Xiaoqi opened her mouth, but couldn't say it. French language. She wanted to say it. But it didn't happen so fast. How could it succeed in just 1 day? She had already made preparations for Lun to stay in the Sabayati archipelago for a month. But she still couldn't expect that after just 1 day, everything she had thought of would be disrupted. This is too incredible. Where is Rayleigh? Lun turned and asked directly. As soon as the words fell, Rayleigh walked in from the gate. After seeing Lun, his face became particularly strange. Little guy, why did you end early today? There is no need to continue practicing. Lun smiled and answered. It's not a good behavior to give up halfway. Or do you think that if you continue like this, it will be meaningless for you to control this power? Rayleigh walked to the front desk. No, it's just a success, so there is no need to continue practicing. Continue to refine. Lun shook his head. After saying that, I only felt that the atmosphere in the air became more and more weird. The originally noisy and lively bar became exceptionally quiet. In an instant, Rayleigh turned his head quickly and stared at Lun blankly. "You, what did you just say?" "I have already controlled this power," Lun said. "This?" Rayleigh opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. What's going on? He remembered that it was only half an hour after leaving the coast. Remember half an hour ago? The other party was still at a loss. Suddenly, he got it. But the speed of this enlightenment was too fast. "Are you sure?" Rayleigh looked at Lun, his throat dry. Could it be fake? Lun glanced at Rayleigh with a strange expression. "You, come with me. Let me see how you control the power." So, under Rayleigh's urging, Lun and Rayleigh went out. About 10 minutes passed. The two came back. But their expressions were different. Lun was still the same as before. But Rayleigh's eyes were already blank, and he looked a little dull. His expression was as if he saw something unbelievable happening in front of him. That kind of doubtful attitude towards life was fully manifested. "Rayleigh, you..." Xiaoqi glanced at Rayleigh, then looked at Lun again. No need to doubt it. What Lun said was indeed true. Otherwise, Rayleigh would not have leaked revealing such a fluctuation in expression. But, this is really amazing. Until now, Xiaoqi couldn't imagine that Lun solved this huge problem in just one day and completely controlled the aftermath. No. Not only control, but compress the aftermath. Recalling the horror of that aftermath, Xiaoqi couldn't help but shudder. If this aftermath is compressed, it would bring such terrible lethality that is simply unimaginable. Because this aftermath is unstoppable. The slash can be blocked. But the aftermath of the slash is absolutely impossible to block, so it is covered by this aftermath, penetrating the internal organs and every cell of the body. "Hey!" Xiaoqi held a cigarette in his right hand and slammed heavily. She blew out a puff of white smoke. Her mood was shaken. She was as silent as Rayleigh. "Little guy, do you have a goal next?" Rayleigh took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked Lun. Obviously. He didn't think Lun would stay in the Sabayati archipelago for too long. "Prepare to rush to the kingdom of Alabasta to find the treasure left by a pirate named Rodney. It is rumored that the treasure contains many swords he collected in the past." Lun told the truth. "Indeed." Rayleigh nodded. "You are indeed lacking a good blade now. I have heard a little about the pirate Rodney. In the past, he was considered to be a relatively good pirate in this sea area. He is famous. It was well known in the sea that he loved to collect precious swords. If you can find his treasure, it won't be difficult to get a good blade. What Lun lacks now is not strength. It's a handy weapon. This is what Lun lacks most at the moment." After a pause, Rayleigh continued, "Originally, I was going to let you go to another place and find someone to forge a good weapon. But since you have this goal, I don't have to make any suggestions to you. But if you can't find Rodney's treasure, you can return to the Sabayati archipelago. I will take you to find an old friend and ask him to help you forge a good knife. I think he will definitely be willing to help you." A great swordsman with terrifying talent and potential forged a precious sword. Just then, aside, Xiaoqi interrupted, "By the way, Lun, there is something I think I have to tell you." "What?" Lun looked a little puzzled. "Recently, a piece of news came out in the Sabayati archipelago. According to rumors, there is a group of pirates who claim that they belong to the New World Red Hair Pirates. Under the banner of Red Hair, this group of pirates has now begun to recruit pirates in the Sabayati archipelago and is preparing to rush to the New World. Now, the entire group is estimated to have a size of nearly 1,000 people. Since you are a crew member of the Red Hair Pirates, I think you might be interested in this kind of thing," Xiaoqi said to Lun. After listening to Xiaoqi's words, LUEN 730 looked a little strange. I didn't expect that I could encounter such a weird event. Could there really be pirates who believe what they said? LUN asked back. This is obviously a scam. As soon as he heard it, LUN didn't need to think, he could judge it. Could it be that there are really pirates who are stupid enough to believe these people's lies? There are always some pirates who are stupider. Xiaoqi shook her head. From the fact that this group has grown to a scale of thousands of people, it can be seen that there are not a few stupid pirates. Otherwise, it is impossible. Let this pirate group grew to a scale of thousands of people. This shows the number of stupid pirates is not small, but quite large. Under the banner of the Four Emperors, swindling, this kind of pirate group, this is the first time I have seen. But, I have to admit that they really aroused my interest. Why not go and see what kind of people they are? Lun smiled. Sister Xiaoqi, do you know where they are staying now? In the central square of the number 21 area of the Sabayati archipelago. If nothing unexpected happens, they should still be recruiting crew members and expanding on a large scale. I have to admit that most pirates have taken the bait. The Four Emperors name head, it looks like it is very useful. It's only been less than half a day, and so many crew members have been recruited. If it continues to develop in this way, I'm afraid that the Navy will soon be alerted to send personnel to clean up here. Chapter 114. A monster with terrifying strength intervened in the chessboard. Under the banner of the Four Emperors, they recruit pirates here. The Navy certainly doesn't want to see this happen. Don't say it's fake. Even if it's real, the Navy will definitely attack quickly. What a joke that the Four Emperors are recruiting crew members in the Grand Line. They can't control the New World, but the Grand Line is the sea area under the jurisdiction of their navy. How can they let the Four Emperors go to war? This is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. In that case, then I'll go and see which group of people they are. Lun's mouth curled up slightly. He was very curious. Who are these people? Could it be that they don't know, impersonating the Four Emperors will lead to a miserable end? The Four Emperors' reputation is still very useful. Xiaoqi joked. Indeed. If it weren't for the Four Emperors' banner, how could they have recruited so many crew members and so many young people in such a short time? It's just the red hair's reputation. Although, it's just a fake. But the effect is quite significant. It's useful, but the price is death. Lun's eyes flickered. As a member of the Red Hair Pirates, he naturally couldn't sit idly by when faced with such a thing. Besides, Lun also wanted to try it. After the aftermath was compressed, when it was really put into use, the effect was what will happen. Thinking of this, Lun's eyes were filled with a strong fighting flame. And his fighting spirit was burning. It's not bad to use them to test the progress standard during this period. They are in the central square of Area 21. With this idea in mind, Lun said goodbye to Rayleigh and Xiaoqi, holding a samurai sword, and left the bar door very simply and straightforwardly. Watching Lun leave, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi looked at each other, shook their heads and laughed. Rayleigh said, "This time, someone is going to be unlucky. If this little guy goes out, I think no one in the Sabayati archipelago should be able to stop him. His strength is estimated to be no less than the pirates with 500 million berries, level." Xiaoqi said in amazement. The growth rate is really amazing. At first, when I saw him, he was still a pirate with 300 million berries. But now, his strength has skyrocketed to the level of 500 million berries. The speed of this strength increase is simply incredible. It's not just the Sabayati archipelago. Rayleigh suddenly laughed, looking outside the door of the bar. I think, even if we look at the entire Grand Line, there are only a handful of people who can fight this little guy. The first half of the Grand Line. Let alone the pirates with strength close to the 500 million berries level. Even the pirates with a bounty of 300 million, are very rare. As you can imagine, Lun's strength, looking at the Grand Line, can almost be ranked at the top of many pirates. If he doesn't meet the Admiral of the Navy, or those old guys from the old times, Lun can almost walk sideways. Rayleigh has no doubt about this. These guys, are they looking for death for no reason? I just saw that the little guy's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Presumably, he has just controlled the compression of the aftermath. He can't wait to use it in real combat. This is also considered. When you want to take a nap, someone will bring the pillow up. There are always some people who will suffer. Xiaoqi said with a smile. Speaking of which, I still can't imagine it. How did this guy control this aftermath? And the time he spent controlling this aftermath was too short. Rayleigh said with emotion. Sure enough. The new era still depends on these years. But on second thought, Rayleigh's expression became a little strange. No. The new era. It's not about these young people. It's like, even if it's a new era now, there is no other young man as terrible as Lun, there is only Lun. This little guy is at the forefront of the new era. This makes the young people who come later, but how can we catch up? Rayleigh didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to feel pity for those who came later. It's too difficult. Being far ahead of the times by this monster. Who can catch up with the monster's growth rate? Who can catch up with it? I understand the red-haired man's feelings. What is it like to have such a monster crew member on the ship? Rayleigh couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aside. Xiaoqi then added, remember, it's not a formal crew member, just an intern. I almost forgot, it's just a little intern. Rayleigh's eyes were blank for a while. A little intern, have you ever seen a strength of nearly 500 million? Interns of the berry class. Have you ever seen an intern with a bounty of 300 million berries? Anyway. Rayleigh said that he had never seen these. No. To be exact. Now, he has seen them. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 21. Central Square. Thousands of pirates gathered. The scene was very noisy and lively. The breeze was blowing. A high-hanging flag danced in the air. On the flag was a skull with several red scars on the left corner of the eye. This is the flag of the Red Hair Pirates. Who would have thought? It actually appeared in the Sabayati Archipelago. This is something that many people have never imagined. So, a group of pirates, watching the heat. There were many disturbances, and many people wanted to join. The opportunity cannot be missed. I tell you, if it weren't for our captain, Red Hair, we would have suffered heavy losses in the collision with the Beast's pirates in the New World. You are absolutely not qualified to join our Red Hair Pirates. You will never meet such an opportunity in your life. If it weren't for such an opportunity in front of you, do you think you would have the opportunity to join the 4 Emperors Pirates in your life? These are the 4 Emperors. In the New World, the 4 Emperors who rule a sea area. A pirate stood high above the raised stone, waving his hands, and his piercing and loud voice spread in all directions, causing many eyes to be fixed on him. If you really join the 4 Emperors Pirates, there is no doubt that you will be able to dominate the New World one side. This is an opportunity. This kind of opportunity is rare. If you want to join the 4 Emperors Pirate group. In the past, if you don't have enough strength, it's pure delusion. However, now, the opportunity is in front of you. The Red Hair Pirate group is not, anyone can join. A group of pirates are excited. The harsh conversation resounded through the sky. This area is almost completely surrounded by this group of pirates. There are more and more pirates who want to squeeze in. The atmosphere is hot. In a blink of an eye. This news spread quickly and swept across the entire Sabayati archipelago. At this moment, in the middle of the crowd, The three pirates saw the hot atmosphere on the scene, looked at each other, and showed a meaningful sneer, and their expressions became, excited bow. These guys. They are really stupid. The three people are called Magician Kachi, Lie Expert Pabu, Thief Agoros. Yes. This grand event was initiated by the three of them, as the root cause of the current great unrest in the Sabayati archipelago. The bounties of the three of them are all as high as 150 million one berries. The highest bounty is for the Lie Expert Pabu. His bounty is as high as 190 million berries. As for why they spread such lies, the purpose is very simple and very pure. It's just they want to start an interesting game with the Navy here in the Sabayati archipelago before setting sail for the New World. That's all. For this, they didn't hesitate to borrow the name of the four emperors. No, after repeated thinking. Kaido, Whitebeard, Charlotte. They think that they are not easy to provoke. So they can rule out the possibility of borrowing the names of these three. But Red Hair is different. The information shown in their investigation clearly describes. In the New World, the people of the Red Hair Pirates are more casual. In short, they rarely take the initiative to deal with some small things. Therefore, in their opinion, borrowing the name of the Red Hair Pirates is the safest move. But the three of them don't know. In the chessboard they are about to prepare to play with the Navy. Because of their so-called safest move, they intervened in a monster full of unknown factors and extremely terrifying strength. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 115 The Monster with Terrifying Strength, He is Here. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 21, Central Square. The number of pirates gathering is increasing indistinctly. It is possible to capture a lot of pirates with bounties as high as 8 or 9,000 from these pirates. Pirates of Wan Bailey are attracted by what happened here, and they gather together and show excitement. The reputation of the 4 emperors is still very loud. In less than half a day, the entire pirate group has gathered nearly 2,000 pirates. The movement here, as expected, it has attracted the attention of the Navy. And this is what the 3 pirates who planned the source of this chaos want to see. Picture. What they want is the attention and importance of the Navy. Otherwise, how to start the game? Keiki, how many pirates do you think we can finally contain? The thief Agoros, whose bounty is as high as 150 million one berry, showed an expression of expectation and curiosity, and looked ahead quietly. Looking at the endless stream of pirates who wanted to squeeze into their pirate group at the cost of their lives, the smiles on their faces became particularly sarcastic. By estimation, the number of pirates should be able to expand to 5,000 in a day. Magician Keiki pondered for a moment and said bluntly, 5,000 pirates. This made Agoros reveal with a look of longing, you say, if our pirate group can really recruit so many people and rush to the New World, it may not be impossible to shake the status of the 4 emperors. Shake the status of the 4 emperors. These words made the eyes of the other 2 people sparkle. Something called ambition took root in their hearts and began to grow rapidly. Among the 3 people, Pabu, the expert in lies, was vaguely the leader, and his strength was also the strongest, with a bounty of 190 million berries. Next, it was the turn of the magician Kachi, with a bounty of 160 million one berries. Finally, it was the thief Agoros, with a bounty of 150 million one berry. The reason why the bounty for the 3 of them is so high is not purely due to their strength. It's just that they have left too many bad reputations in this sea area. It's really notorious. That's why the Navy has set a high bounty of 3 for the 3 of them. It can be seen that the Navy hates them more than ordinary pirates. Speaking of which, these guys are really stupid. Agro looked at the excited expressions of the many pirates in front of him and couldn't help but sneered, his expression full of disdain and contempt. These guys also want to joining the Four Emperors pirate group is simply a daydream. They just use some tricks to manipulate these pirates, and they don't even have the ability to judge the truth. In their eyes, such pirates are just a bunch of idiots. Even if these idiots don't become our pawns, let them rush to the New World. With their IQ, I think they are lucky to survive for 3 days. That's not what I mean, it's a pity that anyone believes the news we spread. I have to admit that Brother Pabu's method is really great. If I hadn't known the tricks in advance, I'm afraid I might have half believed it. The three of them were talking to each other. Naturally, there would be someone in their command responsible for recruiting pirates, so they didn't have to go out in person. They just needed to wait quietly for the final result. In their opinion, this plan had already been successful. After this day, it might not be impossible for them to completely expand their scale to 5,000 people. And by then, even if the Navy came to sweep, they would not feel the slightest panic. On the contrary, what they were expecting was the Navy's sweep, so that the pirates under their command would flock to kill all these damn Navy. This was their goal. They would not show up, but would just be behind the scenes to deal with this. These pirates are commanded. And they are engaged in a fierce game with the Navy. They dare not show their heads. The reason is very simple. Once they show their heads, their identities will be revealed, and they may also suffer greater anger from the Navy, thus restricting their time to rush to the New World. So, this time, what they plan to do is to control these pirates behind the scenes and start a battle with the Navy. In the name of. This is the most basic threshold condition for joining the Red Hair Pirates. If you can't do it, then quit. In this way, this group of pirates who seem to be injected with chicken blood will definitely fall into the trap. With the experience of the three of them in laying out for so many years, they can naturally make an absolutely certain judgment on this point. Brother Pabu, people more and more. Even inside, I saw a lot of pirates with bounties close to 100 million berries. I didn't expect that even they were played around by us, in the palm of our hands. This feeling is so comfortable. Agoros said excitedly, his face flushed. It's just a small scene. When we go to the New World, we will definitely be able to make a bigger scene with our means. However, our enemy at that time will not be the Navy, but the Four Emperors. As the eldest brother of the three, Pabu showed a pair of wild eyes. The Four Emperors. The other two's eyes flashed, with a look of yearning and expectation. In the New World, there is no such thing as the Navy. Just even if there are some, they dare not be too ostentatious. Among them, the Four Emperors rule the entire New World. If they can become the Four Emperors, it means that they can dominate a sea area. Isn't this exactly the purpose of their becoming pirates? But brother, if we can select some elites from here, we can take them to the New World. There is no need to let them all die here. Keiki's eyes flashed and suggested. They need some capable assistants to go to the New World. It is a good idea to select assistants from here. That's right, but, idiot, there is no need. What we need is elites, elites who can stand on their own. Let's do this, anyone with a bounty of more than 80 million berries can, we should pay attention to it. Those with less than 80 million berries will become the nutrients for our game with the Navy this time. This can be regarded as a small education for them. As a pirate, he actually believes in what others say so firmly. In this sea, if these people don't die, who will die? Pabu showed a meaningful smile. The weak can live in this sea. The strong will never die. But some people must die. That is, idiots. In their eyes, 80% of the pirates in front of them are idiots. The trap they set up is so hard that a lot of people are trying to squeeze in. These people are idiots. Even if there are many vicious pirates, but they are still deceived. No matter how vicious the pirates are, they are just meaningless trash in their eyes. Brother, I have counted them. There are 10 pirates with bounties close to 100 million berries. Agoros quickly walked to Pabu's side. Very good, keep counting, I think their number will increase. Seeing the current situation, Pabu has the confidence to recruit more pirates. At the same time, while the three of them were talking to each other and planning how to deal with the navy and break into the new world with great interest. Not far away, a young figure holding a samurai sword was approaching step by step. Arrived at the scene. Looking into the distance, Lun saw it. A group of pirates gathered together, almost completely covering this area. There are so many people. Lun couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Looking at this posture, there are more than 1,000 people. 2,000 can't stop. The momentum is heading for 3,000 people. The title of the Four Emperors is really useful. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes turned in the crowd. Step by step, he began to walk into the crowd, and immediately found the pirate who was shouting and waving the crowd's morale, and stared at him. The observation color spreads. You can know. This is a very weak rookie. Although he is unlikely to be responsible, but as long as we catch him and ask him, we will know who is the mastermind behind the scenes. Lun smiled. Not far away, the three masterminds who were talking excitedly. They don't know it yet. The monster with terrifying strength who intervened in this chess game has come. And he is at the scene. Chapter 116. Coincidentally, I am also from the Red Hair Pirates. The opportunity to join the Four Emperors' Red Hair Pirates. Everyone, this opportunity is rare. You can only encounter it once in your life. If it weren't for Kaido, our boss Red Hair would never lower the threshold for recruiting crew members. If you miss this time, wait until our Red Hair Pirates recover. You want to join the Four Emperors' Pirates, but you don't even consider your own abilities. On the raised boulder, the middle-aged man shouted excitedly, his face flushed, as his voice spread in all directions. At the scene, the morale of the pirates became higher and higher. At this moment, Lun walked to his in front of him. He asked with interest, I really want to ask, how can I join the Red Hair Pirates? It's very simple, as long as you fill in your name first. The most important thing is that you have to have a certain bounty. If the bounty is less than 10 million berries, then come. The middle-aged man looked very proud, looking down at Lun. Why don't you come down and explain it to me? Lun smiled. What a trouble. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, walked down from the boulder with an impatient look, and walked to Lun's side. Just then, he could feel Lun's eyes changed. Sharp. Full of murderous intent. The terrifying sense of oppression swept through every cell in the body. Instant. He couldn't move, his whole body became stiff. You. The middle-aged man's lips trembled, staring at Lun, his eyes full of fear. He is definitely not an ordinary pirate. He can be absolutely sure of this. The Lun in front of him is definitely not an ordinary pirate. Ordinary pirates can't release such a terrible breath of pressure. Tell me, who is it that makes you publicize here? I also want to know them. Maybe, I have a common language with them. But I don't have a common language with you. Lun patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and said earnestly. You, who are you? The middle-aged man's eyes contained deep fear. Fear. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. If you don't tell me, you'll die. Lun looked calm. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to count. 3. No, I'll tell you. The middle-aged man looked terrified and looked in a direction not far away. Look, see, it's them, the 3 of them, they are the crew members of the Red Hair Pirates. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man seemed to have more confidence, and I will become a crew member of the Red Hair Pirates sooner or later. Boy, if you know what's good for you, apologize to me now, it's not too late. Otherwise. Lun was interested. Otherwise, I'll let you go. The middle-aged man didn't dare to Lun looked at each other and lowered his head in fear. Hearing this, Lun ignored the other party. Just a weak rookie. Turning around. Buzz. Lun exuded a terrifying sense of oppression, and was directly controlled, only targeting the middle-aged man behind him. Just a moment. The middle-aged man could feel that his body was completely enveloped by an extremely majestic aura, as if even the air was squeezing his body, and his body was extremely heavy. The overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped his body. This is the domineering aura of the king. You. The middle-aged man's eyes were horrified. In a blink of an eye, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, and he directly paralyzed on the ground. Move. Tap, tap, tap. Ignoring the middle-aged man who fainted from the direct impact of the overlord color behind him, Lun walked forward step by step. There, 3 men were standing, talking to each other excitedly. They obviously didn't realize Lun's arrival. Until a group of people in the crowd saw the middle-aged man suddenly fall to the ground, and there was a commotion. At this time, the 3 of them pulled themselves away from the heated discussion, stared at the direction of the crowd with sharp eyes, and saw the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Their faces became solemn and ugly. Who is it? Pabu raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Under the gazes of the 3 people. Only see. Lun walked towards their location step by step. Well, something is not right. Pabu's pupil shrank, and his face changed slightly. The atmosphere was not right. He always felt that there was an ominous premonition. Brother, what happened? Keiki and Agro looked puzzled. Find someone to ask. Pabu stared at Lun who was walking towards him, his face became indifferent, and the powerful aura on his body oppressed Lun, and he asked directly, Boy, let me ask you, what happened over there just now? Why did he fall down? 3 pairs of eyes stared at Lun. 3 pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions came from their bodies. The pressure of the aura swept over Lun. If it were the other pirates, their legs would have gone limp. But Lun was completely indifferent, and even smiled. Are you talking about the rookie who just fell down? Rookie? The 3 looked at Lun suspiciously. They saw it. Yes. Lun's performance and demeanor were completely different from the pirates they usually saw. He was oppressed by the aura of the 3 of them. But he was still so calm. This person was extraordinary. He is not friendly. Pabu's face became solemn. The other 2 nodded, and of course they felt it. Are you here to cause trouble? Keiki's eyes condensed, staring at Lun, with murderous intent. 0 I just want to come to you and ask you some questions. 3 of you, don't be too nervous now. After I find out the truth, it won't be too late to show such an expression. Lun looked at the 3 people who wanted to swallow him up, and spoke with interest. Ask me some questions. Agro eyes were cold. Boy, we are not obliged to answer your questions. If you don't want to die and don't want to be enemies with the 3 of us, then get out of the way and don't interfere with our plan. Otherwise, your end will be miserable. Wait a minute. Pabu spoke. Agro, Ross and Keiki looked puzzled. Pabu looked at Lun and said calmly, I really want to hear what questions you want to ask us. Brother. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? The 2 were puzzled. It doesn't matter. We can afford to waste a little time. Even if the Navy really comes, with our ability, the Navy here can't do anything to us. So, it's no big deal to waste a little time. Besides, I really want to know what he wants to ask. Pabu said with a smile and a confident look. I heard. Lun looked at the 3 people and asked with a smile, You are from the New World, and you are from the New World. I don't know if you can help me understand the crew of the Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors of the world. So what if it is, so what if it is not? Pabu asked back. Nothing, I just want to know. Lun shook his head and laughed. The 3 of us are from the Red Hair Pirates. Boy, are you satisfied now? If you provoke us, you will have no place in the new world. Pabu sneered. That's really a coincidence. Is it a coincidence? Lun laughed. Boy, you. Pabu frowned and looked unfriendly. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing when returning to the Grand Line from the New World. Moreover, I also encountered now, I want to tell you a big secret. In fact, I won't hide it from you. I am also from the Red Hair Pirates. Lun smiled at the 3 people in front of him. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere became extremely quiet. There was no sound. In just a moment, Pabu, Kachi, and Agoros all widened their eyes and stared at Lun in front of them. Their expressions were very dull, and their bodies were stiff in place, like a statue. A piercing coldness rose from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It made their scalps numb and their bodies shivered. Chapter 117 Misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. Silence. The atmosphere on the scene became extremely weird. Pabu, Kachi, and Agoros looked at Lun, their expressions became horrified and horrified, their lips trembled slightly, and their hearts were filled with deep shock. What did they just hear? Gurgle. Kachi couldn't help swallowing his saliva, looking at Lun in a trance. The 3 of them were stunned on the spot. Is it very unexpected? Lun's mouth curled up slightly, looking at the 3 people in front of him. You. Agoros' pupils shrank, and he took a half step back involuntarily, with a bit of anger in his eyes. What a joke, the Red Hair Pirates, can a kid like you who is still wet behind the ears join? Big brother, he must be lying. After saying that, Pabu and Keiki were stunned for a moment. Then, their eyes looking at Lun became very unfriendly, cold and fierce, and murderous intent filled the depths of their eyes. Almost. They could not imagine. Just almost, they were deceived by the other party. Who are they? They are the pirates of this sea, with a bounty of 150 million one berry. They were actually deceived by a young boy 730. You know. Looking at the sea, only they deceive others and play with others in the palm of their hands, and there is no such thing as others playing tricks on them. But today, they were played tricks by others. How could they not be angry? Boy, I almost got fooled by you. Pabu he looked at Lun coldly with a low voice. It seems that you obviously don't believe that I am a member of the Red Hair Pirates. However, by chance, I have never seen you on the Red Hair Pirates. Then the question is, who are you? Since you claim to be a member of the Red Hair Pirates, then why have I never seen you before? Now, can you answer? Lun's smile did not diminish. He was calm from beginning to end, without any panic. Boy, you haven't seen us because you are a fake. Agros clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Fake, you are right. Lun suddenly he laughed, his eyes fixed on the 3 people in front of him. I think you are indeed fakes. Have you ever known that impersonating the name of another pirate group and flying the flag of another pirate group? Such behavior will put you in a desperate situation. Especially, the flag you are flying is from the 4 Emperors' Red Hair Pirates in the New World. So, I am more curious now, if the news gets out, can you survive? Dare to impersonate the 4 Emperors' Pirates, this is the first time I have seen such behavior. But it's a pity. The price of impersonating the Red Hair Pirates is death. After speaking, Pabu, Kachi, and Agoros can all feel that the terrifying sense of oppression that permeated from Lun swept through every cell in the body. At this moment, the 3 of them could draw a very clear conclusion. The Lun in front of them was very powerful. He was definitely not like the pirates they had encountered during this period. A pirate with terrifying strength. So, his words may not be false. Pab came to a conclusion that frightened him. If it is not false, it means the other party may really be from the Red Hair Pirates. Thinking of this, Pab's eyes widened and he stared at Lun with horror. Could it be? Really, they met the real boss? They used the name of the Red Hair Pirates to swindle here, but they never imagined. Here, they actually encountered a ship from the Red Hair Pirates. This was beyond their expectations. Big brother. Agoros looked at Pabu nervously. He was also doubting this. If the other party was real, then they were facing crew members from the 4 Emperors' ships. Real crew members. Not comparable to these fakes. Whether it is true or not, before I get solid evidence, I also believe that he is fake. Besides, even if he is real, so what? Even if we pretended to be crew members of the Red Hair Pirates and swindled under the Red Hair Pirates flag. So what? He is just a mere person. If the Red Hair Pirates hadn't come in person, why would the 3 of us be afraid of a mere young boy like him? Pabu's eyes flashed with cold light, and his expression became very fierce. Brother, don't be nervous. Kill him and we can still complete the plan. Keiki suggested. That's right, I was thinking the same thing. Pabu grinned and looked at Lun coldly. Suddenly, the 3 people's eyes on Lun became increasingly cold, without a trace of emotion. In their opinion, even if Lun came from the Red Hair Pirates, so what? Could it be that a mere one person on the other side could really beat the 3 of them together? They themselves were all big guys with bounties of more than 150 million. Pirates. They are confident. Even if they encounter the crew of the 4 Emperors, they will not lose. With their means, they are confident that even if they cannot kill the other party, they can easily escape. Boy, even if you are really from the Red Hair Pirates, so what? Do you have accomplices? I see that you are alone and don't look like you have companions. Could it be? Do you think you can really deal with us by yourself? This is a joke. Pabu sneered. Can you try it? You will know. Lun smiled. He raised the samurai sword in his hand and pointed it at the 3 Pabu in front. A layer of dark red armor gradually spread over the blade, emitting a sharp breath. Creepy, full of oppression. This oppressive feeling swept over Pabu and the other 2. It made their faces look even uglier. Brother, something is wrong. Agoro's lips trembled, and he said with some fear in his heart, I always feel that this guy is not as easy to deal with as we imagined. He is completely different from the pirates we have encountered before. Hearing this, Pabu's expression was heavy. How could he not feel the terrifying oppressive feeling sweeping over Lun, which almost disrupted his breathing rhythm? What Agoros could feel, he certainly felt too. No. Compared to what Agoros felt, Pabu could feel more deeply that the pirate in front of him Lun is very strong, perhaps stronger than anyone present. Bounty. A pirate worth more than 200 million. Pabu looked horrified and couldn't help but tremble all over. Brother, don't be so panic, if we join forces, we may not be powerless. Keiki said in a deep voice. Just then. Not far away. Some pirates cast their eyes over here. Accompanied by many slightly frightened voices, drifting among the crowd. Yes, it's him. There's no mistake, I saw it with my own eyes yesterday, it was definitely him. Someone asked in confusion, who are you talking about? Yesterday, the young swordsman who killed greedy wolf Sarko in one blow. Unexpected. Even this kind of the big pirates of this level have all come here. Does this mean that the Red Hair Pirates are really recruiting crew members? What? Even this big pirate has come. There were many opinions, and the atmosphere became more chaotic and noisy. At this time, Agoros's expression was stiff, and his lips trembled slightly. "Brother, I don't know why, I always feel that the one these pirates are talking about, is the young swordsman who killed Tan Lang in one blow. He is the one in front of us. I saw it." Pabu's throat was dry and his voice trembled. On the side, even Kachi showed a dull and frightened expression. They noticed it. The eyes from all directions. It is not certain it is fixed on them. It is fixed on the young man in front of them who claims to be from the Red Hair Pirates. This means the one who killed Tan in one blow is you. Pabu was shocked, and fear enveloped his heart. "Are you ready to bear the price of impersonating the Red Hair Pirates?" Lun's samurai sword, which was already covered with armed colors, gradually began to aim at Pabu and the other two. "No. Wait a minute," Pabu said hurriedly and panicked. "Misunderstanding, this is really a misunderstanding. Please listen to our explanation, please give us a chance to explain. This is just our momentary negligence. We really didn't mean to offend the Red Hair Pirates. We are willing to compensate. We can pay as much compensation as you want. We can compensate you. The reason why we chose to pretend to be the Red Hair Pirates is simply because we admire the Red Hair Pirates too much. That's why we resorted to this desperate measure. Please don't bother with us. We can make huge compensation to you and even to the Red Hair Pirates for all the actions today. As long as you ask, we will never say no." When they learned that Lun in front of them was the fierce man who killed Greedy Wolf Sarko with one sword, instantly, the bounty of these three is as high as 150 million one berry, the so-called great pirates who are famous in the Grand Line. They admitted their defeat on the spot. Chapter 118 Instant Kill reappears. One person easily wiped out the whole group. Don't admit defeat. What a joke. The bounty is as high as 120 million berry, the captain of the Greedy Wolf Pirates, Greedy Sack, were all killed in 1 second by the opponent. You can imagine. The opponent's strength is so terrifying. They won't admit defeat unless they want to be wiped out by the opponent now. Although their bounty is close to 200 million. But the three of them know clearly in their hearts that their high bounty does not mean that their strength is strong, it is purely because they are more harmful to the Navy. That's all. Why is it more harmful to the Navy? This involves many of them. When they are fighting, they will deliberately play games with the Navy, causing the death of many Navy soldiers, and thus the bounty will rise steadily. But if we really talk about strength, none of the three of them can really kill Greedy Wolf Sarko alone. However, even such a powerful Greedy Wolf Sarko was killed in one blow by the young swordsman in front of him. It goes without saying how terrifying the strength gap is. They don't think that they can stop Lun. No. They don't even have the confidence to stop Lun's sword. Undoubtedly an offense, really undoubtedly an offense. Pabu looked at Lun with a panicked expression. This time, he was really scared. He never thought. He really provoked a monster. A monster from the Red Hair Pirates. This was really beyond their expectations. They thought that they would not encounter the crews of the four emperors in the Sabayati archipelago, the first half of the Grand Line, rather than in the New World. But in the end, the development of things still got rid of their original expectations. Now they have a deeper understanding of the power of the four emperors' pirate groups. Any crew member can accomplish the terrifying feat of killing Greedy Wolf in seconds. It is not difficult to infer. The strength of the cadres among the four emperors is very strong. But they didn't know how strong they were. The Lun in front of them was not even a crew member, but just an intern. Didn't I say that before? Lun smiled. What? Agoro's throat was dry and he trembled. The price of pretending to be the Red Hair Pirates is death. Lun showed a deep smile. But in the eyes of Pabu and the other two, it made them even more panic. No. Pabu hurriedly wanted to resolve the crisis. But the next second, He saw. Lun held up a samurai sword, the blade was covered with a layer of armed color, and he chopped it down slowly. He chopped it down with one knife. Without any hesitation instantly. Whoosh! A sharp and terrifying slash, the brilliance almost filled the eyes, completely covered the vision, and it was so dazzling that people could not look directly. The terrifying pressure swept over the whole body. Under this terrifying pressure, Pablo discovered in horror. His body could not move. He could only watch the slash in front of his eyes magnified infinitely. No! A loud shout full of unwillingness. Puff! Blood stained the sky and flew all over the sky. This slash went straight through Pablo's neck. The head rolled several times in the air, forming a line, and fell to the ground and rolled. The atmosphere was silent. Plop! A headless corpse just fell down. Blood gushed out, dyeing the area red and quickly the soil. The pungent smell of blood filled the air and drifted far away. The bounty of 190 million berry pirate expert Pablo. He was killed instantly by Lun. It was still killed instantly. Pablo couldn't block this slash at all. The gap in strength was so huge, and it was completely revealed at this moment. Dead, dead. Agro and Keiki were both dumbfounded and lowered their heads. They looked at the corpse on the ground, their lips trembling, and the biting cold swept through every part of their bodies, giving them goosebumps all over their bodies. Teng, his heart was completely enveloped by fear. Their big brother, this is a big pirate with a bounty of 190 million berries. But, he was still killed instantly. Just one knife. This so-called big pirate was killed instantly without even being able to block a knife. Big brother, was he killed instantly like this? The two remaining people stood there stiffly, trembling all over. This reminded them of the death of greedy wolf Sarko. He was also killed instantly by a knife. However, now, it was their big brother's turn, and he also suffered the same death. When did a big pirate with nearly 200 million berries become so cheap? He couldn't even block a knife. For Joe. The eyes of many pirates were filled with deep shock. Thousands of pirates stared at the current scene blankly, speechless. The noisy atmosphere came to an abrupt end. Everyone fixed their eyes on the young figure holding a samurai sword, unable to move away, and the fear and awe in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Sure enough, it was him. This familiar killing method. Instant kill again. It's still one knife, once killed greedy wolf Sarko in one knife, and now, he has shown the same behavior again. Look carefully, the body on the ground, does this person look like Pablo, the expert in lying? Pablo. Wait, why is he here? Look, in addition to Pablo, there are also magician Kachi and thief Agoros. The three of them actually appeared in the Sabayati archipelago at the same time. And I just discovered it now. Wait, do you feel that this time, the Red Hair Pirates recruited crew members, there is a big mystery in it? In connection with the three of them appearing here, I came to a terrible conclusion. This matter of the four Emperors Red Hair Pirates recruiting crew members is likely to be planned by them. My God, it is not the four Emperors Red Hair Pirates recruiting crew members at all, but purely a plan and conspiracy made by the three of them. In an instant. After the identities of Pablo and the other three were exposed, the thousands of pirates present only woke up at this time. Feelings. All of them were fooled. They were completely played in the palm of their hands. And they only know the final answer now. Damn the three fraud brothers, they actually came to the Sabayati archipelago, and secretly planned this. They are plotting against us. Fortunately, I finally realized it, otherwise, I would have been kept in the dark by them. They are so abominable. Thousands of pirates, their eyes full of anger, stared at the remaining Kachi and Agoros, the murderous intent in their eyes almost drowned them. But at this moment, what scared them the most was not the murderous eyes of the pirates around them. These pirates, to them, were not threatening at all. But standing in front of them, this a young swordsman holding a samurai sword. This is the source of their greatest fear. Don't be impulsive. Agro looked at Lun in fear and was about to speak. The next second, Lun slashed with a knife. There was no extra movement. Swish! A sharp slash cut through the air and was infinitely magnified in Agro eyes. Puff! As always, Agro was killed instantly. His head was chopped off and slid down and rolled on the ground for several rounds before it stopped. Another instant kill. Keiki, who was left alone, was filled with fear in his heart. He stared blankly at the two bodies on the ground, his lips trembling and his body stiff. All around, the angry flames that originally filled the eyes of many pirates gradually disappeared. 7 until Agoros was killed in an instant. They had to turn their attention back to Lun, their eyes full of awe and horror. It was because they knew the identities of the two dead. They were so shocked. Bounty, the great pirate with 190 million berries, the expert in lies, Pabu, was killed in an instant. Bounty, Gundam, the great pirate with 150 million berries, the thief Agro, was also killed in one blow. Their death is exactly the same as that of greedy wolf Sarko. A great pirate with nearly 200 million berries still can't escape the fate of being killed in one blow. Who is this young swordsman? Thousands of pirates stared at Lun's figure in a daze. Under their gaze. Soon, Lun didn't waste too much time and got rid of the remaining magician Keiki. The process of getting rid of Keiki Cheng, still killed with one strike. It was effortless. Lun alone easily wiped out the three opponents, the so-called big pirates with a bounty of nearly 200 million berries. On the ground, 3 corpses, particularly hideous and dazzling, appeared in the depths of the eyes of thousands of pirates from all directions, making their throats dry and their lips tremble. Strong. Really too strong. They can no longer use words to describe the scene they see at this moment. These scenes are all impacting their worldview. Is this still a human being? It's simply a monster. Still killed instantly. Still. Only one strike. Magician Kachi, a pirate with a bounty of 161 million, faced this young swordsman. In the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed instantly. Their eyes were filled with deep fear and awe, and they moved away from the 3 corpses on the ground and looked at the young figure in the middle, holding a samurai sword, his body motionless and stiff in place. The atmosphere here seems particularly weird. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, and recommend. Chapter 119. Everyone in the naval base, I'm here again. Silence. The whole place was completely silent. Thousands of pirates were deceived by the lies of the 3 brothers and gathered in the central square of Area 21. When the lies were exposed, they were angry. But the flames of anger did not burn for more than a few seconds. Then, they saw the 3 pirates who made the navy busy and notorious in this sea area. The bounties were all as high as, more than 150 million. They were killed in seconds. Suddenly, the flames of anger in their hearts were extinguished. They stared blankly at the 3 bodies on the ground, their eyes filled with deep horror, their lips trembling slightly, and they were completely helpless. Unable to control the fear in their hearts. Yes. Killed instantly. 3 brothers, killed instantly by one sword. In the whole process, they could only see 3 slashes. As a result, 3 corpses appeared on the ground. This made them tremble all over and their hair stand on end. It was too powerful. Even though Pabu, the expert in lying, whose bounty was close to 200 million berries, could not withstand a single sword blow from this young swordsman. This scene. Falling into the scene, thousands of pirates had goosebumps all over their bodies, their eyes were full of fear, and they stood there stupidly, unable to move. In the air. As the breeze blew, the pungent smell of blood filled their noses, filling the sense of smell. The three brothers of Lies. A great pirate who is famous in the Grand Line and makes countless navy officers frown and helpless. Today, he was killed instantly in the Sabayati archipelago. I didn't expect that the so-called red hair pirates today was just a scam. But, these three brothers were killed instantly. Who is this, young swordsman? His strength is too outrageous, just like a monster. Thousands of pirates trembled, looking at the figure holding a samurai sword in front of them, feeling uneasy. The atmosphere here seems very strange. They thought it was really the red hair pirates recruiting crew members. But in the end, they knew the truth. This was a scam. A scam set up by three pirates. If not for the fact that all three were killed instantly in the end, they might still be kept in the dark. The three corpses on the ground were particularly hideous and dazzling, appearing in the depths of their eyes, becoming a huge source of fear in their hearts. Even pirates of this level could not escape the fate of being killed instantly. If they were to encounter them, they would definitely die. The scene they saw today. It deeply penetrated into the minds of all the pirates present, and they would never be able to easily erase the scenes they saw in their lifetime. It's too scary. The bounty is as high as 150 million won, three pirates thief. Look at the Grand Line. These three people can stir up bloody storms. But in the Sabayati archipelago, I met an unknown swordsman. He was directly slashed with 3 blows and killed instantly. A pair of eyes fixed on Lun, not blinking, eyes full of awe. The question is, who is this, young swordsman? At such a young age. But he already has the terror of easily destroying the three brothers of Lies. It stands to reason. Such a person should not be unknown in this sea. But they can be sure. Lun's face is very unfamiliar in their eyes. There is no impression at all. The atmosphere is extremely quiet. Slowly put away the samurai sword in his hand. Lun glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground. Body, with a smile on his face. The result of impersonating the red hair pirates is of course death. He had said it before. These 3 heads seem to be worth a lot of money. If we waste them, it would be a waste of resources. It seems that we still have to rush to the naval base stationed in the Sabayati archipelago once. They will never think of it. We meet again so soon. Lun smiled. Turning around. He glanced around. Where his eyes reached. Thousands of pirates did not dare to look at him, and quickly lowered their heads in panic. Walk step by step. Lun casually said to a pirate, take off your coat. This, boss, this is not appropriate. The pirate's eyes widened, and he was trembling with fear. Moreover, he turned his eyes, looked around, and said weakly, boss, in broad daylight. Then what? Lun looked calm and interested. Boss, here. The pirate took off his coat very straightforwardly and handed it to Lun in awe. He took the coat. Lun walked all the way to the corpse and put the head worth hundreds of millions of berries into it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lun did not stay there for too long. He raised the samurai sword in his hand, with the package hanging on the back of the sword, and gradually left the eyes of thousands of pirates. After Lun left, the atmosphere here is still weird. However, compared to before, it was a little relieved. On the ground, 3 headless corpses, still hideous and dazzling. Really dead. The 3 brothers of Lai were killed instantly. From now on, this sea has lost 3 notorious pirates. Just like, greedy wolf Sarko, was killed instantly. This young swordsman, where did he come from? Why has this sea never heard of his name, and his face is so strange? The thousands of pirates who remained looked at the corpses on the ground with emotion, and the awe and fear in their eyes were revealed without any concealment. Rush all the way to Area 66. In the Sabayati archipelago. If you ask, which area is safer? Undoubtedly, it must be Area 6. Area 6. The reason is very simple. Because here, there is a naval base. Even if the entire Sabayati archipelago is in chaos. But, relatively speaking, Area 6 is relatively safe. At least, there is no need to worry about pirates gathering here to cause trouble. Walking on the street, Lunan held a samurai sword in his right hand, with the back of the sword hanging on his shoulder and a bloody package hanging on the front of the blade. He walked towards the familiar naval base step by step, crossing the noisy crowd. It took about 10 minutes. Finally, the footsteps stopped. Lun raised his head and looked around. You can see a huge naval base in front of him, presenting in front of my eyes. Above the main gate of the naval base, there is a unique symbol of the Navy, a seagull image similar to Libra, symbolizing absolute justice, peace, and order. This is the naval base stationed in the Sabayati archipelago. Lun naturally wouldn't feel unfamiliar when he arrived for the second time. However, even he himself had never thought that, in such a short time interval, he came to this naval base again. In front of the gate of the naval base, as always, you can still see the naval guards next to the door. It's still them. The last time Lun arrived at the naval base, it was also these Navy. Obviously, no other personnel have been replaced. Seeing their figures, Lun vaguely recalled. Before leaving the naval base, it seemed that he had left them a piece of news that could be called a bombshell. Thinking of this, Lun couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile, took a step forward, and strode forward. Everyone at the naval base. Here I come again. Chapter 123 Heads. 500 million bounty. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 66, Naval Base. In front of the door, several Navy officers stood in front of the door meticulously, observing the movements around to prevent some crazy pirates from suddenly attacking the naval base. In the midst of boredom, they began to chat. When will such days end? Speaking of which, do you still remember the young man who came to our naval base to exchange the bounty yesterday? Of course I remember, this guy is really incredible. I didn't expect that the fierce man we were talking about, who killed Tan Lang in seconds, was actually him. Really, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Although he looks young, he is, but his strength is as strong as a monster. Greedy Wolf Sarko, with a bounty of 120 million berries, was a great pirate on the Grand Line, but he was killed in one blow. If there were not thousands of people witnessing this, I'm afraid we wouldn't dare to believe it. While they were talking, the gate of the naval base welcomed a visitor. When they raised their heads, the voice of the conversation suddenly stopped strangely. Lun's smiling face appeared in the eyes of several of their navy. The atmosphere seemed to become silent. Gurgle. Several navy swallowed their saliva and stared at Lun blankly. For a moment, their bodies were stiff and motionless. Three of you, how are you? Lun laughed. You. Several navy officers stared at Lun with horror in their eyes. Of course, they remembered Lun's face deeply. Since yesterday, after Lun left, these 730 faces were deeply embedded in their minds and could never be erased. The young swordsman who killed Tan Lang in seconds. A navy officer blurted out with a dry throat. You, why are you here again? The other two looked terrified. Could it be? Does the other party want to mess up the naval base? They were terrified. If the other party is really like this, with the strength to kill Tan Lang in seconds, and comes to their naval base to mess up, is there really anyone in their naval base who can stop them? Of course not. Even as strong as Major General Hobson, he can only barely fight against a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, and he may not be able to win. But the man in front of them? Of course they can't not know. This is a fierce man who can kill Tan Lang in one blow. I tell you, don't mess around. Our naval base can contact the Admiral at any time. Several Navy officers said in panic. They held long spears and could clearly see the pair of hands that were constantly shaking. Yes. Facing Lun, even if they were Navy officers, they would feel fear. Lun's strength is too strong. The oppressive feeling from absolute strength almost made them breathless. I couldn't breathe, and breathing became extremely difficult, and my body joints were stiff at any time. In addition to exchanging bounties, do you think there are other things to do when you come to the naval base? Lun smiled. What did you say? Exchange bounties. Several Navy officers were stunned. They stared at Lun with wide eyes in horror. Their eyes gradually began to move. Finally, they saw the package hung on Lun's shoulder by his samurai sword. The faint pungent smell of blood filled the air. Are you here to exchange bounties again? This time, it's to exchange Gundam. How many berries bounties? This is just a day has passed. The Navy in front of the door was dumbfounded. Of course they could not forget it. Yesterday, the bounty that Lun exchanged was as high as 120 million berries. It was at that moment, the head of Greedy Wolf Sarko. However, it was less than a day. The other party came again. So, this time, the other party wanted to exchange a bounty of as high as, how many berries? They simply couldn't imagine it. Why, you don't believe me, do you need me to take the head out of the package? Lun said with a smile. No, please come in. Several pirates trembled. They hurriedly made way. Then, Lun went very smoothly, carrying the package hanging on the samurai sword, and stepped into the Navy inside the base. In the back, you can still hear the shocking conversation of the Navy officers. This time, you said. How much bounty will he exchange for? Stepping into the Navy gate. The solemn and austere atmosphere still hits you. As always. It is not the first time that Lun has stepped into the Navy base. Walk all the way to the end on the left. It is still those beautiful Navy ladies. Hey, I'm here again. Lun's voice just fell. At the front desk, the beautiful Navy ladies and her colleagues beside her raised their heads quickly, looked at Lun with their eyes, and their expressions became a little dazed, stunned. You. Ladies Si opened his mouth. Still the same, exchange the reward. Lun placed the package directly on the table. Instantly, Ladies was stunned. It seemed that only one day had passed. Another exchange of reward money. Ladies reacted immediately and said to Lun, please wait a moment. She stood up from her chair and immediately set foot on the second floor office. The moment she saw Lun, Ladies understood. What happened next was definitely not something she could handle, and she had to notify Major General Hobson. Next. In less than a minute. Tap tap tap. There was a hurried sound of footsteps on the stairs. Beside Ladies, followed by Major General Hobson. At this moment, Hobson's expression was exactly the same as Ladies's. His eyes were full of shock. Again, it was him again. That, the fierce man who could kill Tan Lang in one blow. To treat such a visitor, Hobson certainly did not dare to neglect. Although, he had never known Lun's identity. But those who came to their naval base with a bounty and a pirate's head. Of course they had to treat and welcome them politely. Such people were called bounty hunters by them. Undoubtedly. In Hobson's heart, he was just a bounty hunter, nothing more. When Hobson arrived at Lun in front of him, he suppressed his inner shock, took a deep breath, and asked tentatively, Mr. Lun, how much is the bounty you want to exchange this time? He has made full psychological preparations. All around, several beautiful Navy ladies, including Lottie's, also cast curious eyes on Lun. 150 million for one berry. Lun thought for a moment and spoke. 150 million for one berry. Hobson swallowed his saliva. So high. 30 million berries higher than greedy wolf Sarko. Which pirate was this, wiped out by this monster? Unable to guess. But then. Lun's next words made Hobson even more confused. Lun said, yes, but this is only the first bounty to be exchanged, and it is also the one with the lowest bounty, the pirate's head. After the words fell, the whole audience was silent. Hobson was stunned. Lottie's and several colleagues beside him were also stunned. This means that more than one pirate's bounty must be exchanged. Oh, my God! Lottie's pink lips moved slightly, her beautiful eyes rounded, and she stared blankly at Lun in front of her. She heard what the other party said. 150 million one berry. The bounty is still the lowest one. Then, what about the highest one? Unimaginable. A group of Navy officers, including Hobson, looked at Lun in shock. After a while, Hobson couldn't help asking, that is to say, Mr. Lun, you came here not only to exchange the bounty of one pirate, but also the second one. No. Lun shook his head, not only the second one, but the bounty of 3 pirates, a total of 3 heads. Let me think about it. 3 heads, a total of 500 million bounties. Chapter 121. Are the pirates with nearly 200 million berries so weak? After the words fell, the whole place was silent. Hobson stared at Lun in front of him with his eyes wide open, looking particularly absent-minded, and his face was full of fear and deep horror. He thought he had made full psychological preparations. But after listening to Lun's words, he was stunned. He still underestimated the shock that Lun brought to their naval base. Not 1. Not 2. But 3. A total of 3 heads. The total bounty is as high as 500 million berries. 500 million. Lottie's pink lips trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, full of shock. Oh my God! She almost doubted her life. In just less than a day, the other party actually brought 3 pirates' heads to exchange for a total bounty of 500 million. It's unimaginable. How did the other party do it? Only 3 heads can be exchanged for a bounty of 500 million. Hobson trembled all over. Even with his experience as a major general, he was shocked by Lun's words. The atmosphere on the scene was very strange. Laddies and several colleagues beside him, several beautiful Navy ladies, were staring at Lun with wide eyes, and their beautiful faces began to show deep fear. Gulp. Hobson swallowed his saliva, looked at Lun and said, Mr. Lun, please open the package and let us check it. I wonder what you think. No problem. Lun nodded. The blade slid past. The coat was torn open. The heads of the 3 pirates appeared in the eyes of Hobson and many Navy officers beside him, such as laddies. They were even more dazed and stood there. Let me find it. Lottie's took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and was about to look for the bounty. But the next second, Hobson said dully, I think there is no need to look for the bounty. Ah, Major General, why is this? Lottie's looked puzzled. I recognize them. Hobson blurted out, his eyes still fixed on the heads of the 3 pirates on the table, his eyes fixed, the shock on his face could not be concealed. His inner emotions fluctuated like surging waves, rolling and impacting one after another. Major General Hobson, you recognize them? Lottie's looked surprised. If I guessed correctly. They are called, Lie Expert Pabu, Magician Keiki, Thief Agoros. Mr. Lun, I think I should be right. Hobson looked at Lun with his eyes. Yes. Lun smiled, nodding. It seems the process this time should not be too troublesome. Since Hobson recognized it, the delay will be shortened a lot. Otherwise, you still need to search through a lot of bounty lists. But seeing Hobson's expression, Lun knew. These three guys who pretended to be members of the Red Hair Pirates don't seem to be ordinary people. Sure enough. Hobson exhaled heavily, his eyes filled with deep amazement. He looked at the heads of the three pirates on the table, and his mood could not calm down. Of course he knew the three brothers of lies. These three people are all notorious pirates in the Navy. And it gave the Navy a headache. The most terrifying thing is that these three brothers seem to be fighting against the Navy. However, every time, the Navy can't do anything with them, so they can only watching them leave. But I didn't expect. These three brothers were wiped out. Lun wiped them out easily. Hobson couldn't see any scars on Lun's body. From this, we can infer. Perhaps the process of the battle is still the same as the battle against Greedy Wolf Sarko. Instant kill. One-shot kill. Another instant kill. Even these three brothers of lies were killed in one shot. Hobson thought with fear. It's okay that Greedy Wolf Sarko was killed in one shot. But these three, they are all big pirates with bounties of more than 150 million one berry. But even they were all killed instantly with one sword. This made things a little scary. Oh my god! Lotties and others were also shocked. As members of the Navy, they had certainly heard of the names of the three lie experts Pabu. Or, in other words, in the Grand Line, these three pirates are notorious. But she never expected that at this moment, the heads of these three pirates were placed in front of her. They were directly wiped out by the same person. This, young swordsman Mr. Lun, his strength is really too terrifying. Lotties and several colleagues beside him, thinking so in his heart. Maybe immediately exchange the bounty. Lun looked at Hobson and asked directly. Of course. Hobson nodded quickly, his lips trembling. He could imagine it. When the heads of these three pirates were handed over to the people above, they would be shocked. The three lying brothers who made the Navy frown. Unexpectedly, they were wiped out by one person. This is definitely a great joy for their Navy. How many Navy have died in the layout of these three people, but they never thought. Today, he actually saw the heads of these three people. 3 heads. Looking for a bounty of 500 million berries. These 3 people were wiped out at once. Hobson's heart still couldn't calm down. Instead, Hobson ordered Lotties beside him, "Quick, go get the berries." But Major General, our base doesn't seem to have enough 500 million berries." Lotties hesitated and whispered. 500 million berries, it's simply too much. Although the scale of their naval base stationed in the Sabayati archipelago is not small, it is also a difficult task for them to take out 500 million berries at once. "Mr. Lun, can you use something to compensate?" Hobson gritted his teeth and looked at Lun. "It depends on what the item is," Lun said. "Devil fruit." Hobson took a deep breath and said solemnly, one animal devil fruit. "How much do you think it's worth?" Lun asked back with interest. 200 million berries. Hobson took a deep breath, 300 million berries, plus one devil fruit. "Mr. Lun, do you think this is satisfactory?" "Okay." Lun smiled and nodded. One animal devil fruit, 200 million berries, although it is indeed a bit high. But you have to know. Devil fruits have prices there is no market. It is impossible to measure it at the normal price. Besides, Lun didn't want to spend too much time in the naval base. Even if he didn't want this devil fruit, he didn't think that the naval base could raise 200 million berries for him in a short period of time. In this case, It would be fine to use a devil fruit to offset the 200 million berries. In general, Lun didn't think he was at a loss. After all, the heads of these 3 pirates were just taken away by Lun. The exchange of bounties was just because he didn't want to waste these easily obtained bounties. Lotties, take out the devil fruit that was issued last week, plus the bounty of 300 million berries. Hobson then instructed Lotties. Yes, Major General Hobson. Lotties left quickly. It became quiet here. Lun was calm and stayed where he was. But when he stood here, he had already given the scene to Hobson, the beautiful Navy ladies, and the Navy who were in charge of the security of the naval base. All of them could feel the overwhelming sense of oppression that came from Lun without realizing it. Especially when they learned that, the heads of the 3 pirates Lun brought with him this time were the 3 notorious brothers of lies in the Grand Line, and the total bounty was as high as 500 million berries for the 3 pirates. They couldn't calm down even more. At this moment, Hobson's eyes were fixed on the head of Pabu, the expert in lies with the highest bounty, and his expression was still filled with deep horror. Are all pirates with a bounty of nearly 200 million berries so weak? No. Hobson quickly denied this idea in his heart. It's not that he is too weak. It's just that the person he is facing is too strong and too monstrous. Chapter 122. You said that monster, it won't be him again. Just like Greedy Wolf Sarko. Is he strong? Of course he is strong. He is so strong that I can't guarantee that I can catch him 100%. It is even possible that he will kill me in return. But, as strong as Greedy Wolf, he was killed in one blow. Lie expert Pabu, magician Keiki, thief Agoros. They are the same, there will be no exceptions. Because the people they are facing are far more powerful than themselves. Hobson understood. Looking at the 3 heads on the table, and then looking at Lun with a look of deep awe. Even if he is a bounty hunter. But Lun's strength is worthy of his awe. Pirates with a bounty of nearly 200 million still can't escape the fate of being killed in one blow. It is conceivable. How terrifying Lun's strength must be. He could no longer predict this. Tap, tap, tap. Lottie's came back soon. She took a long step and returned to Lun, holding a large package in both hands, and a small package hanging in the left hand. Major General Hobson, it's ready. Lottie's handed the package to Hobson. It's confirmed. Hobson looked serious. He must make sure that Barry is not missing at all. Otherwise, the naval base stationed in the Sabayati archipelago will provoke a very powerful monster as an enemy. This situation is what Hobson doesn't want to see. If Lun riots, he is not even sure that he can block the opponent's move. One move, he may. Just like these pirates, they were killed instantly. I have checked it 3 times. Lottie said seriously. When dealing with such things, she naturally knew that she could not be careless at all. Okay. Hobson nodded, and handed the package to Lun in front of him, with a look of awe. Mr. Lun, this is 300 million berries, and an extra animal-type devil fruit. Took the packages one by one. Took a quick look. The small package naturally contained the animal-type devil fruit. The devil fruit has many mysterious patterns carved on the outside, which is dazzling and unique. It is orange and looks like an ordinary fruit, but the patterns on the surface make it look even more weird. The inspection was correct. Lun smiled and said, everyone, then, I look forward to seeing you again next time. Turning around. Carrying the package, Lun walked away step by step. Looking at Lun's back. In the original place. Hobson and Lottie's and others beside him looked at each other, their lips trembled slightly, and their throats were dry. I'll see you again next time. The words left by Lun echoed and lingered in their minds. They were horrified and terrified. Next time. Really, will there be a next time? This time, he has taken away a bounty worth nearly 500 million berries. Last time, it was only 120 million berries. This time, it has more than quadrupled. So the question is, the next time they meet, will the other party bring something worth more? How high-ranking pirate heads are coming to exchange for bounties. Hobson was terrified and trembling all over. He suddenly thought of it. It seems that there are not many berries left in the warehouse where they are stationed in the Sabayati archipelago. The other party will come again next time. What can they use to exchange for the other party? When Hobson thought of this, he trembled all over. Could it be that by then, their naval base will be overturned by the other party? Gulp. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hobson hurriedly asked Lotties, how many berries are left in the inventory? There are about 40 million berries left. Lotties told the truth. 40 million. Hobson was stunned. The berries sent from above to exchange for bounties have accumulated for them. It took several years to reach the current scale. But in just 2 days, they were all redeemed by someone. From the same person. Just the heads of 444 pirates. The inventory of berry is almost empty. I must contact the relevant people as soon as possible. Hobson thought to himself. Turning. He looked at the 3 brothers of lies on the table, took a deep breath, and ordered Lotties, pack these pirates' heads, hang them on the outside of the package with the bounty, and store them in the warehouse. Yes, Major General Hobson. Lotties nodded and left. There are still 4 weeks left. The Navy still looked shocked and terrified. Everyone do their own thing. Hobson shouted loudly. Immediately, he stepped up the stairs and returned to the office. Take out the den mushy. Pop. Pop. The sound of the den mushy rang out, wandering throughout the office. I am Flying Squirrel. What do you want from me? A solemn and unsmiling powerful voice came from the other side. Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Very powerful. And Flying Squirrel is also Hobson's superior. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, we don't have many berries in stock to exchange for bounty hunters. Please help convey it and apply for some berries to be allocated to the naval base stationed in the Sabayati archipelago. Hobson said. Flying Squirrel was puzzled. I remember that over there, not everyone is very cold and no one cares. Yes, but in just 2 days, a young swordsman wiped out a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. In one go, all the berry in stock was used up. And, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, you may not think of it. Among these pirates who were wiped out, there are the 3 brothers of lies. The 3 of them were killed at the same time. Hobson told the truth. What? The sound coming from the Flying Squirrel was the crisp sound of glass falling to the ground. Obviously. This news was completely unexpected for the Flying Squirrel. Of course, he had a deep memory of the 3 brothers of lies. He had been chased by him, but in the end he returned empty-handed. He never thought. It turned out to be in Sabayati archipelago, was killed instantly by one person. Who is the other party? Who has such terrifying strength in this sea area? Flying Squirrel asked, who is it? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, a bounty hunter who killed the 3 brothers of Lie alone. He is a young swordsman named Lun. His identity is a mystery and cannot be checked. I have checked it, but he seems to have appeared out of thin air. He has never existed in any records and there is no intelligence information. Walked out of the gate of the naval base. Lun was holding a samurai sword, hanging on his shoulder, and holding 2 packages, one large and one small, at the front of the blade. Step by step. About to step out of the gate of the naval base. The voices of the naval guards talking came to Lun's ears. Just now. Lie, the 3 brothers Yan were wiped out. What? Is this true? Of course it's true. Each of the three of them has a bounty of 150 million won berries. But they were wiped out. The lie expert Pabu, the magician Keiki with a bounty of 190 million, the thief Agoros with a bounty of 160 million won. Tell me, they were wiped out by one person. Not just wiped out, but killed instantly, one by one. With just 3 knives, all 3 died. The 3 brothers of lies were killed instantly by one person, one by one. How do I feel? This description reminds me of another monster. Suddenly, they looked at each other. And the fear in their eyes gradually spread. Who they were thinking of was undoubtedly this point. Could it be? A navy opened his mouth. Before he finished speaking, coincidentally, Lun passed by. Carrying a samurai sword and a large and a small package, Lun passed by several navy officers calmly. Silence. Several navy officers stood still, the sound of their conversation suddenly stopped, their throats dry, staring at Lun's back in the distance, their lips trembling slightly. Wait until Lun left. Their expressions recovered slightly, but they were still full of fear. They looked at each other, their voices trembling. No, it can't be. You guys say. The monster who killed the 3 brothers of Lie alone, it can't be him again. After the words fell, the atmosphere here became more and more weird. Located in front of the gate of the naval base, several Navy officers on guard had their eyes wide open, their expressions filled with deep horror, the fear and shock in their hearts, lingering in their hearts, spreading throughout their bodies. A chill came straight from the soles of their feet, and their scalp was numb. Philo reminds you, 3 things to do when reading, collection, recommended. Chapter 123 A lot of money. Preparations before going out to sea. Leaving the naval base, Lun carried a samurai sword and 2 packages, one large and one small, and returned to the direction of Area 13. This trip was quite rewarding. He got rid of 3 young men who pretended to be the Red Hair Pirates. In addition, he got a lot of bounty, which also gave Lun a preliminary understanding. What level has his strength improved to now? Lun has definitely stepped into the threshold of 500 million berries. This point. After the vibration wave was controlled and compressed by Lun, the conclusion can be drawn. Being a bounty hunter, berries come quite quickly. Indeed. In just 2 days, Lun has already received a bounty of no less than 600 million berries. It is conceivable. There are many bounty hunters in this sea area. The speed of making money is really too fast. Of course, a strong bounty hunter will make money quickly, but if the strength is weak, it can only target those ordinary pirates, and the bounty won't be much. After a round trip, 500 million berries are in hand. Feeling the burden on his shoulders, Lun showed a smile. Easily, 500 million berries are in hand. The whole process was extremely smooth. In fact, Lun hasn't started to be serious yet. What kind of devil fruit is the devil fruit obtained from the naval base? Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking with a little curiosity. Animal devil fruit. But Lun didn't know the details. But presumably, it is only worth 200 million berries, and the ability of this devil fruit is not rare, to a certain extent. At best, it can only be considered average. Otherwise, Lun doesn't think the Major General of the naval base will be so easy to talk to and give him this devil fruit as berries. Now, the vibration wave has been familiar to me. Practice control. The 3-color domineering aura has also become much stronger. Stay 1 more day, and tomorrow, we will prepare to leave the Sabayati archipelago. Lun stretched his arms and made up his mind. But before leaving today, a ship still needs to be prepared. Otherwise, he will have to find a sea king to carry it. This is still too much trouble. Fortunately, I have a lot of wealth now, otherwise it would be difficult to buy a ship. Lun smiled. It took about 20 minutes to carry a large and a small package. Then he successfully returned to Area 1. Returned to Xiaqi Blackmail Bar. It can already be seen. The hot sun on the horizon is gradually setting in the west. The afterglow of the sunset is gradually lengthening people's figures. Stepping on the steps in front of the bar step by step. Smoothly returned to the bar. The noisy and lively voices are still everywhere in the bar, and the air is blended with a mellow and rich aroma of wine, which floats from the bar. Scattered in all directions. As soon as he stepped into the bar, Lun could smell this fragrance. I'm back. Xiaqi at the front desk looked at Lun with interest. Solved. Lun smiled and nodded. Walked to the front desk and sat down directly, and looked around, asking puzzledly, Sister Xiaqi, where is Rayleigh? He went to coat someone. Xiaqi held a cigarette in her right hand and answered directly. Coding worker, this is another identity of Rayleigh. After all, Rayleigh has retired. On weekdays, he still needs to rely on coding to pass the time. No one would have thought. The Pluto Rayleigh, who was once famous throughout the Grand Line and was the deputy captain of the Pirate King ship, would now become an inconspicuous coding craftsman. Coding. Lun understood. Immediately. Take off the package hanging on the back of the knife and hand it to Xiaqi. What is it? Xiaqi looked puzzled and curious. After solving the 3 pirates, go to exchange for bounty. Lun said. Exchange bounty. Xiaqi looked at Lun even more strangely. A big pirate, holding the pirate's head, ran to the naval base to exchange for bounty. This kind of thing is too rare. Hearing this, Lun couldn't help but smile. They didn't recognize my identity and thought I was a bounty hunter. So far, in this sea area, there are basically no people who can recognize Lun's identity. Except for Xiaqi, who he took the initiative to tell, and Rayleigh, who had already seen his portrait. There is really no one who can recognize that he is an intern in the Red Hair Pirates. So, you are going to give it to me so generously? Xiaqi looked strange. I want to buy a ship. Lun said truthfully, I am going to set sail to leave the Sabayati archipelago tomorrow. Naturally, it is more troublesome to sail without a ship. That's right, but I can find a way to help you find a good ship. You can go to Rayleigh, in this regard, he still has some experience. Xiaqi pushed the package back to Lun. Ask her for some information, she can tell you a lot of secrets. But if you ask her to find a good ship, it will be too difficult. In this regard, it depends on Rayleigh. Anyway, Rayleigh has stayed in the Sabayati archipelago for many years, and has coded the ship many times. To some extent, he has a certain understanding of the ship. Okay. Lun nodded and took back the package. Barry does not mean much to him, and he does not pay too much attention to it. However, when going out, it is always a good idea to carry some berry when sailing in this sea area. Many times, berry can also solve a lot of small troubles without wasting time. By the way, in which area did Rayleigh coat? Lun asked. The numbered area. That area is where shipbuilders and coding craftsmen gather. If you want to find Rayleigh, you will definitely find him there. Of course. If Rayleigh has been coded in advance, he may find an inconspicuous place to drink, doze off and be lazy. In this case, it will be difficult for you to find him. Xiaqi chuckled and told the truth. Thank you, Sister Xiaqi. Lun waved his hand and left the bar with the package. Coincidentally, this trip, while looking for Rayleigh, you can also look for a good ship. It won't waste time. About to leave the Sabayati archipelago. Today, you still need to make more preparations in advance. Watching Lun leave, Xiaqi, who was at the front desk, held a cigarette in her right hand and exhaled a heavy puff of white smoke, and sighed, "It's so strong that it makes people tremble." The 3 brothers of Lai were killed in seconds. She naturally heard about it. 3 swords. 3 people, 3, all killed on the spot. And this is Lun's current terrifying strength. A pirate with nearly 200 million berries can't make this little guy serious. So, when this little guy is serious, his strength is how terrifying it is. You know. Yesterday, he hadn't reached this level. In such a short time, he has grown to this point. If nothing unexpected happens, when he goes out to sea, he will inevitably cause great turmoil. It will also be truly presented in the eyes of those people in the Navy. This time, this little guy has solved a lot of troubles for the Navy. The 3 brothers of Lies, these 3 pirates are notorious in the Grand Line, making the Navy miserable. But this time, they were directly wiped out by this little guy. Xia Qi's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, evoking an expectant smile. She is looking forward to it. When Lun, this monster, really appears in the eyes of those Navy. What kind of mood will those Navy feel? Destroyed swordsman. The bounty is only 300 million berries, which is far from enough. At least 500 million berries are in line with the current strength level of this little guy. Xia Qi thought. Chapter 124 Really, that monster is standing in front of you. When Lun left the bar, Xia Qi could clearly feel that the noise of the pirates talking in the bar became louder and harsher. This made Xia Qi feel something and couldn't help laughing. It seems that the little guy's reputation has become bigger and bigger. Not surprisingly. The reason why the pirates didn't dare to say anything just now. It was purely because they recognized Lun's identity. Recognized that Lun was the monster swordsman who killed the 3 brothers of Lies in seconds. That's all. And when Lun left, the voices of the many pirates talking became more and more harsh. I just seemed to see that monster. I didn't expect that this monster swordsman actually knew Sister Xia Qi. No wonder those who dared to come to the tavern to make trouble eventually disappeared. After all, Sister Xia Qi knew even the monster swordsman with such terrifying strength, and those who made trouble. There is a reason why people disappear. There are many opinions. A pirate walked up to Xia Qi with courage and asked nervously, "Sister Xia Qi, just now, the young man. What you think is correct, no need to ask too much." Xia Qi's answer was very concise. She didn't need to listen to the end to know the questions the other party wanted to ask. Sure enough, it was him. The pirate was stunned on the spot, his face became terrified. This is a fierce man who can kill the 3 brothers of Lies in seconds. Leaving the bar, Lun followed the direction described by Xia Qi and rushed to Area 55. On the way, it is inevitable. You will hear some discussions about the 3 brothers of Lies being wiped out today. Basically, this news will inevitably spread throughout the Sabayati archipelago. Compared to the instant killing of Greedy Wolf Sarko, things will be spread more quickly, and the turmoil caused will far exceed the atmosphere when Greedy Wolf was wiped out. After all, Greedy Wolf Sarko was the only one who was killed in seconds. But this time, the 3 brothers of Lies, 3 pirates with a bounty of no less than 150,100 berries. They were killed in seconds at the same time. Instead of being killed individually. At the same time, they were easily wiped out by one person. The news will naturally be more popular and become a topic of conversation among many residents and pirates gathered in the Sabayati archipelago. As expected, in less than an hour, the news spread to every corner of the Sabayati archipelago. In particular, people gradually began to know the monster sword that killed the 3 brothers of Lies in seconds. How, the swordsman who killed Greedy Wolf Sarko in one blow, shocked everyone even more. In just 2 days, Greedy Wolf Sarko, Lie expert Pabu, magician Kachi, thief Agoros. The 4 of them, all with bounties of 100 million berries, were killed in one blow. Their deaths were exactly the same. It's easy to tell that they died at the hands of the same person, because they were all stabbed in the neck with one blow and died on the spot. The news about the death of the three brothers of lies spread far and wide. More and more people are talking about it. It made many people know clearly that in the Sabayati archipelago, a very powerful How appeared. Since the name is unknown, therefore, most people give it a title. That is Monster Swordsman. This title has become a nightmare in the hearts of many pirates gathered in the Sabayati archipelago. Even the pirates with a bounty of nearly 200 million berries could not escape the fate of being wiped out. How could they be spared? Because of the birth of the Monster Swordsman. And strangely, the atmosphere of the Sabayati archipelago has become particularly weird. Most of the arrogant pirates on weekdays have gradually begun to restrain their personalities and become more low-key to prevent being targeted. Most pirates think the Monster Swordsman may be a bounty hunter. Naturally, to make it public means that it will attract this Monster Swordsman How's attention. Thus, he was killed directly. It was this speculation that made many pirates in the Sabayati archipelago become unusually low-key. It seems, because of me, the atmosphere in the Sabayati archipelago has changed. Bounty hunter. Lun couldn't help laughing. These people's brains are really too fabricated. However, he would not explain too much. It took 10 minutes. Lun successfully arrived at the 55th area of the Sabayati archipelago. As Xiaoqi said, this area gathers most of the shipbuilding craftsmen and coding craftsmen. One by one, the pirate ships were transported to the factory for coding. These pirate ships, if nothing unexpected happens, they will all be driven to Fishman Island 10,000 meters below the sea. As long as the pirate ship is coded, there will be no accidents. All of them are prepared to rush to the new world. Walking along the street, Lun saw a lot of coding processes. Walking a little closer, Lun casually asked a coding craftsman, "Is Rayleigh here?" "I don't know Rayleigh." Gradually, Lun looked around. Finally found out where Rayleigh was. A minute later, Lun saw Rayleigh, who was busy with coding. Coding can be done by one person, but it will obviously take longer. Therefore, Lun saw that next to Rayleigh, there was also a middle-aged man, about the same age as Rayleigh, was talking to each other while coding. He never approached. Rayleigh turned his eyes to Lun, slightly surprised. "Little guy, why are you here?" "Rayleigh, why don't you introduce your friend to me?" Next to Rayleigh, the middle-aged man, slightly bald, looked at Rayleigh with curiosity, and seemed to be very interested. "Lun's boy is called Wells, a chatterbox, don't pay attention to him." Rayleigh introduced him casually. After a few words, Lun could understand. What kind of chatterbox is this Wells mentioned by Rayleigh? The words from the other party's mouth are endless. "Lun, it's rare that Rayleigh has a friend as young as you. Speaking of which, how did you get to know Rayleigh? By the way, since you are Rayleigh's friend, I have to tell you something important. This island has been in turmoil recently. Don't go out during this period. I heard that there is a big pirate called Lie Expert, and his bounty is as high as 190 million berries. But such a powerful pirate was killed in seconds. The scene at that time was really shocking. I was there and witnessed it. That was a very young swordsman, he was about your age. Although I only saw his back, I think his figure is very similar to yours. The Sabayati archipelago has been getting more and more chaotic recently. I remember that yesterday there was a big pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries, called Greedy Wolf, who was also killed instantly by this young swordsman. I didn't know that either. When did such a scary guy appear in the Sabayati archipelago? So powerful. This is the first time I've heard of this in my life, old man. A big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions is so vulnerable in front of this monster swordsman. It's really unimaginable. Old man Wells kept talking. His eyes flashed with deep fear. But he didn't know. When he said these words, Lun and Rayleigh looked at each other with strange expressions. Rayleigh, don't go to the undeveloped area recently. I heard that it is where the monster swordsman often appears. It is very dangerous. Wells looked at Rayleigh and said solemnly and worriedly. Ahem. Rayleigh coughed dryly. Wells, do you know that the monster is standing in front of you at this moment? Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, and recommend. Chapter 125. The monster swordsman you are talking about is him. Speaking of which, the strength of this monster swordsman is really strong. This is the first time in my life that I have seen those pirates who are usually high and mighty and have a bounty of hundreds of millions of dollars being killed in seconds. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't believe it. Wells still didn't stop, his eyes full of deep awe. Okay, Wells, you go ahead. Rayleigh quickly pushed Wells to the edge of the pirate ship in front. Remember, don't be lazy, we must complete the coding of this ship before tonight. If you delay, the pirates on this ship will skin you clean. After the words fell, Wells shuddered all over, looking around in fear. Immediately, he didn't dare to say anything more, and continued the coding quickly. Seeing this, Rayleigh smiled and looked at Lun. What are you doing here? I'm going to set sail tomorrow, and I'm going to buy a boat as a sailing tool. I wanted to ask Sister Xiaoqi for help, but she asked me to come to you. Lun said slowly. So that's it. Rayleigh suddenly realized. Turning, he pointed to the shipyard not far away and said, over there, that's where the shipbuilding craftsmen gather. The ships produced by this shipyard are relatively high in quality. Of course, if you want, it is basically impossible to buy an expensive ship. For a good ship, you need to prepare good wood by yourself, so that you can build a ship of superior quality. Just like, the red fours of your red hair pirates is made of very high quality wood. But for you, I think you should not use such good materials to build a ship. Besides, I think you don't have much time. If you want to issue a mission today and go out to sea tomorrow, you must buy a ship on the spot. It is impossible to build a ship in one day. 730. This is inevitable. Even if more people come, workers cannot build a ship in one day. Shipbuilding is not such a simple technology. It requires a cyclical and gradual process to succeed. You just need to tell their boss about this and they will arrange it for you. This shipyard is trustworthy. Many of the ships they build will be sent to us for coding. I have coded their ships myself. After inspection, their ships are still quite good in structure. Although the materials used are not too high quality, they are definitely not bad. Whatever price range of ships you want to buy, they will provide you with. You choose. I think, with your current wealth, buying a ship is just a piece of cake. Rayleigh laughed. He didn't forget. Just now, Lun was going to get rid of the 3 guys pretending to be the red hair pirates. If these 3 guys were converted into bounties, it would be a full 500 million berries. What kind of ship can't you buy? Then I understand. Lun smiled. Looking in the direction Rayleigh pointed, he saw a shipyard. The area is quite large. In front of the shipyard, there were many shipbuilding craftsmen wandering around. Rayleigh, come and code it, otherwise you will miss the time. Wells' voice came from far away. I won't go with you. You can go ask their boss. That, the people in the shipyard will not deceive you. Rayleigh said confidently. He has been in the industry for many years. If he can't even figure out the situation in the Sabayati archipelago, he is too inferior. In addition, he is here as a coding craftsman. He has the most contact with ships. Naturally, it is inevitable that he will deal with some people in the shipyard on weekdays. Rayleigh knows which shipyards are more reliable. Okay. Lun nodded. His requirements for the ship were not very high indeed. As long as it could sail normally. You go first, I'm going to start coding. Rayleigh patted Lun's shoulder. Turned around and returned to Will. The two began to quickly engage in coding. And Lun, as Rayleigh said, rushed to the shipyard step by step. Just then, beside Rayleigh, Wells turned his head and was about to ask where Lun wanted to go. Then, he saw Lun's back as he left with a samurai sword and 2 packages of different sizes. Instantly, the coding action became stiff. This is too much like. Wells rubbed his eyes widened, staring blankly at Lun's back. No. It must be an illusion. Wells took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart. But for some reason, in his mind, the picture that was already deeply remembered gradually floated in his head. That back. And the back he saw at the moment, gradually began to overlap. Like. Really too similar. Almost exactly the same. The similarity is as high as 99%. This. Wells opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. He was stunned. This guess in his head made his whole body movements become strange stiff outside. But this guess made him feel so incredible. How could Rayleigh's friend be like this? This must be fake. Illusion. It must be an illusion. It seems that he is too tired recently. Or, I was too impressed by that monster swordsman. So, everyone looks like the back of that monster swordsman. This is a completely normal phenomenon. In a few days, Guju will get better. Wells comforted himself. He kept adjusting his breathing to completely get rid of this idea in his head. But no matter what, this idea still lingers in his mind. Wells, you guy, are you being lazy? Rayleigh shouted. No, I just thought about something. Wells said hurriedly. Hurry up, if the coding of this ship is not completed today, the berries we can collect will be reduced by at least half. And it may also anger that group of pirates. I think you don't want to be killed by them because you are angry with them, right? Rayleigh looked at Wells strangely and said with interest. Rayleigh, don't scare me. But, Rayleigh, there is something I don't know if I can ask you. Wells' throat was dry, his lips trembled slightly, and he asked common sense. Turn around. He looked at Rayleigh, with a trace of horror and awe in his expression. What are you talking about? Just say it directly. After that, hurry up and do your work, don't waste too much time. It's getting close to night, and we still have a lot of work to do, so we can't delay any longer. Rayleigh was still immersed in the coding work, but he didn't notice the huge changes in Wells' expression in front of him. I always feel. Your friend named Lun. His back, and the one I saw today, the monster swordsman who easily killed the 3 brothers of Lies. The backs of the 2 are too similar. Wells opened his mouth and looked at Rayleigh. He was still working on the coding. Rayleigh did not stop and answered directly, you did not see it wrong, nor did you have an illusion. The monster swordsman you just mentioned was him. After the words fell, Wells was stunned on the spot, silent and stiff. A deep sense of fear instantly swept through his heart and enveloped every cell in his body. Rayleigh, you are really joking, right? Wells forced a laugh. Why bother asking so much when you have already seen it? Rayleigh's answer. Once again, Wells fell into a deep vortex of fear. Oh my God! Who was he talking to just now? Lun. Monster swordsman. Wells was stunned. He stared blankly at Lun's gradually disappearing back in the distance. The remaining back in his mind gradually began to overlap. The 2 merged into one. Completely overlapping, without the slightest mistake. Really it's him. Lun is the monster swordsman who, relying on his own strength, has killed many pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions of berries in seconds. Wells was horrified. He never thought that he was actually having a good conversation with a terrifying monster of this level just now. Other than that, he couldn't guess at all. That monster swordsman who could easily kill pirates with hundreds of millions of berries in seconds. Surprisingly, he was so kind. This was completely different from the impression of the monster swordsman in his mind. Rayleigh. Your friend, has a terrifying background. Wells looked at Rayleigh, his voice trembling. He learned that Lun was a monster swordsman. His legs began to weaken, and he almost collapsed to the side. This is a fierce man who can kill pirates with hundreds of millions of berries in seconds. However, just now, this fierce man was standing in front of him. It is not difficult to imagine. What happened here today will definitely make Wells remember it for the rest of his life. Chapter 126 I have become so famous without knowing it. Follow the direction that Rayleigh said. Lun came to the shipyard opposite. Before he could wait, he could see many shipbuilding craftsmen decorating and processing the skeletons of some ships placed outside. Bang! 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 Waves of pleasant sounds drifted from all directions. There is not just one shipyard here, but many. There are so many shipbuilding craftsmen that Lun couldn't even count them at a glance when he stood here. Fortunately, he had a goal in mind. There was no need to choose here. Walked all the way into the gate of the factory in front. A unique wooden material came to his face, which was very pungent and unpleasant. Little brother, what's the matter with you? Several shipbuilding craftsmen next to him looked at Lun with puzzled expressions. I want to buy a ship and want to ask your boss for a recommendation. Tomorrow, I will go to sea, so there is not enough time for me. I want to customize it. I want to buy a ready-made boat. Lun told him directly. Buy a boat. Several shipbuilders smiled. About a minute later, a person in charge came over with a respectful look. Sir, my name is KLES. Please tell me that you want to buy a boat, and you plan to sell it tomorrow or... Yes. Lun nodded. Sir, please explain your requirements. For example, the size, structure, purpose, and other aspects of the boat. With your requirements, we can better select a high-quality boat for you. KLES thought for a while and said. Requirements. Lun didn't think for too long, and then said, the boat needs to be stronger, at least it must have the basic ability to resist storms. Moreover, Lun said a series of simple requirements. These requirements are not too harsh. After learning all this, KLES smiled. Sir, we have a ship here that just meets your requirements. All aspects of workmanship are manufactured according to the most stringent standards. Sir, would you like to take a look? Under KLES's leadership, Lun successfully entered the shipyard. He also saw a large number of ships being built in different places. There were also some finished ships placed around for exhibition. Finally, his steps stopped abruptly. Sir, please look. KLES pointed to the ship in front and continued to introduce. The whole ship is made of high-quality wood, Weha wood. This wood is shipped from Weha Yalai Island. The material is very unique. Besides that, the structure of the entire ship is also complementary, and the interior space is relatively spacious, which can accommodate at least hundreds of people. But the outside does not seem so huge. After the introduction, Lun walked around the ship. The structure of the entire ship, like a wolf, has a bit of deterrence in appearance. Around the ship, you can see a lot of cracks in the wood. These cracks can be used for control. After opening the cracks, there will be shells that can be fired from them. This is a very good ship. Without too much thought, Lun asked directly, how much is the price? Sir, this ship is mine. We are here. Klaus's smile became brighter. He knew. A sum of berries was about to enter his bag. At this moment, a shipbuilder came to his side, leaned over Klaus's voice and said a few words, and looked at Lun with horror. After a while, the shipbuilder left. Klaus's smile became particularly stiff. He stared at Lun blankly, but soon recovered his expression, but the deep fear in the bottom of his eyes could not be concealed. Sir, since it is you. For this ship, you only need to pay the basic price. 20 million berries. Klaus gritted his teeth and said with a painful look on his face. 20 million berries. Lun's expression changed. It felt a little strange. The price was not high. On the contrary, it was too low. He originally thought it would take at least 50 million berries. But he didn't expect that the other party only offered 20 million berries. Lun immediately understood the fear in Klaus's eyes. Feelings. The other party has undoubtedly noticed his identity. This is unexpected to me. It turns out that I have become so famous without knowing it. Lun smiled. It seems that being famous is not without benefits. Just like now. If the other party hadn't known his identity, I'm afraid the price would not be just 20 million. I don't like to owe others. This is 5,000 wonberry. Lun threw a small package to Klaus directly, and said calmly. Sir, you. Klaus's eyes were still filled with deep fear. With the news from his men. Of course he knew. Who is this person standing in front of him? This is the monster swordsman who can kill the 3 brothers of lies in 1 second. 3 swords. 3 big pirates with bounties of more than 150 million wonberry were all killed in 1 second. What kind of terrifying strength is needed to do this? It is precisely because he understands this point. Klaus didn't dare to offer a high price to Lun. In fact, he has already lowered the price to prevent Lun from rioting. Once Lun riots, their losses here will be even greater. It is even more tragic. Send the ship to the coast of Area 43 of the Habati archipelago for me to dock. Tomorrow, I want to see this ship there, do you understand? Lun said directly. 01st, sir, please rest assured, I will arrange everything for you today. Kress lowered his head and nodded in fear. He originally thought. This time, he welcomed a big customer. But he never thought. It is true that it is a big customer. But it is also a big monster with terrifying strength. Let's go. Lun waved his hand, turned around and left very simply. No written contract is needed. If the other party does not do what he said above, then this so-called shipyard has no need to exist. Lun believed it. The other party knew his identity and would not foolishly provoke him for such a thing. Watched Lun leave. Klaus wiped the sweat from his forehead. The cold touch on his spine gave him goosebumps all over his body and his legs began to weaken. At some point, his back had already been completely wet with cold sweat. Is this, the monster swordsman? The monster swordsman who can easily kill a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries. I didn't expect him to appear in our shipyard. If we hadn't reacted in time and quoted a high price, and angered him, our shipyard would be finished. Klaus said with a look of relief. At this time, some shipbuilders nearby still asked in confusion, Mr. Kress, who is this gentleman worthy of your careful treatment? He. Kress took a deep breath, his eyes showing fear without any concealment. Today, didn't a riot break out in the Sabayati archipelago? Someone pretended to be the 4 emperors and swindled people. Finally, the 3 culprits, that is, the 3 brothers of lies, all had bounties as high as 150 million wonberry, but they were killed in a second by a young swordsman. This young swordsman is called the monster swordsman. If nothing unexpected happens. Just now, this gentleman is the real monster swordsman. After the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire shipyard became extremely weird. Silence. Gurgle. All the staff couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and the fear in their eyes was pervasive, covering every cell in their body. The rumored monster swordsman actually came to their shipyard. At this moment, everyone present can now finally understand why Cress treated the young man so respectfully and carefully. Feelings. The young man just now was the one who was widely circulated in the Sabayati archipelago recently. The terrifying monster who could kill the pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries in seconds. They had no doubt. Once a monster of this level gets angry, if it wants to destroy their entire shipyard, it is simply a simple matter of flipping its hand. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommended. Chapter 127. That nightmare-like figure that can't be shaken off. Leaving the shipyard. Looking towards the horizon. The scorching sun has gradually begun to set. You can see people's figures are gradually lengthened and tilted as the scorching sun shines. Lun holds a samurai sword with berry and devil fruit hanging on the back of the sword. He bought a ship and still has 250 million left. 25 Moreover, there are 120 million berry that have not been spent. In total, the devil fruit is worth 200 million berry. Secondly, there is also a total of 370 million berry traps. If the devil fruit is replaced with berry, it will be 500 million. 70 million. This wealth, for ordinary people, is definitely a wealth that is beyond their reach in their lifetime. However, Lun only spent 2 days. He killed a few pirates and easily accumulated so much. The ship issue has been successfully resolved. Just wait for tomorrow and prepare to set sail. Lun stretched his arms and a smile appeared on his face. It's finally time to set sail. This trip to the Sabayati archipelago, 730, has gained a lot. He got the golden attribute card from Rayleigh, which allowed him to successfully control the aftermath of the vibration wave. In addition, the 3-color domineering power has also increased a lot, almost ushered in sublimation. The overall strength, before setting foot on the Sabayati archipelago. And now preparing to leave the Sabayati archipelago. In contrast, Lun's strength, that is a huge suction and qualitative leap. I don't know if Rayleigh's coding has been completed. It's getting dark. It doesn't matter if he waits for a while. Lun smiled. He walked along the familiar road to the coding area. Then he saw Rayleigh and Wells were still concentrating on coding. Looking at the appearance, the coding is almost completed. Although it has not been officially completed, it looks like it will be completed within 10 minutes. It can be completed successfully. Wells, work harder. Rayleigh laughed. Don't worry, Rayleigh, you know my level. Wells showed a confident look. Just then, he glanced around. He saw the figure of Lun walking not far away with a samurai sword. Suddenly, the body became extremely stiff. Wells' lips trembled slightly, and the coding of his hands stopped. His eyes widened, staring at Lun's figure, with a look of horror and horror. Lun, it's done. Rayleigh smiled. It went smoothly, but I didn't thinking that my reputation is already so great. I asked the person in charge to give me the lowest price. But I don't want to owe favors to others the most in my life. Lun smiled and said truthfully. Your reputation is indeed very big. Rayleigh glanced at Wells strangely. At this time, Lun realized that Wells looked as if he was frightened by some kind of horror. His face looked a little pale and trembling. Wells, Lun said. You. Wells looked at Lun, his hands trembling. You are the legendary monster swordsman hero. Lun couldn't help laughing. This title always makes people feel uncomfortable. However, Lun said, if you are talking about that swordsman who killed Tan Lang and Pabu in seconds, I think this person should be me. It's you. Wells took a breath and his throat was dry. He suddenly thought of it. From the beginning, he talked about many things about the monster swordsman in front of the other party. He was afraid that it would cause dissatisfaction. Immediately, Wells looked at Lun and said with some fear, I really don't mean to offend, Mr. Lun, you don't bother with me. All right. Rayleigh patted Wells' shoulder unhappily, and shouted, if you don't finish the coding now, you'll be finished when the pirates come back later. After Rayleigh's words, Wells' mood was slightly relieved. But he looked at Lun with deep awe and fear. After all, this is a monster that can kill pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties in seconds. How can he not be afraid of this? Lun didn't say much. It was just very unexpected. What he didn't expect was that in such a short time, within a short time, in the Sabayati archipelago, more and more people recognize me. This is something Lun did not expect. I was recognized at the shipyard. Now, even Wells recognized me. It seems, sooner or later, I will be recognized by other people in the Sabayati archipelago. Fortunately, I have to leave tomorrow. Otherwise, I will inevitably encounter some troubles. Lun thought. Being famous does have many benefits. Just like what happened at the shipyard. But the troubles that come with it will naturally increase, which is inevitable. Not far. Walking, several pirates walked towards Lun, Rayleigh and others step by step. Old man, the coding is not finished yet. Several pirates looked at Rayleigh and Wells, and their expressions became a little unfriendly. It will be soon. Wells explained hurriedly. We can't wait too long. Their faces became cold. For some reason. On the side, Lun always felt that one of the three pirates looked familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere. Oh, right. Lun had a flash of inspiration, and he remembered the Pirate Zero. When he was practicing controlling the vibration wave on the coast, the other party came to disturb him halfway, but in the end, he didn't even get close to the coast and was scared away inexplicably. It turned out to be this little guy. Lun couldn't help laughing a sound. Sensing the laughter, several pirates looked at Lun coldly, with fierce momentum. But the next second, when they saw Lun's face, the fierce momentum collapsed instantly and disappeared without a trace. You three look very familiar, we seem to have met before. Lun smiled. Silence. The three pirates stood stiffly in place, unable to move. Although Lun did not emanate any pressure, but their bodies still began to tremble uncontrollably. Yes. They recognized it. Lun in front of them. Isn't this the one they saw when they rushed to the coast? Holding a samurai sword, splitting the sea. Even they also witnessed. At that time, there were many sea kings scattered on the coast. Corpses. That scene, they still can't forget it. Especially in the open area in the center of the pile of sea king corpses. There was a figure holding a samurai sword, which was particularly dazzling. That figure was like a nightmare. It has been deeply imprinted in their minds and will never go away in this life. Never thought. Here. They saw this figure again. And it was close. It can't be wrong. It must be him. The three pirates, with trembling lips, stared at Lun in horror. Until now, the horror scene that Lun brought to them is still rooted in their minds. I remember it. Lun was a little surprised. It seems that these people on the other side have good memories. At one glance fate, can all remember. But Lun doesn't know. The other party didn't remember. It's just that the other party can never forget the scene he saw at that time in his life. 3. Coat and prepare to rush to the new world. Lun smiled and walked to the other party's side. Yes, yes. The three pirates who were arrogant before lowered their heads directly, not daring to look at Lun, their bodies still trembling slightly, and their voices were weak. The picture fell into the eyes of Wells on the side, making him stunned, and then turned to look at Lun. His expression was full of shock and deep admiration. "It's so domineering. A few words made these arrogant pirates dare not say a word. It's worthy of it. A monster swordsman who can easily kill hundreds of millions of pirates in seconds." Chapter 128 Visitors in the Bar at Night. Fishman's Ioba. After this incident, Wells's fear of Lun was somewhat reduced, but he did not dare to treat Lun as an ordinary person. After all, a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions was as easy to kill as a chicken in front of him. How could he treat such a monster with the eyes of a normal person? "Wait patiently, the coating will be completed soon." Lun patted the shoulder of one of the pirates and said earnestly. "Okay, okay." The three pirates shuddered and nodded quickly. How could they have thought? It was just coating, but they encountered this monster. And it seems this monster and these two coating craftsmen, the relationship is extraordinary, which makes them dare not urge. Lun wiped out a group of sea kings. The terrifying figure still lingered in their minds, and they might never forget it in their lifetime. Moreover, they also recognized another identity of Lun. A monster swordsman who easily killed hundreds of millions of pirates in seconds. The combination of these two identities made them more afraid of Lun. About 10 minutes passed. Rayleigh smiled, "Finally done. It's not easy." Wells wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a tired face, looking at the horizon. Zero can already vaguely see the blurred crescent moon and the ambiguous edges. "It's already night." Rayleigh laughed, "It looks like I'll be scolded again when I go back." Turning his head, Rayleigh looked at the three pirates. "You can check it out. If there is any problem, we won't charge you a penny of berry." After that, the three pirates looked terrified. I think, it's not necessary. This is your berry reward." They quickly took out the berry from their arms and handed it to Rayleigh. The transaction was declared over. "Wells, yours." Rayleigh handed a part to Wells. "Rayleigh, see you tomorrow." Wells quickly took the berry and left. There were still 3 terrified pirates left here, as well as Lun and Rayleigh. "Lun, let's go. I'll buy you a drink after we get back." Rayleigh was in a particularly good mood. Lun glanced at the 3 pirates, without saying too much, and walked side by side with Rayleigh. The two returned to the direction of Siaki Blackmail Bar. Original place. The 3 pirates' lips trembled, their bodies were stiff, and they didn't move. Half an hour later, Lun and Rayleigh returned to the bar smoothly. Stepping on the stairs. Opening the door of the bar. The bar was already empty. Only Xiaoqi was left at the front desk, staring at Rayleigh with unfriendly eyes. "Rayleigh, you guy, you won't go again? I was so late because I was dozing off or being lazy." "Lun can testify that I didn't. I was busy all day." Rayleigh explained quickly. "Yes." Lun smiled and looked at Xiaoqi. "I'll let you off this time." Xiaoqi held a cigarette in her right hand and gently exhaled a puff of white smoke. "Coated berry." Rayleigh handed the berry, which had just been received and was not yet warm, to Lun. He might feel that his face was a little unpleasant. Rayleigh turned to explain to Lun, "Berry who drinks on weekdays, so he is not what you think." "I understand," Lun said with a smile. "Lun, prepare to set sail tomorrow." "Yes, right." Xiaoqi looked at Lun and asked. "Yes, we will set sail tomorrow and prepare to head for Alabasta. It would be the best if we can meet Buggy or the Straw Hat Pirates on the way. If we can't meet them, it doesn't matter." Lun nodded and told the plan truthfully. "First, rush to Alabasta. If we can get Rodney's treasure. Especially in the treasure, if we can really get Rodney's treasured sword. Undoubtedly. For Lun's overall strength, the improvement is very huge. By the way, if we can meet Buggy and the others, that would be the best result, and we don't have to waste time deliberately looking for them. Whereabouts? Lun thought. The plan is ready. Just wait until tomorrow to start implementing it. Staying in the Sabayati archipelago really made Lun gain a lot. The biggest gain was naturally picking up the attribute card dropped from Rayleigh. The three-color domineering aura directly ushered in a leap. Even the residual power of the vibration wave can be compressed by Lun. When he just arrived at the Grand Line, Lun's strength was still considerable. But in comparison, now he is about to leave the Sabayati archipelago. Compared with the two, the gap in strength is simply too big. It's like two different people. In just a few days, Lun's strength has almost doubled. The growth rate is terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have made Rayleigh and Xiaoqi almost numb by the shock of Lun's growth rate. In addition to these things, it is hard to guarantee that drought will not really send people to the Grand Line. But, if it were not for him, I would be able to easily kill those so-called capable assistants under his command. And now, even if I face Drought Jack head-on, my chances of winning are not too high, but it is not as bad as before. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. Lun boy, have a drink. Rayleigh picked up the small wine barrel and laughed. Okay. Lun pulled back from his thoughts, looked at Rayleigh and Xiaoqi, and smiled and lifted the small wine barrel on the table. Wine entered his stomach. Warm currents rippled. The mellow aroma of wine floated in the air. After drinking wine from so many places, only Xiaoqi wine is the most delicious. Rayleigh put down the small wine barrel in his hand and drank it all. Drink less, don't think I don't know that you just want to satisfy your alcohol addiction in the name of Lun's departure. Xiaoqi complained on the side. Cough cough. Rayleigh coughed dryly and scratched his head. He turned his head without caring. I was discovered after all. The daily routine of these two. Next to him, Lun had already gotten used to it. Sabayati Archipelago. Area number 1. Quick! Catch it, don't let it escape. Although it's just a cheap fishman, there are still some customers who like these young and strong fishmen as coolies and slaves. Damn, how can this guy run so fast? It disappeared, and I can't find its trace. A group of men in black suits quickly began to conduct a very careful search on the street, not leaving any suspicious areas. Under the moonlight, the hazy halo, scattered the air became extremely cold, emitting a white cold light. Swish! A figure covered in water quickly climbed up the street from the waterway after the group of men in black left, and hid in an inconspicuous alley, trembling with fear. The faint light fell on it. At first glance, it is not a human. It is a fishman. An octopus fishman. With 6 arms. Shelley, I swear, I will definitely rescue you. I will definitely go to the human auction house. Rayleigh. I clearly said that I will not bother you again. But, I have no choice. It's all my fault for being playful, otherwise I wouldn't this happened. Dragging its heavy body, it sobbed, gritted its teeth, and quickly left the street. It was heading to Area 13. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Xiaoqi Blackmail Bar. At night, a visitor was welcomed. But this visitor was not a human. Instead, it was a fishman. Creak. The door was pushed open. A golden halo emanated from the bar, shining on the fishman who was sobbing. Seeing the fishman standing in front of the door, this made Xiaoqi, who opened the door and was next to the door, stunned for a moment, and then blurted out, Xiao Ba, why are you here? Chapter 129 Xiao Ba, really, can he really do it? Xiaoqi was really surprised. She stared blankly at the fishman standing in front of the door, opened her mouth, and looked puzzled. She couldn't figure it out at all. Why did Xiao Bie appear in the Sabayati archipelago? And he came to the door of her bar. Yes. Xiaoqi knew this fishman named Xiao Bie. No. To be precise, it was not Xiaoqi who knew him, but Rayleigh had met Hainan and was saved by the fishman Xiao Bie once when he was a child, so the two became friends. Rayleigh naturally never forgot the life-saving grace, but that's why. Occasionally, Xiao Bie would run from Fishman Island to the Sabayati archipelago to find Rayleigh. Although the number of times was not high, it was not too rare. Could it be? This time, he also came to Rayleigh to reminisce about the past. Xiaoqi looked at Xiao Bie suspiciously, seeing that the latter still had some seaweed and water stains on his body, as well as his sobbing and embarrassed figure. This allowed her to directly deny the possibility that the other party wanted to reminisce about the past. Xiao Bie, what happened? Come in. Xiaoqi took a deep breath and asked calmly. Under Xiaoqi leadership, the fishman Xiao Bie stepped heavily into the bar. Surrounded by a golden halo, it fell vertically from the ceiling and radiated in all directions, illuminating the bar. The darkness in every corner was completely dispelled. Lun, who was sitting at the front desk, looked at the fishman with a surprised face. On the side, Rayleigh walked down from his chair in surprise. Xiao Bie. He could clearly sense that Xiao Ba's mood was not right. He was definitely not here to reminisce with him. Rayleigh. Xiao Bie raised his head, slowly looked at Rayleigh with tears in his eyes, and collapsed on the ground crying. You are injured. Rayleigh's eyes condensed, his expression became sharp, looking at the few skin injuries on Xiao Ba's body, the spilled blood, remaining on Xiao Ba's body. From the day when Xiao Bie saved his life, Rayleigh swore. Never let Xiao Bie be hurt. Rayleigh, it's all my fault, it's all my playfulness. I harmed Shelley, she was captured by those guys in the human auction house. Xiao Bie cried and choked. What happened? Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and asked seriously. At that moment, Xiao Bie gritted his teeth, resisted the pain and regret in his heart, took a deep breath, opened his mouth and told the whole story truthfully. I was playful for a while, because Shelley, she said she wanted to see what the world on the sea was like. So, I took her from Fishman Island to the Sabayati archipelago. But at this time, a group of men in black suddenly came. After seeing Shelley, they quickly gathered more people. I can't beat them. They had to escape from their encirclement by luck. But, Shelley, she was captured by them. I remember them, they are the group of people you told me to be careful of before, Rayleigh. They are from the human auction house. Shelley was captured by them, they will definitely auction Shelley off. I have no choice, Rayleigh. Speaking of this, Xiao Ba's tears slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground. Its face was full of regret. If it weren't for the momentary playfulness, things would not have developed to this point. I see. Rayleigh nodded suddenly, frowning. This matter is not too simple. There is indeed a group of very weak people at the human auction house. Rookie. But the problem is that he has retired. In addition, a very simple question. It is possible to open a human auction house in the chaos of the Sabayati archipelago, and over the years, no pirate dared to mess up the human auction house. So, is its background really that simple? In this chaotic island, human trafficking transactions are carried out openly, and the pirates involved dare not mess up the auction house at all. It is not difficult to imagine. This human auction house must have a great background. If it were in the past, Rayleigh could take action directly. Anyway, as a pirate, he has nothing to fear. But the problem is, now he is no longer a pirate. He used to be a pirate, but now he is a rich man. Wash your hands. This is what everyone agrees on. The Navy also agrees on this. It's not that the Navy can't find Rayleigh's address, it's just that everyone agrees that Rayleigh has retired successfully, and there's no need to provoke more people to deal with Rayleigh. If Rayleigh takes action, does this mean? He announced that he would return to being a pirate from his retirement. Rayleigh. Xiaqi's face also became unnatural. She naturally didn't want Rayleigh to return to being a pirate again. In this way, for Rayleigh, I'm afraid that the rest of his life will be in a disturbed life. Unlike the past 10 years, it has been so stable and fulfilling, without any crisis. Once this is broken situation, Ning will be far away from them. There is no doubt about this. Rayleigh, please, save Shelley. Xiao Ba was paralyzed on the ground, his eyes were full of hope, and his lips were trembling. At this moment, Rayleigh fell into deep thought. He was thinking about how to solve this matter more safely. Xiaqi sighed heavily and shook her head helplessly. What she thought in her heart was her own idea. In such matters, she would never interfere with Rayleigh's own approach. This was the minimum respect she gave to Rayleigh. No matter what Rayleigh chose, she would support him. The atmosphere became weird. Xiao Ba was paralyzed on the ground, tears were flowing out crazily, and he gradually became a little desperate. If Rayleigh didn't agree, it would, even if it racked its brains, it couldn't think of a way to save Shelley. Its strength is still too weak after all. But, it will go alone to force its way into the human auction. Even if the result will be very miserable, it will never back down. On the side, Lun listened to the fishman Xiao Ba's statement throughout the whole process, and also thought of the fact that Rayleigh had been defaulted to retire, and couldn't help but walk over step by step with a smile. He knew, if Rayleigh took action, it might break the current peaceful days. But with Rayleigh's character, he would definitely help. This point can be determined. Rayleigh, since I got a golden card from you, which made my strength have a huge leap, and I can control it. This time, I'll help you as a way to repay you for your help to me. Lun smiled. Anyway, we are about to prepare for the Sabayati archipelago. Before leaving, it's okay to make some big noise. Who is he? He is a pirate. He is a crew member on the Four Emperors ship. Lun is afraid of trouble. What a joke. Even the pirates under the Beast's pirates were destroyed by him, and even the drought of the 3 major disasters was alarmed. In order to deal with him, he personally rushed to an island. Lun has experienced too many such scenes. More. He would care about these small scenes at the moment. Lun felt that the things he encountered at the moment were simply child's play. Being a pirate. If you don't cause trouble, you are still a pirate. You might as well go home and retire. As a pirate, the biggest characteristic is that you must cause trouble. Lun still agrees with this statement. Just when Rayleigh, Xiaqi, Xiao Ba, and others were in a stalemate, Lun smiled and walked to their side and said, I'll go. Yet. Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and Zhao Hao looked at Lun with a surprised look on his face. Thinking about it, it seems Lun is indeed the most suitable candidate. Little Lun, you have to think about it carefully. This is definitely not as simple as it seems. Xiaqi looked at Lun and reminded him both emotionally and rationally. A pirate who is afraid of trouble, how can he become stronger and venture into the sea area? Besides, I have even offended Kaido, am I afraid of offending more people? Lun's smile did not diminish. In the new world, he has offended Kaido, who else can he not afford to offend? Hearing this, Xiaqi couldn't help but smile deeply, he nodded in agreement, indeed. Even Kaido dares to offend. Who else can't be offended? Ha ha ha, little guy, I'll remember this favor. Rayleigh laughed. Xiao Ba raised his head. It was then that it realized that next to Rayleigh, there was a very young human man standing. The first sight was young. Really too young. His face even looked a little immature. Suddenly, Xiao Ba couldn't help but open his mouth and said nervously, "Really, can he really do it?" Chapter 130. He can wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates with just one encounter. Xiaqi Black Mail Bar. A golden halo fell from the ceiling and radiated in all directions. The light fell on Lun, making his figure more clearly visible in Xiao Ba's eyes. This made Xiao Ba have to express doubt. Because Lun is really too young. Such a young person is much younger than its age. The other party can really do it and rescue Shelley. Xiao Ba even prefers to rely on its strength to rescue Shelley, rather than relying on the very young human man in front of it. Even Xiao Ba has some doubts, whether the other party is its opponent, it is unknown. As Xiao Ba's voice just fell, Rayleigh was stunned. Xiaqi was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and instantly cast many weird eyes on Xiao Ba, and then looked at Lun's smiling face, the tender and young face. Kong. To be honest, if they hadn't known Lun for a long time, they would have great doubts about Lun's strength like Xiao Ba. Lun is very young. This makes most people misjudge Lun's strength. Just like Xiao Ba. Looking at Lun's immature face, you can't help but doubt whether Lun's strength is still inferior to it. Xiao Ba, you can't judge a person by his appearance, have you heard it? Rayleigh showed a meaningful smile. Rayleigh doesn't need to answer the 7 questions about whether Lun can do it. For Xiao Ba's questions, whether it is Rayleigh or Xiaqi, neither of them will doubt whether Lun can do this thing of saving Shelley. In their minds, since Lun agreed, this means things will definitely succeed. What a joke to doubt Lun's strength. Even if you look at the entire Grand Line, there is no one who can compare to Lun's strength. How many people can match Lun's strength? Even the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. If it weren't for those few vice admirals such as Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, it would be hard to say which vice admiral can be compared with Lun. Now Lun's strength is close to that of an admiral. With this level of strength, there are countless pirates throughout the Grand Line, but if they can be used to compete with Lun. Rayleigh thought carefully. Excluding some remnant pirates left over from the old era. In this new era, the number of pirates who can compete with Lun in this area of the Grand Line can be counted on one hand. After counting, there are only a few. That is, the few listed as the 7 warlords of the sea by the Navy headquarters. Except for them, no pirate can compete with Lun. With this strength, going to sweep a small human auction house, can it fail? This is definitely the funniest joke Rayleigh has ever heard of. But Rayleigh, he is really too young. Xiao Ba gritted his teeth, looked at Rayleigh with a nervous face and said, "I remember that a long time ago, when I was in the East China Sea, I met a group of pirates, although they were very strong. But I think, even if it was them, it would be impossible to save people from the human auction." Rayleigh, can he really do it? After the words fell, Lun, who was standing next to him, couldn't help laughing. "The group you are talking about. Isn't it called the Straw Hat Pirates? How do you know?" Xiao Ba's pupils shrank, and his face was full of shock. After being defeated, he returned to Fishman Island. "The Straw Hat Pirates are very strong." Lun's smile became more and more weird. "It's the first time I heard it. Someone actually compared the Straw Hat Pirates, a group of young boys, with themselves. This is really interesting." Cough cough. Rayleigh on the side coughed directly non-stop. "Rayleigh, what's wrong with you?" Hachi looked at Rayleigh, still a little nervous. "Nothing." Rayleigh was simply shocked by what Hachi said. "Feelings? You compare a group of pirates who just ran to the Grand Line in the East China Sea with the pirates in front of you. Are they really comparable?" This is simply the most ridiculous question Rayleigh has ever heard. Anyway, Rayleigh can give Hachi a very accurate answer now. Hachi, the Straw Hat Pirates you mentioned. They are all standing in front of you. I'm afraid I don't even have the ability to fight against this guy," Xiaoqi said. At this moment, Xiao Ba was stunned. It clearly remembered that the Straw Hat Pirates were very strong. But according to Xiaoqi words, doesn't it mean that if the Straw Hat Pirates meet this guy, they don't even have the strength to fight back? Is this young human man so powerful? Xiao Ba looked at Lun suspiciously, and he still felt that things were a little too unbelievable. It's not that it doubted Xiaoqi words, it was just that its knowledge and experience greatly limited its inner imagination, and it can't imagine what kind of scene Xiaoqi is talking about. Put it more bluntly. Although this little guy is young, if he encounters the group of Straw Hat Pirates you mentioned, one encounter, Lun, the little guy, can wipe them out. Rayleigh patted Xiao Ba's shoulder and said with a weird look on his face. It's asking for trouble to compete with Xing Guang and Hao Yu. There is no comparison between the two. This is so strong. Xiao Ba's eyes widened, and he lay on the ground stupidly, motionless. The Straw Hat Pirates, that group of so strong pirates, will be wiped out instantly. Experience has limited Xiao Ba's imagination. It dare not imagine what a shocking scene that would be. However, Xiao Ba suppressed the many emotional fluctuations in his heart and looked at Lun. Mr. Lun, can you really save Shelley? No point in talking, just follow me. Lun couldn't help laughing and said to Xiao Ba. It seems that if he doesn't let the other party see it, Xiao Ba's heart will never be able to express his belief. In this case, it's better to clear all the doubts in the other party's heart. In Lun's words under, Lun and Xiao Ba walked out of the bar step by step. This made Rayleigh and Xiaoqi smile at each other. Since this little guy is willing to help, this is the best thing. Xiaoqi sighed. Rayleigh has retired. If he intervenes in these things again and attracts the attention of the Navy, it may not be a good thing. The peace here may also be quickly disrupted. Xiao Ba is really too easy to be deceived by what he sees. Although Lun is very young, his strength, looking at the Grand Line, I think it's really hard to find someone who can compare with him. Straw Hat Pirates. I remember, this is the pirate group that Red Hair once mentioned. But they have only just set foot on the Grand Line. Compare them with the little guy Lun who came back from the New World. I think the result doesn't need to be inferred. Just Lun's domineering color is not something that ordinary pirates can resist. Not to mention, Lun's swordsmanship. The level is very high. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. It's like, compare a pirate who is about to set foot in the New World with the 4 emperors who rule the New World. The gap is like heaven and earth. Although this matter was caused by Xiao Ba's playfulness. But Xiao Ba's behavior makes it impossible for me to scold him. Xiaoqi shook her head and sighed, I just want to take a look at the scenery on the sea. This is actually not wrong. It's just some very few people who are wrong. Similar things have existed for a long time. No matter when, similar things can never be perfectly solved. Rayleigh nodded. Mermaids are captured by humans. There are simply too many. Such things can never be eliminated. No matter when. No matter which period. Mermaids are heretics and collectibles in the eyes of humans. Humans who want to collect mermaids will always exist. The existence of such people will increase the intensity and make human actions to capture mermaids more frequent. Interests are always the root cause of people doing many terrible things. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect. Recommended. Chapter 131 This knife, no one can stop it. Let's see how this little guy plans to convince Xiao Ba. Rayleigh changed the subject and said with a smile. Okay. Xiaoqi nodded. The two of them also walked out of the bar one after another. Leave this matter to Lun, so they are very relieved. Lun's strength is recognized by the two of them. Whether it is the growth rate or talent, Lun is a monster level. Moreover, with Lun's current strength, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi have no doubts. Lun can easily turn the entire Sabayati archipelago upside down. A human auction, it's just a place. It's undeniable. The population auction site has a huge background. But so what? If Rayleigh hadn't retired, he could have swept the entire population auction site alone. But now that he's retired, many things are restricted. But Lun is different. Who is Lun? He's an intern from the Red Hair Pirates, and a crew member on the Four Emperors ship. Does Lun need to be afraid of the subsequent turmoil? Not at all. In short, Lun's words can summarize it all. Kaido has also been offended. This big C, who can't be offended? Walking out of the bar door, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi saw. In front, Lun was holding a samurai sword. 3 meters away, Xiao Ba was looking at Lun with a suspicious face, obviously still in a state of confusion. Mr. Lun, what are you doing? Xiao Ba couldn't help but ask. Don't you believe that I can help you save that mermaid named Shelley? Now, I will let you experience with your own eyes whether I can save it. Lun smiled. Hearing this, Xiao Ba opened his mouth and was speechless. Its eyes widened, staring at Lun's every move. Although after listening to the words of Rayleigh and Xiaoqi, it began to believe in Lun's strength, but it had never seen it with its own eyes. Plus Lun's age. It's inevitable that Xiao Ba still has some doubts about Lun's strength. Now that Lun wants it to see it with its own eyes. Naturally, it won't refuse. It also wants to see. As Rayleigh said, the young human man who can kill the Straw Hat Pirates in one encounter, how terrifying is his strength. Watch out, I only make one move. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Ba nodded quickly, and his eyes began to concentrate on Lun's every move. Under its gaze, I saw. Lun slowly raised the samurai sword in his hand, and the blade gradually began to be covered with a layer of armed color, a dark red armed color, which looked extraordinarily sharp and indestructible. This is Xiao Ba's eyes widened, staring blankly at the layer of armor covering the blade in Lun's hand. Although it was not strong, it could clearly know. This is armament haki. A very terrifying ability that requires very strong people to use. Unexpected. It really couldn't imagine that Lun, at such a young age, could actually control armament haki. For Lun's strength, it suddenly began to trust. Perhaps the opponent's strength is really strong. Lun, holding a samurai sword, exuded a sharp aura all over his body, and his edge was exposed, just like the momentum of a great swordsman who was about to attack. The terrifying pressure made Xiao Ba confused. The body trembled. It believed it. This young human is a very strong swordsman. Although young, his strength is extremely terrifying. When Lun's aura swept over Lei Liki, they began to talk. Unexpectedly, this little guy seems to have improved a little. He really deserves to be called a monster swordsman. Now, if the Navy does not issue a bounty of 500 million, the other bounty hunters will really mistakenly think that Lun is just a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Once they meet, I'm afraid these bounty hunters will be killed on the spot. Now Lun's strength is not too far behind that drought under Kaido. In this regard, Rayleigh is sure. He has witnessed Lun's growth. Nothing unexpected will happen. After a while, Lun will definitely be able to return to the New World and fight against the drought. Rayleigh never doubts this. Especially when he personally experienced Lun's terrifying growth rate, Rayleigh is more convinced. If Lun is given a certain amount of growth space, crushing the drought is a piece of cake. Ahead, Lun raised the samurai sword in his hand, and the sharp momentum emanated, spreading in all directions. The majestic breath enveloped Xiao Ba's body. It made it tremble all over, and couldn't help but feel deeply trembling. Good, so strong. Xiao Ba stared blankly at Lun's figure. Suddenly, Lun's the figure, in its mind, became exceptionally majestic. It raised the samurai sword in its hand. Aiming forward. Lun did not make any extra moves, and gently swung the blade. Cut it down with a knife. The blade cut through the air, and the sound of breaking through the air was piercing and lingering. In an instant. Whoosh! A brilliant and sharp slash began to attack the front rapidly. The dazzling slash rushed into Xiao Ba's eyes. It stared at the slash in front of it in a daze, and its whole body became stiff. The terrifying pressure. It was far away. But its body could no longer move. The oppression that enveloped every cell in its body made its legs a little weak, shaking wildly, its lips trembling, unable to calm the fear in its heart. Bang! With a loud noise. The harsh sound echoed in Xiao Ba's ears, buzzing. Boom! The whole ground seemed to be shaking. The soil under his feet was shaking wildly. Xiao Ba's eyes widened, staring at the front with dullness and horror, staring intently, like a wooden chicken. A slash penetrated the open space in front of the bar 1,000 meters away. Under this fierce slash, it was directly torn apart. The ground left a deep and dark crack. One knife. Just one knife. The crack on the ground spread thousands of meters away. The slash disappeared. And the atmosphere at the scene also became silent. Xiao Ba stood there blankly, staring at the hideous crack on the ground with his eyes, and then looked further away. Fang tried to capture the end of this crack. Unfortunately, it couldn't see the end at a glance. How terrifying the power of this knife is! It goes without saying. Almost even the bar was demolished. This little guy is really a monster. Xiaoqi in the back joked. Really completely controlled the vibration. Rayleigh took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This slash did not emit any after effects. It's not difficult to judge. The after effects have been completely controlled by Lun, and can be controlled freely. In just one day. The other party has been able to control that power freely. Rayleigh asked himself. In this sea area, no one can do such a monster. Only one person. At this time, Lun slowly put away the samurai sword. Looking at the cracks on the ground that spread hideously in the distance. Turning his head. He looked at Xiao Ba, who had a dazed look on his face, and asked with a smile, "Who in your opinion can block this knife?" Xiao Ba was speechless for a moment. Its lips trembled, and its eyes looked at Lun in fear. Its heart was completely covered by a deep sense of shock, lingering in its heart, and could not dissipate for a long time. The power of this knife is too terrible. Listening to Lun's words, Xiao Ba began to fall into memories. It was thinking seriously. Over the years, among the many people it has seen, who can block what just happened? That terrifying sword, the evil dragon Hody Jones, Jinbei, King Neptune, and other fishmen, all lingered in its mind. But in the end, it denied them one by one. They could never withstand Lun's sword. He pondered for a minute. Finally, Xiao Ba came to a conclusion that shocked him. This sword. In my impression, no one can stop it. Xiao Ba's voice trembled. Yes. In its impression, no one can resist this sword. Even Rayleigh. In its mind, the strength shown by Lun just now is not as convincing as the factory. Chapter 132 The Human Auction House under the Don Quixote family. Under the moonlight. A hazy halo fell in front of Xiaoqi Blackmail Bar. The originally flat and spacious area had been split into a hideous crack that spread far away, and the end of the slash could not even be seen at a glance. The scene was silent. The hideous cracks on the ground tore the mossy soil apart. The crack was about half a meter wide and extended 1,000 meters away. This scene. Falling into Xiao Ba's eyes, it couldn't help but tremble and panic. Too strong. This knife, it couldn't even think of it was released from a human. Are humans so strong? In Xiao Ba's mind, his perception of humans was almost overturned. Such strength was actually released by humans. Moreover, the other party was just a young swordsman with such a young face, which made it have no doubt that its own age was even much older than the other party. Little guy, is this a place for people to visit in my bar? This crack that extends for 1,000 meters will surely become the most visited place in the bar in a short time. A significant feature. Xiaoqi looked at Lun helplessly. This slash left a crack of more than 1,000 meters. It was in the open space not far from the bar. It was not difficult for Xiaoqi to imagine that after tomorrow, this place would definitely attract the attention of most of the pirates rushing to the bar, and the news would spread quickly. This scene was really too big. Sorry, I used too much force for a moment. Lun smiled. He put away the samurai sword in his hand, and the armed color domineering retreated inwardly. The blade returned to its normal appearance. But the soil here seems to be it is so soft. I didn't expect that it would be cut open with such a big gap before I was serious. This is really beyond my expectation. Lun continued. His words drifted into Xiao Ba's ears. Xiao Ba was confused. No, not serious. Oh my god. He really wanted to doubt his life. He lowered his head. Xiao Ba stared blankly at his feet. This dark area that stretched from this area to the distance with no end in sight. His lips trembled slightly and his whole body trembled. This. Not serious. This knife cut through the earth. However, the other party. Actually hasn't. Xiao Ba stood there blankly, his eyes became extremely stunned, and his heart was terrified, like a surging wave, constantly washing away his already shallow cognition. Are all the human strengths above the blue sea so terrifying? This is too monstrous. I dare to conclude. This knife, even for Boss Jinbei, will definitely be difficult to resist. Xiao Ba thought in horror. Jinbei is recognized as the strongest man in Fishman Island. But even if it is Jinbei, Xiao Ba does not think that the opponent can block Lun's knife. This knife left a very deep impression on it. Especially in terms of power. It was completely unimaginable. This crack that spanned thousands of meters was actually split open by just a human swinging a knife. The earth was torn apart. What a terrifying strength it must have to be to achieve this moment. Xiao Ba expressed deep conviction in Lun's strength. It thought. There shouldn't be anyone on the entire island who can resist the foot of such a monster. Rayleigh's friend seems to be too powerful. Xiao Ba thought. How can such strength be? Can I still convince you? Lun turned to look at Xiao Ba and asked with a smile. Mr. Lun, thank you. Xiao Ba's hands were trembling, and he lowered his head quickly, his expression was respectful, and there was still deep fear and awe in the depths of his eyes, which could not be concealed. That knife left him with a deep memory that he would never forget in his life. Okay, let's all come back. Rayleigh waved his hand. The group returned to the bar. In the open space in front of the bar, there was a hideous crack that spread thousands of meters away, which was creepy. Return to the bar. Xiao Ba wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and his expression became very excited. It understood. This time, Shelley is really saved. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but glance at Lun's figure not far away, clenched his fists, his expression was full of strong self-confidence, and gritted his teeth. It will definitely succeed. Once this kind of monster is dispatched, the human auction field will definitely not be able to stop this kind of monster. Lun, since you are ready to help me, then I have to tell you something in advance. about the human auction field intelligence news. Rayleigh looked at Lun and spoke slowly. The background of the population auction is not simple. And this is also what he must let Lun know in advance. Okay. Lun nodded and listened attentively. Then Rayleigh looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi understood and began to introduce. The population auction in the Sabayati archipelago is located in Area 1, where people from various places are often sold. For example, captains of powerful pirate groups, or some sailors, some more beautiful women, and princesses of some impoverished kingdoms, etc. Among them, in the population auction, the most attractive thing is undoubtedly the auction of mermaids. Although this kind of auction is not common, it still happens occasionally. Many mermaids will be imprisoned in glass cages after being auctioned, and live in darkness from then on, as collectibles for people to watch. Rare mermaids will be auctioned. Sell? At a high price. This kind of rare commodity will become the most eager target for auction people to capture. For this chaotic and corrupt phenomenon, the navy stationed in the Sabayati archipelago turned a deaf ear and did not dare to interfere with the order of the auction house at all. 0. Not only because the Sabayati archipelago is controlled by the celestial dragons. In addition, because the auction house itself has a very large and extraordinary background. Speaking of this, Xiaoqi looked at Lun and asked with interest, "Do you know who owns the population auction house located in the number 1 area of the Sabayati archipelago?" This is the key. Being able to blatantly conduct a population auction in the Sabayati archipelago. Moreover, over the years, basically no pirates or navy dared to touch the rules and order of the auction house. This is enough to show the extraordinary nature of the auction house itself. On the side, Xiao Ba gritted his teeth, his expression was full of anger and powerlessness, and he clenched his fists. Mermaids were auctioned like commodities. This is its invincibility. It is not strong enough to change the world and set order for the world. If nothing unexpected happens, the population auction house in the Sabayati archipelago belongs to the power of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the underground world of the New World, he is called the Joker. Lun thought for a while and said bluntly, "Yes, it seems that little Lun knows a lot of information about the New World." Xiaoqi looked at Lun in surprise. She didn't expect that Lun actually knew who the population auction house in the Sabayati archipelago belonged to. That's right. It belongs to the Don Quixote family. In the New World, the Don Quixote family is quite famous. Although not as good as the 4 emperors, it is also famous in a sea area. The underground forces in the New World are closely related to the Don Quixote family. It can be said that if you provoke the Don Quixote family, you will have a lot of trouble. In addition, 1.3 Xiaoqi paused, his eyes fixed, and said intriguingly, "The young master of the Don Quixote family is Da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In fact, in addition to the 7 warlords of the sea, he has another identity. He is a celestial dragon." After the words fell, it can be clearly seen. Xiao Ba trembled all over, and deep fear began to flow in his eyes. Celestial dragons, for them, are just like a nightmare. Lun, boy, do you still want to provoke them? Xiaoqi right holding a cigarette in his hand, he fixed his eyes on Lun with a little interest. Xiao Ba looked at Lun nervously and apprehensively. 7 warlords of the sea. Indeed, this is very troublesome. Lun's mouth moved slightly. "Mr. Lun." Xiao Ba's words were not finished yet. But he was interrupted by Lun. "I saw." Lun raised his head, his eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on his face, "But even if it is so, so what? I have already offended Kaido, so why should I be afraid of offending a 7 warlords of the sea?" Chapter 133. Fortunately, such a monster is a friend instead of an enemy. Lun's words made Xiaoqi and Lei Li smile even more brightly. They both had guessed that Lun would say this, but it was just a reminder. Mr. Lun, thank you very much. Xiao Ba said to Lun with tears in his eyes. Sure enough. There are still good people among humans. And he is a very powerful and good person. Xiao Ba looked at Lun with deep admiration in his eyes. He is very powerful and willing to help them. Which makes him feel very excited. Sister Xiaoqi, please give me some intelligence information about the human auction. Lun looked at Xiaoqi and said. Only when we are well prepared can we use the shortest time to rescue the mermaid named Shelley. Otherwise, the more time we spend, the more trouble we will have. Although Lun was not too worried heart. But it is too much trouble, and it will still affect his next time to go to sea. Okay. Xiaoqi nodded. Soon. She prepared a piece of intelligence information about the population auction house and handed it directly to Lun. After a rough look, Lun has roughly understood a lot of information about the population auction house. For example, before the auction of the population, where will the slaves be placed, etc. However, the place where the slaves are held is very large, and different slaves and commodities are held. Naturally, it is basically unrealistic to find Shelley from here in a short time. On the contrary, this will take more time. Therefore, Lun does not plan to launch a surprise attack. He does not want to waste too much time here. The best way is to wait until the goods are placed for auction, so as to directly take over and plunder. This is more straightforward and simpler. In addition to the place where the commodity slaves are placed, there is also a map of the security personnel of the human auction house, and even these are available. Lun looked at Xiaoqi strangely. Could it be that the other party has already prepared this information and wants to rob the human auction house at any time? Even the location of these security personnel is accurately marked on this information. This makes Lun feel, even if it is not him, but a stronger pirate, if he knows such accurate information and then lays out, wouldn't it be very easy to overturn the human auction house? What's wrong? Xiaoqi noticed Lun's strange look. Sister Xiaoqi, you are. The information is too detailed. It makes me feel that you have prepared for a long time and want to rob the human auction house. Lun asked jokingly. He has already read the basic information. Knowing this information, he can arrange the next plan smoothly and easily. For Lun, there is no need to have too many plans. It is very simple. Wait for the mermaid to come out and immediately take action. This is Lun's plan. What you said seems to make sense. If I have time, I also want to go and see what the scene of the human auction house is like. Xiaoqi smiled. By the way, Rayleigh suddenly reminded, I remember that every slave will leave a slave on his neck. The slave collar can be detonated at any time. Once it is attacked by a huge force, it will be detonated instantly, thus killing the person who is put on the slave collar. Speaking of this, Xiaoqi's face also became solemn. This does require certain skills. As long as the speed is fast enough, there will be no accidents. Lun smiled. That's true. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. Indeed. Rayleigh has tried it before. The slave collar is not irremovable. As long as the speed is fast enough, take it away and throw it away before it explodes, it can prevent the people around it from being harmed after the explosion. Rayleigh believes that with Lun's strength, it is not difficult to do this. After all, Lun, but a monster. With your strength, there are not many things to pay attention to. I don't need to tell you so much, anyway, just be careful. Xiaoqi said to Lun. No need to tell too much. Lun's strength is obvious to all. If even Lun can't be solved, then they really have to look at this human auction carefully. How strong is Lun? looking at this sea area. Among the pirates, he is definitely among the best. If even Lun can't be dealt with, doesn't it mean there is a big pirate with a strength of more than 500 million berries hidden in the human auction? This is obviously impossible. How do you plan to act? Rayleigh was curious asked. It will take more time to rush directly into the place where the efforts and goods are placed, and I may not be able to find Xiao Ba's friends. This will alert the enemy and give them time to change their target. If this phenomenon really happens, things will be more troublesome. So, I plan to go straight to Huanglong. Wait for them to take out the mermaid Shellier and prepare for the auction, and then I will take her away directly. This will be much simpler. Lun said bluntly. Plan. This is his plan. It's very simple. There is no need for too many cumbersome procedures. As long as Shellier appears, he can act directly. This, okay. Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, but when he thought of Lun's strength, he nodded. Lun's strength is as high as the level of 500 million bounty. One thing can be very clear. With such strength, the little pirates in the Sabayati archipelago will never be able to resist. It really fits your personality, simple and straightforward. Xiaoqi smiled. This plan does not have any extra tedious steps. Just rob people directly. Okay. This is very Lun. As a powerful monster, just to rescue people, what kind of plan and tedious and complicated steps are needed, to be honest? If the plan becomes cumbersome and complicated, it will simply add more trouble to Lun. But the effect is indeed the best, isn't it? Lun also smiled and said. Turn end. Lun said to Xiao Ba, get ready. Tomorrow, the news that the human auction house is about to auction mermaids will spread widely in the Sabayati archipelago. At that time, we will prepare to rush directly to the human auction house. Okay. Xiao Ba nodded seriously. It clenched its fists, its eyes full of anger and determination. Now, it has enough confidence to save Shelley. Because on this trip, a monster with terrifying strength will take action. Lun will take action. This is like giving Xiao Ba a reassurance. When he thought of the terrifying knife just now, Xiao Ba couldn't help trembling and excitement in his heart. Fortunately, such a monster is not an enemy, but a friend. Otherwise, it simply couldn't imagine how desperate it would be to face such a monster enemy. Xiao Ba was already 730 lucky. Fortunately, there is such a powerful monster as a friend, which is really reassuring. By the way, I have to remind you. Rayleigh spoke again, after saving Shelley, quickly leave the human auction site, and don't stay too long. And, Lun, remember, don't make trouble. Understood. Lun nodded. Of course he knew what Rayleigh wanted to express. Don't make trouble. That means don't save extra people. As for why he said that, it was obvious. Rayleigh didn't want Lun to be involved in these. It's too much. Rescuing a fishman will cause a lot of turmoil, but it won't develop to the most extreme point. But if all the goods and slaves are released at once, the consequences will be disastrous. Although Rayleigh doesn't think that Lun will be afraid of these so-called consequences. But he still has to remind him. To escalate a small quarrel to a life-and-death feud is not worth the loss. This time, I owe you a favor. Rayleigh looked at Lun and laughed. Actually, it's a favor that I still owe you. Your favor? Lun smiled without saying anything. The golden card picked up from Rayleigh has greatly helped his strength. The level of the three-color domineering power has directly jumped to level 5. The level of the vibration fluctuation has jumped to level 10, and in addition, the vibration fluctuation can be completely controlled. Just these 2 points have brought a tremendous sublimation to Lun's strength. It is precisely because of this. Lun took the initiative to help Rayleigh solve this trouble, as a thank you for the many help that the golden attribute card dropped from Rayleigh gave him. Chapter 134 All parties move together. Gather at the population auction site. The next day. The sky was dim, a golden halo fell, covering the islands of the Sabayati archipelago, and occasionally many pirate ships could be seen stopping near the coast. It was a new day. Early in the morning. At Syaki Blackmail Bar. Some minor movements occurred. A very simple reason. When some pirate regulars rushed to Syaki Blackmail Bar and were about to arrive at the door of the bar, they saw a hideous crack in the ground not far away. Some people suspected that they were hallucinating. On the spot, they rubbed their eyes, froze in place with a confused look on their faces, and did not move. What is this? What happened? In just one day, how come the front of this bar has changed? Could it be that I came to the wrong place? Is this really Syaki Blackmail Bar? Why is there such a scary crack in front of the door? Could it be that there was an earthquake last night? That's not right, I didn't feel the ground shaking at all. There were many opinions. Many pirates gathered at the edge of the crack on the ground, their eyes widened, staring blankly at this hideous and terrifying crack, speechless, throat dry. How did this happen? Did the ground crack? If not for this reason, they couldn't think of why this crack existed in this place. Have you observed it clearly? I walked to the end and found this crack. I'm afraid it's no less than 1,000 meters away. Oh my God, inexplicably, such a terrifying crack appeared in front of the bar. What exactly caused this? Everyone was confused and couldn't understand. At this moment, a swordsman pirate holding a blade, walked out of the crowd and carefully observed the hideous and terrifying crack on the ground. Finally, he came up with a guess in his mind. But this guess made him feel fear and despair. Even his worldview collapsed. This is, he said in public with a trembling voice, this is a crack that someone forcibly split open. It is not due to interference from natural factors. But, there is a swordsman with extremely terrifying strength who used a knife to directly cut it open. After the words fell, the whole audience was silent. A pair of terrified eyes gathered on the swordsman. They simply didn't dare to believe what the other party said. Because this was too shocking. How did you come up with such a guess? Boy, did you see clearly? How dare you say this was man-made? What a joke! If this is man-made, I will walk on my head from now on. Facing many questioning voices, the middle-aged swordsman had a dry throat and gently stroked the edge of the crack. He could feel the sharp edge that remained here. There was no mistake. He could draw an absolute conclusion. This crack was caused by a person with great strength and swordsmanship. A very scary big the swordsman cut the crack with one blow. If you have practiced swordsmanship, you will be able to feel the terrifying edge left here. The middle-aged swordsman answered. Once again, everyone present fell into silence. They stared blankly at the crack on the ground and looked into the distance. But no matter what, they were horrified to find that they could not see the end. However, such a hideous crack with no end was actually caused by a swordsman. It was also cut open by a swordsman. This really made them terrified. I think we can ask Sister Xiaoqi. Since there is such a thing here, she must know the reason. Someone suggested. A group of people stepped into the bar. They began to ask Xiaoqi at the front desk about the one in front of the door. In response, Xiaoqi told the truth. Yes, some of you guessed it right. It was cut open with a knife. In an instant, the bar became extremely quiet. A group of pirates felt a chill coming from the soles of their feet, making their scalps numb. They turned their heads quickly with horror and looked at the crack that stretched 1,000 meters away. His lips trembled, unable to speak. Man-made. Who can do this? He is the monster swordsman you are talking about. Xiaqi next sentence made the expressions of the pirates present more panic. It turned out to be him. Suddenly, the pirates present only felt that they had underestimated the strength of this monster swordsman. It turns out that the opponent's strength is so terrifying. This knife. Even the ground was torn open by a 1,000-meter crack. So, how terrifying must the opponent's strength be? Everyone present was stunned. Seeing their expressions, Xiaqi couldn't help laughing. If I tell you that Lun was not serious at that time, what would your expressions be? Thinking of this, Xiaqi couldn't help laughing, looking out the window, absent-minded. Little guy. With your strength, there shouldn't be any accidents in solving this matter. The Sabayati archipelago was shaken. It was not because of the crack in front of Xiaqi blackmail bar. The news came from the human auction house in District 1. Today, there are mermaids, and they are about to be auctioned. Moreover, they are just captured. The female mermaid was very beautiful. She had not received any special treatment and was intact and untouched. When the news spread, many pirates who stayed in the Sabayati archipelago were all alarmed. In addition to the pirates, many local nobles and dignitaries were also attracted. Mermaid. This is a rare commodity in collection. Some wealthy merchants, many of them have some very special hobbies and like to collect precious items. In their eyes, mermaids are very precious items. Collecting them can make them feel a sense of accomplishment. So, as expected, when the news of the human auction came out, in less than a few minutes, this news was overwhelming and covered every corner of the Sabayati archipelago. Countless pirates, nobles and dignitaries gathered and rushed to the human auction in Area 1. Mermaids are rare commodities. They naturally don't want to miss it. Even if they can't afford it, many people want to see it. What does the legendary mermaid look like? Oh my god, a mermaid! A beautiful female mermaid, this is even more precious. Although I may not be able to buy it this time, I think it's worth it if I can see it. Quick, rush to the auction house. Mermaid, I must get it. Soon. A group of people rushed to the auction house. That day, there were many visitors to the auction house. An endless stream of visitors poured into the auction house. And this spacious and empty auction house was full. There were many visitors gathered in the auction house. The identities were also different. There are nobles and wealthy businessmen from different regions. Or those vicious pirates in the Sabayati archipelago. They all gathered at the auction house to witness the auction of mermaids. This scene, falling into the eyes of Disco, the person in charge of the human auction house, he became even more excited. Disco. It was the person in charge of the human auction house and the auction host. Young master, this time, you will definitely praise me. Mermaid. This time, the mermaid will definitely be sold at a very high price. Unexpectedly, in the Sabayati archipelago, I was lucky enough to get. Fortunately, I can't catch a mermaid. Disco was on the stage in the middle of the human auction, and he was excited and excited. He could sense that this was a great opportunity for him to improve his status. Mermaid. If he could auction it off, his popularity would rise steadily. At that time, his young master would definitely see that his performance was so good, and would definitely give him a higher status. Even becoming a formal member of the Don Quixote family was not a bad idea. Under his gaze, the entire auction hall was almost full. The lights were flashing, filling the entire stage. Seeing this, Disco suppressed his many excited thoughts, and walked forward step by step, standing in the center of the stage, facing the front seat, with an excited smile on his face, holding the microphone and began to shout excitedly. Good morning, everyone. I am your favorite host, Mr. Disco. Next, no more small talk. I believe that your target, everyone, must be the mermaid that our human auction house is about to auction, a beautiful female mermaid about 19 years old. In order to capture her, it can be said that our auction house has consumed a huge amount of manpower. The most important thing is that the number of mermaids has been decreasing in recent years. And such a young and beautiful female mermaid. She has not been treated specially by any of us, and is still in a perfect state. Although she was frightened in the process of catching, it will never affect the perfection of the product. I can guarantee this with the reputation of the auction house. Now I declare. This auction officially begins. Chapter 135 The auction house ushered in a terrifying monster. Sabayati Archipelago, First Area. Walking on the street. Lun, holding a samurai sword, rushed to the direction of the human auction place step by step. Beside him, Xiao Ba wore a loose coat, completely wrapped up his body, and did not let his identity as a fishman be exposed to the outside world, otherwise it would inevitably cause some minor troubles. On the way, occasionally, the voices of some residents talking could be heard, lingering in Lun's ears. Mermaid, have you heard that the human auction place will auction a mermaid today, a female mermaid, very young and beautiful? Real or fake mermaid, can such a rare species be caught by these guys in the human auction house? That's right, since they said they would auction the mermaid, they are definitely not just trying to attract attention. The auction house wants a reputation. Once it becomes notorious, their auction house will not be far from bankruptcy. The voice of the conversation pierced Xiao Ba's ears. It clenched its fists, gritted its teeth, and the flames of anger rose in its eyes. Don't worry. Lun glanced at Xiao Ba and said slowly. Mr. Lun, everything is up to you. Xiao Ba bit his teeth lightly and said nervously. Let's go. Lun nodded. Take Xiao Ba and rush to the human auction. It took several minutes. Finally, arrived at the destination smoothly. Looking ahead, the huge building of the human auction appeared in front of us. There was a noisy and lively sound in the air, coming from the front of the human auction, spreading all over the place, almost covering the streets in this area. It seemed particularly cold here. Needless to say, the people here have basically rushed to the human auction. Right here. Xiao Ba trembled slightly, looking very nervous. Has it started? Lun was not in a hurry. 730 anyway. Mermaids are a rare species, and they are auctioned as commodities. If he had to say it, it would definitely be saved for the end as the finale. So, Lun didn't have to worry about missing this auction. Mr. Lun, shall we go in now? Xiao Ba looked at Lun anxiously. Of course. Lun nodded. Xiao Ba, with a nervous mood, walked forward step by step. Very smoothly and unimpeded, he stepped into the auction house in front. As soon as he stepped into the auction house, what came to his face was the noisy and bustling sound, lingering in his ears. Looking a little closer, Xiao Ba almost collapsed on the ground with weak legs. Because there are really too many people gathered here. At a glance, you can't even see the end. There are so many people. The dark crowd is sitting in different seats. The scene Xiao Ba couldn't even find any empty seats. There were still many people standing next to them. This scene really made Xiao Ba panic. He clenched his fists and cold sweat gradually spread down his spine and wet his back. There are indeed a lot of people. Lun was also very surprised. He didn't expect that. The attraction of mermaids is so great. It's only been a short morning. Lun estimated that there were at least 3,000 people gathered at the auction. 3,000 people gathered in the same auction. It's easy to imagine how huge this scene is. As a fishman, Xiao Ba is in this environment. It's not difficult to imagine how uneasy he feels. If Lun hadn't been standing next to him, considering Lun's terrifying strength, Xiao Ba's legs may have gone weak and he may have been paralyzed on the ground and unable to move. Lun, you must save Shelley. Xiao Ba grabbed Lun's arm, trembling all over. I will never break my promise to you. Lun said. He fixed his eyes on the stage in front of him. Under the flashing lights, the host's figure stood out. It should be almost the end. Lun smiled. It seems that the time to rush to the auction house is appropriate. Otherwise, if we just arrived at the auction house, it will take a long time. Let's go, find a place to sit, and we can make a move soon. Lun walked forward with Xiaobai step by step. Arrived at the seat in the middle. No need to use too many tricks. With Lun's eyes, the two pirates trembled all over and fled in panic. It's very simple. The two pirates recognized Lun. They saw it. Lun is the monster swordsman who killed the three brothers of Lies in seconds. When they learned this, they were panicked and prepared to flee the auction house quickly. This made the other pirates who accompanied them ask in confusion, "Why did you run away without the mermaid? What happened? Don't say anything, hurry up, or you won't be able to leave." The two pirates' lips trembled. What happened? Monster, the monster is coming. Monster, what monster? It's the monster swordsman. The words fell. The atmosphere was silent. Let's go quickly. About a dozen pirates looked at Lun's direction with panic. They knew in their hearts. The current auction house has welcomed a very scary monster. Then, without any hesitation, their curiosity and expectations about mermaids completely vanished and disappeared without a trace. In a blink of an eye, they left the auction house. Their departure would not disturb any development of the auction house. Their departure was just a small episode. No. It's not even a small episode. Sit down. Lun sat down directly. Xiaobai looked terrified and sat next to Lun. The host Disco, who was on the stage, was getting more and more excited. The auction was coming to an end. This meant that the final product was about to be launched. Disco knew it very well. This time, the auction was held, and the reason why so many people gathered at the scene was that 99% of them came for the name of the mermaid. Everyone knew this. Mermaid. Once it's auctioned, it will be a sky-high price. Master Doflamingo will definitely know my performance here, and promote my identity to Don Quixote. It may not be impossible to become a formal member of the Da family. This is an opportunity, a huge opportunity. Disco's lips trembled with excitement. He looked at the stage in front of him with excitement. Then, under the shining lights, Disco tightly grasped the microphone in his hand and shouted the loudest, "Yes, guests, you are not wrong, all the goods have been auctioned now. No. To be more precise, all ordinary goods have been auctioned, and the next one will be our last turn to auction a very precious and rare item. She will definitely not let you down. I believe that most of the guests are here for her. Now, without further ado, let our lovely staff deliver the goods that our many visitors are looking forward to." The harsh and loud voice lingered throughout the auction hall. Hearing this, the expressions of the visitors at the scene obviously became, particularly expectant, excited, and excited. Xiaobai trembled all over, clenched his fists, and stared at the front. On the side, Lun did not have much emotional fluctuations. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it can be seen that on the stage in front, as Disco's words just fell, several staff members carefully pushed out a crystal transparent glass. In the middle of the glass, there was clear water. In addition, there was a female mermaid. The mermaid wore light blue clothes, had a pretty face, and looked at the many visitors in front with fear in her big eyes. Her long blue hair drooped, making her look pitiful. Being inside the transparent crystal glass made her look gorgeous, especially the fish tail, which revealed her identity as a mermaid. The atmosphere on the scene became silent. In an instant. Wow! The atmosphere exploded. The whole place was in an uproar. Thousands of visitors stared at the mermaid in the crystal glass in front of them, excited, clenched their fists, and made a series of harsh remarks. Yes, it's a real mermaid. Oh my god, a real mermaid. I can't believe that I can see a real mermaid in my lifetime. I must get this mermaid. Not far away. Next to Lun, Xiao Ba's eyes were burning with anger, and he gritted his teeth. Yes, it's Shelley. Is this your mermaid friend? Lun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the mermaid imprisoned in the crystal glass, and smiled. It seems. It's time for this farce to end. I don't want to waste too much time in this place. Mr. Lun. Xiao Ba looked at Lun hopefully. I'll be back soon. Lun stood up from his chair and walked towards the stage in front step by step. At this time, on the stage, as the person in charge and host, Disco was holding the microphone, looking excited, feeling the fiery and explosive atmosphere on the scene. He was in a particularly excited mood, with blood boiling all over his body. He could feel that this mermaid must be sold at a sky-high price. Disco held the microphone, his face flushed. Dear guests, this is the finale of our auction, the mermaid, a living young and beautiful female mermaid. His words directly ignited the atmosphere on the scene, making this already lively and noisy atmosphere even more hot. The noise lingered in all directions. Suddenly, Disco saw a man holding a weapon chikatana, a young figure walking towards the stage step by step. He frowned and was about to give instructions to the security personnel. Suddenly, the young figure holding a samurai sword raised his head slightly, revealing a young and immature face. This young and slightly immature face appeared in Disco's eyes, which immediately made him stuck in his words. He trembled all over, his eyes widened, and a sense of fear filled his heart. At the same time, a chill went straight from the soles of his feet to his head. Disco's hands holding the microphone trembled and he almost dropped the microphone. All his enthusiasm, excitement, and other emotions. It was as if they were directly extinguished by a basin of cold water. Because Disco recognized the identity of this figure. He knew very well. Who is the visitor? He is the one. Monster Swordsman. Chapter 136. I heard that the domineering color and beautiful dreams are very compatible. Yesterday's news was still lingering in his mind. And in the middle of the stage, Disco tightly grasped the microphone in both hands, trembling all over, staring at Lun in front of him with wide eyes and full of fear. This young figure holding a samurai sword directly became the source of his fear. Why did the other party appear here? Could it be? Even the monster swordsman is interested in mermaids. If that's the case. No, that's not right. Disco stopped imagining in his head, his eyes fixed on Lun approaching step by step. If the other party is interested in mermaids, it is impossible to show such an expression. Could it be? The other party wants to rob them by force. Thinking of this, Disco's inner fear was infinitely magnified, and the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak again. So, on the scene, only the noisy and lively visitors were left. They didn't notice the weird look of Disco in the middle of the stage. Most people's eyes were fixed in the transparent crystal glass, staring intently, without moving at all. Signs. Mermaid. It's a mermaid. This is the first time they have seen a mermaid in their lives. Therefore, their excitement could not be concealed at all. Among them, some pirates with high bounties also showed strong curiosity and desire. Among these visitors, many pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions can still be seen. Obviously, they were also shocked by this auction and arrived at the scene, ready to witness the legendary mermaid. They saw it. Yes, a real mermaid. And she is so young and beautiful, a female mermaid. Looking at each other's fishtail, their faces flushed, their fists clenched, their blood boiling, and it could not be calmed down and flowed all over their bodies. Mermaid. What a beautiful mermaid. I must get it, I must buy it, even if it costs me all my life's wealth, I must buy it for my collection. It is really a mermaid, it is really beautiful, it really has a fish tail, and our human face and body doin'. Mermaids are really a magical species of life. The atmosphere was hot. Thousands of people in the audience stared at the mermaid imprisoned in the transparent crystal glass, their eyes were fixed on it, and their eyes did not blink. Many nobles and wealthy businessmen began to get excited. They were ready to bid. This is a fierce competition. Everyone can feel it. In the end, the price of the mermaid auctioned must be quite high. This made most ordinary people reveal a bitter expression, it seems that I have no chance. But I also want to see what the final transaction price of the mermaid is. It must be a sky-high price. Yes, the number of mermaids has been decreasing in recent years. This time, a female mermaid appeared in the auction hall. She is so young and beautiful, she must attract more collectors. I estimate that the final transaction amount must be no less than 300 million berries. 300 million is a joke, I think it's at least 400 million. The sound of conversation filled the entire auction hall. Facing these many expressions, Xiao Bie, who was sitting in a chair, clenched his fists, his eyes were full of nervous and uneasy emotional fluctuations. Its eyes were fixed on the back of the young figure in front of him. I couldn't help it. Xiao Bie exhaled heavily, and he was very confident in his heart. Mr. Lun will definitely be able to save Shelley. At this time, no one noticed. The disco on the stage, his whole body became stiff. In front, Lun's steps stopped abruptly. He raised his head. His eyes were fixed on Disco. Being stared at by Lun, Disco trembled, his lips trembled slightly, and the microphone he held tightly fell on the stage under his feet. You. Disco's eyes were full of fear, and he trembled. He felt it. The terrifying sense of oppression coming from Lun. Almost. It made it extremely difficult for him to breathe. The oppression from absolute strength. Monster swordsman. What do you want to do here? Disco gritted his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart, but his words were still trembling. From this, it can be seen. He is not as calm as he looks. What do you think I should do? Lun smiled. His smile, reflected in Disco's eyes, made the latter have an ominous premonition in his heart. Not good. Very bad. This monster, running to the auction house, could it really want to make trouble? Disco thought in horror. The hot atmosphere just now gradually cooled down. Many people also noticed that the atmosphere here seemed to become a little weird. So, pairs of eyes began to quickly fix on Disco. They seemed to want to ask. Why? The auction has not started yet. Most of them can't wait. Start soon. A middle-aged man with a big belly stood up from his chair, shouting with anger and anxiety. That's right, the auction starts quickly, I can't wait to buy her. Such a young and beautiful mermaid is really likable. Disco, you guys, do you know how to auction? Many complaints came one after another. But at this moment, Disco has completely ignored these voices. His eyes are still fixed on Lun. Unconsciously, he began to sweat on his forehead, and even his spine was covered with cold sweat. Gradually, some people noticed that something was wrong with Disco. Some people fixed their eyes on Lun. Because Lun was already at the front. So, most people could only see Lun's back. But, even so, this back still made a few visitors present begin to think of that nightmare figure. This back. I always feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Someone began to say. The atmosphere became silent. The noisy sound was weakened a lot. And the atmosphere was particularly weird. A pair of eyes were fixed on Lun's back. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the peace from the direction of the seat. I remember. No mistake, it's him. The next second, many people looked in the direction of the sound source. It was a pirate with a seemingly high bounty. In full view of the public. The pirate swallowed his saliva, looked at the young figure in front of him, and blurted out with a trembling body, he is the one who killed the 3 brothers of lies in seconds. Monster swordsman. After the words fell, there was no sound at the scene. The sound of many people swallowing their saliva could be clearly heard. The auction hall was originally lively. In a blink of an eye, it was so quiet that it made people's scalps numb. Thousands of visitors, without any prior agreement, began to fix their eyes on Lun's figure. In their eyes, it was difficult to hide the deep fear, accompanied by the words just now. Yes. They also began to associate it. That, never crossed their minds the terrifying figure that disappeared in the sea. That monster that can easily kill a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries. Okay, it seems to be him. Monster swordsman. He actually came to the human auction. What is he going to do? Is he trying to snatch the mermaid from the human auction? Horror. Thousands of visitors were silent and stared at Lun blankly. Even though there were many so-called pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries among these visitors. But facing the figure in front of them, they were still too scared to say a word, and even dared not breathe too loudly. The gap was too big. They deeply understood. The monster in front of them could easily kill everyone. The existence of hundreds of millions of pirates. They are totally not in the same class. Located at the front of the seat. Looking around, Lun glanced at the many guests present. Just felt. These people are still too noisy. Let them be quiet. Thinking of this, Lun's face showed a meaningful smile. Everyone, please be prepared, because you are about to have a beautiful dream. This sentence just fell. The next second. Buzz. A terrifying breath emanated from Lun's body. The breath took Lun as the center point and gradually began to spread in all directions. I heard. The domineering color, domineering and beautiful dreams are a perfect match. And it helps to fall asleep and make the dream more fragrant. People who have been washed by the domineering color don't have to worry about facing insomnia. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended. Chapter 137. The domineering color shocked the whole audience. Intimidating Don Quixote cotters. Human auction. A beautiful dream. Monster swordsman. What do you want to do? Thousands of pirates looked at Lun in horror. Including Disco on the stage, his expression was full of fear, his legs were weak, and he almost collapsed from the stage, but he still endured it. The entire auction hall was originally noisy and lively. However, because of the appearance of one person, it fell into an exceptionally quiet atmosphere. That is, Lun. After learning about Lun's identity, the scene, the lively atmosphere, suddenly became very quiet, and there was no sound. Pairs of eyes gathered and fixed on Lun, never moving. Fear. Awe. These eyes all contain these emotional fluctuations. Because everyone present knows very well, Lun, what a terrifying monster. In the Sabayati archipelago, the deeds of Lun have already spread to every corner. Killed greedy wolf Sarko in one blow. The big pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. And then 730. 3 blows, killed 3 in one blow, the big pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries, that is, the 3 brothers of lies. Even though there are many pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions of berries present, they can't see. The eyes looking at Lun were also filled with deep fear. They knew very well. They were not in the same class as the other party. Buzz. The faint breath, with Lun as the center, was spreading in all directions. The strength of the breath slowly began to rise and became more powerful. It was like the water from a river slowly growing into a surging wave. In an instant, where Lun stood, the domineering color spread to every place around. In a blink of an eye, the terrifying and majestic domineering aura of the domineering color completely enveloped the entire auction venue. Feel it well, don't worry about losing. It feels like you can fall asleep and then fall into a sweet dream. Lun smiled. The domineering aura of the Overlord burst out. Boom! The entire auction hall, thousands of visitors, were completely enveloped by this domineering aura, and every cell in their bodies seemed to be squeezed by terror. In just a moment, plop! Plop! The whole audience, thousands of people, most of them began to roll their eyes and foam at the mouth, and they collapsed directly on their seats and fell to the ground next to them. The scene became more and more silent. Looking around, the seats were full. There were many people who fainted. The so-called nobles and wealthy businessmen, and under the sweep of Lun's terrifying domineering aura, without exception, they were all shocked and lost consciousness. All the same, 99% of the people were completely shocked by Lun's domineering aura and fell into a sweet dream. But at the same time, there are still some very rare exceptions. Just like not far from the corner, two pirates were looking at Lun with horror eyes, goosebumps rising all over their bodies, and the fear in their hearts was almost impossible to hide on their faces. They were also affected by the domineering aura. But fortunately, this momentum and pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. But compared to others, they can still retain their consciousness. Except for these two pirates. At the scene, there are many seats, and they are all counted. Under the pressure of Lun's domineering color. In total, there are more than 20 pirates who have not fallen. But they are no exception. Looking at Lun's eyes, fear grows and spreads all over the body. This is domineering color domineering. Many of the remaining pirates have a little bit of it, and they immediately judged the power that caused everyone in the audience to fall down. It is the legendary domineering color domineering. It is called. There is only one person among a million people. Horrible talent. That is to say, the monster swordsman, he is actually a monster with the potential of the domineering color domineering talent. No, it's not just about this talent. He has been able to control it skillfully, and can control it freely and use it skillfully. More than 20 pirates stared at Lun's back blankly. They can resist this domineering color. But it doesn't mean they can compete with Lun. Now, in their minds, Lun's terrifying level will undoubtedly rise to a higher level. Not only swordsmanship, superb, strength horrible. He also has the domineering color. Monster swordsman, who is he and why has he never been heard of in this sea area before? More than 20 pairs of terrified eyes were fixed on Lun. The huge auction hall. Now, there are only a few dozen people who can stay awake. The noise is no longer noisy, but becomes particularly deserted. Stage. The disco finally couldn't bear it. His legs were weak, and he lay paralyzed on the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at the many seats not far away. He saw it. In just a moment. Thousands of guests, all stunned. Only about 20 people remained, unaffected. All the others, none of them were spared. What a terrifying force! What is this? What happened? Disco's eyes were round, paralyzed on the stage like a wooden chicken. The scene became extremely weird. Even the mermaid named Shelley, who was inside the transparent crystal glass, had her fear in her beautiful eyes slightly dissipated, staring blankly at the scene in front of her. What is going on? Among these many people, it saw Xiao Ba's figure. Xiao Ba. Shelley excitedly knocked on the transparent crystal glass, but no matter what, it could hardly make any sound. The transparent crystal glass effectively isolated any sound coming from inside it. Seat. Xiao Bia was stunned. Yes. It couldn't imagine it at all. What happened just now? Why? In this short moment, these thousands of visitors all fell down. This is too horrifying. Ba's eyes widened, staring blankly at his left and right sides. All the visitors fell down. Only he himself was still sitting on the chair safely. Mr. Lun. Good, so scary. Ba looked at Lun's back in front of him, his lips trembling, and his heart was excited. Too strong. Ba never imagined it. A human being can be so strong. It's really amazing. It's unbelievable. Rayleigh is right, if it's Mr. Lun. Those people in the Straw Hat Pirates are really vulnerable in front of Mr. Lun. Xiao Ba clenched his fists. The stage was not far away. You could vaguely see a man wearing red pants and a red cape, standing at the back of the stage in a daze. He had long brown hair that was curled and drooping, and a knife on his waist. His features were very prominent and peculiar, making him memorable at a glance. He was Diamante, one of the highest officials of the Don Quixote family. He was also a devil fruit user. Originally, he had just returned from the New World and happened to pass by the Sabayati archipelago, so he came to the auction house to inspect. But he never thought it was just such a coincidence. He encountered, one. What he encountered at the moment. It can be said that the horrifying scene appeared in his eyes. This is Hoang Haki. Diamante opened his mouth and was stunned, dry throat. The domineering color emanating from Lun just now directly enveloped his body, allowing him to deeply experience the feeling of being oppressed by this domineering color. And after feeling Lun's terrifying domineering color sweeping through every cell in his body, Diamante finally came to a horrifying conclusion. The domineering color from Lun. Surprisingly, it is much stronger than his impression of his young master's domineering color. Who is his young master? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. This must be an illusion. Diamante swallowed his saliva, staring at the figure holding a samurai sword in front of him with horror. He kept shaking his head. This is absolutely impossible. Just a small pirate from the Grand Line. How can he be compared with his young master? Chapter 138. No knife was moved, and no one dared to stop it. Diamante exhaled heavily, forcibly suppressed the fear and palpitations in his heart, and stared at the young figure holding a samurai sword next to him. Of course, he felt the domineering color. It was precisely because of this domineering color that Diamante still did not dare to act rashly. A scary guy with domineering color like the young master. Diamante's lips trembled. Although he kept trying to deny it. He wanted to deny that this domineering color was more powerful than the domineering color he felt from Doflamingo. But for some reason, this domineering color was still in his mind. In the heart, it left a very deep impression. And gradually, he began to believe that this domineering color was as strong as the thoughts of his young master. No, it won't. Diamante slammed his head again, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and the emotion of fear filled his eyes. Calm down for a moment. Diamante couldn't suppress the fear and shock in his heart, staring at Lun's figure. Who is this guy? The sense of oppression made him dare not move at all. Stage. Disco's legs were weak, paralyzed on the stage, unable to move. His eyes were wide open, full of panic, spreading all over his body. Especially, he could feel it. A pair of eyes were fixed on him. These eyes came from Lun. It was because of this. Disco's body could not help but tremble. Around, more than 20 pirates were left, staring blankly at the current scene. How dare he? The human auction house, this place has a great origin and background. The monster swordsman, although his strength is indeed very strong, how dare he provoke these people? The remaining pirates were horrified and puzzled. They all knew very well. It is impossible to open a place like the Sabayati archipelago. The auction house was opened, and no navy pirates came to cause trouble. This was enough to prove the horror of the auction house itself. However, today, they witnessed with their own eyes that the auction house was directly overturned. This was definitely the first time in several years that this happened in the auction house. The atmosphere was silent. Tap, tap, tap. Step by step. Holding the samurai sword in his hand, Lun walked towards the stage in front. The distance was getting closer and closer. Disco trembled more violently, his eyes looked at the newcomer with horror, his lips trembling. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? The footsteps stopped abruptly. Lun was already at Disco's beside him. Looking down from above, his eyes were looking down. If I say I don't know, do you want to introduce it to me? Lun smiled. You. Disco was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Close distance. He could more deeply feel the terrifying sense of oppression emanating from Lun. Absolute oppression in terms of strength. How about helping me do something? Lun spoke slowly. If he hadn't wanted Disco to help him do something, Disco would have been paralyzed on the ground like those people who were washed by the domineering color. Obviously. The reason why Disco didn't fall down was because Lun deliberately controlled the domineering color domineering, so that it didn't affect Disco himself. No then. Under Lun's domineering color, a rookie like Disco naturally couldn't resist it with his willpower. What do you want to do? Disco supported the ground with both hands and kept retreating. Open it. Lun pointed at the transparent crystal glass and said bluntly. You want to snatch the mermaid from the auction house. Disco's eyes were full of fear. Do you know how many people you will offend and how much trouble you will bring to yourself by doing this? Don't you think you talk too much nonsense? Lun glanced at Disco. Or do you want me to help you shut up and help me do what I want to do? The words fell. Disco K shuddered. He didn't dare to challenge Lun's majesty again. Yes, that's right. Disco's eyes suddenly flickered. He almost forgot. At the auction, it seems that there is an adult who has returned from the world. A formal member of the Don Quixote family, and the highest cadre. If this adult takes action, he will definitely be able to deal with this guy easily. Disco thought so in his heart. He clenched his fists, and his eyes began to shake left and right. Finally, Disco did see that person. The adult who he thought of as a savior in his mind. But the other party. He huddled in the corner behind the stage and did not show up. Why is this? An adult. He wants to take the mermaid away, sir. Why don't you take action? Disco was stunned. He couldn't figure it out. Why didn't the other party choose to take action? This made him completely incomprehensible. After a pause, Disco thought of a possibility. But this possibility made him even more horrified and shocked. Could it be that even Lord Diamante doesn't think he can compete with this monster swordsman? Thinking of this, Disco was stunned. His eyes widened, and his heart began to fall into deep despair. This possibility almost overturned his entire worldview. Who is Diamante? This is one of the highest officials of the Don Quixote family who returned from the New World. The other party. He dared not to come out to fight this monster swordsman. How could this be possible? But apart from this possibility, Disco could not think of any other possibility. Horror. Fear. Disco's hands trembled uncontrollably. He raised his head slightly and felt Lun's condescending eyes looking down at him. Have you thought about it? Lun spoke again. I will help you open it. Disco got up from the ground in panic, looking particularly embarrassed. He quickly took the key out of his arms and rushed to the edge of the transparent crystal glass next to him. Looking at the mermaid imprisoned in the transparent crystal glass, Disco gritted his teeth, and his hands holding the key trembled. "Don't waste my time. Lun's voice came from behind. Suddenly, Disco trembled all over, his face was terrified, and he hurriedly used the key to open the transparent crystal glass. After doing all this, he turned around and looked at Lun, not daring to speak. "Open the slave collar," Lun continued. Disco was completely covered by Lun's fear. Naturally, he didn't dare to say anything more. According to Lun's instructions, the slave collar was opened. Seeing this scene, this surprised Lun very much. The smoothness of this trip far exceeded Lun's imagination. "I thought it would take more time to deal with it. But unexpectedly, this trip was smooth. You are very good." Lun patted Disco on the shoulder. Where? Disco panicked. "Xiao Bie, let's go." Lun said directly to a certain direction of the seat. Quickly, Xiao Bie walked to the stage with excitement. "Xiao Bie." Shelley's expression was full of excitement, and she shed tears of joy. "Shelley, let's go." Xiao Bie brought a transparent glass filled with water so that Shelley could jump into it smoothly. With the transparent crystal glass containing Shelley, Xiao Bie looked at Lun with excitement and awe. "Mr. Lun, thank you so much." "Sir, thank you very much." Shelley looked at Lun with her beautiful eyes and thanked him solemnly. "If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. Don't delay here too much more time." Lun glanced at the people present, and turned to Xiao Bie. Gradually, under Lun's leadership, Xiao Bie and Shelley followed Lun very safely and left the auction house. From the eyes of Disco and Diamante hidden beside the stage, Lun led Xiao Bie and Shelley and left calmly. The whole process was not even blocked. "I don't know why." Diamante hidden beside the stage. Before Lun left, he could vaguely feel. Lun cast a meaningful look in his direction. This immediately made Diamante feel more terrified. Feelings. From the beginning, he already knew I was here, but he didn't start a big fight because he saw I didn't make a move. Diamante's throat was dry. This was the first time he felt such terrible oppression in the Grand Line. Wasn't it agreed that the Grand Line was less dangerous than the New World? But why? He was still here, feeling the threat and oppression of death. With Lun's departure, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall was extremely weird. The Disco was paralyzed on the stage, and the fear in his heart had not been suppressed until now. More than 20 pirates in the seats were still staying in place, staring blankly at the empty transparent crystal glass in front of them. Until now, they always felt that this matter was too dreamy. In the Sabayati archipelago, there were actually people who dared to snatch goods from the human auction house. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that the other party appeared from the beginning until the end. During the whole process, no knife was used. Yes, even the battle did not break out. But even so, the auction hall was empty. One person dared to stop the other. From beginning to end, he never drew his sword. Let the people at the auction house not dare to move rashly. Is the auction house really as scary as the rumors say? But why do I feel so weak today, being oppressed by others, and even unable to fight back? No. It's not that the people at the auction house are too weak. It's purely the people they have to face are too scary. Only one person can easily oppress the entire auction house and make it dare not move rashly. Monster swordsman, worthy of being called monster swordsman, such might is really too terrifying. Who could have imagined that monster swordsman not only has superb swordsmanship, he actually possesses a terrifying talent that only one person in a million has, the domineering haki. More than 20 pirates felt their scalps tingling. Now, they can still see thousands of visitors affected by the domineering haki. At this moment, this group of visitors are still lying on the seats, motionless. The atmosphere is so weird that it makes people feel creepy. Chapter 139 Young Master, I didn't even have the courage to draw my sword at that time. The huge auction hall. The atmosphere was silent and depressing. There were still more than 20 pirates who were sitting silently in the seats. They were shrouded by the domineering color just now but still resisted and did not faint, but they were still sitting stiffly in their original seats. They stared blankly in all directions with horror in their eyes. There were no less than 3,000 visitors. Now, only more than 20 of them were still able to maintain consciousness, and all the others were all hit by the domineering color and their heads were blank. This is the first time I have seen that the human auction hall is so fragile. Not even one person can stop it. No, to be more precise. It's not that they can't stop it, but that they dare not. The monster swordsman took the mermaid away and left calmly without moving a knife. No one dared to stop him from leaving. This is the monster swordsman's terror and deterrence. More than 20 pirates were filled with fear and could not calm down. In their impression, the population auction house was very scary and had a great background. But why? The population auction house in their eyes was so weak that it could not even stop one person. This damaged the dignity of the population auction house in their impression. If you dare to do what you did just now, I dare to guarantee that you will die. The reason why the population auction house showed such cowardice was purely because the visitor was too scary. This forced them not to act rashly. But I can be sure of one thing, that is next, the people behind the population auction house will be alarmed. Although the monster swordsman is strong, he has attracted those people behind the auction house. I think he will inevitably be in many dangers and may even be wiped out. Demonstration. Demonstration to all pirates in this sea area. Otherwise, if the news of the goods being robbed at the auction house today spreads, it will be a disgrace to the auction house. The people behind them will not be able to stand. Before long, the Grand Line will inevitably set off a bloody storm. Several calm pirates analyzed the matter. They were indeed shocked by what happened today. They also expressed deep respect for Lun who dared to do such a thing. But even so, after calming down, they were able to analyze. This matter could not end so easily. The reason is very simple. The auction house has already established its majesty. For so many years. In such a chaotic Sabayati archipelago, the status of the population auction house is particularly transcendent. No navy disturbed, and no pirate dared to make trouble here. Relying on the prestige established over the years. However, if the prestige's people directly tore it up, then if the auction house does not protest this sea area, it is hard to guarantee. Next, will there be more cases of troublemaking? Once the first case occurs, the second case will naturally come naturally. So, it is precisely thinking about this point. The pirates who are still conscious at the scene are all very clear that the auction house will immediately contact the people above. When the big guys above take action, it is not as simple as a small fight. Establishing prestige is an inevitable trend. They can be sure of this. The monster swordsman's move. Why save a mermaid? Is it worth it? On the contrary, he has brought a terrible disaster to himself. This matter has become the topic of conversation among more than 20 pirates. Why save the mermaid is incomprehensible. They can never figure it out. For a mermaid, offend the auction house and even the big guys in the auction house. Is it really worth it to do this, at this time? On the stage, Disco was shaking all over, supporting himself with his hands, and stood up with difficulty. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes were filled with fear, and he turned to look in the direction not far from the stage. He saw Diamante at the edge of the stage. This, claimed to be a formal member of the Don Quixote family. No. not only a formal member. And the other party was the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family. When he thought of this, Disco's throat was dry, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and he couldn't help trembling all over. God knows! Just now, he had given the other party so much hope. He believed the top executive of the Don Quixote family was here, and the other party would not stand idly by. But unfortunately, in the end, Disco could not see the scene of Diamante's attack. On the contrary, the other party had been standing there, without any action or sign of attack. This made Disco desperate. In his heart, a terrifying guess gradually emerged. It's not that he didn't want to take action. It's simply that he didn't dare to take action. Lien returned from the New World, from Don Quixote family's top official, Lord Diamante. He doesn't even dare to do anything. Disco thought with a face full of fear. He was stunned. If this guess was correct, then it was too scary. Even this big pirate, the top official from Don Quixote family, didn't dare to act rashly. Then, how scary is the power and oppression of that monster swordsman? Is it so scary? Disco froze in place. Tap, tap, tap. There was a sound of footsteps in his ears. Turning around, he saw Diamante. Lord Diamante. Disco lowered his head in panic and explained hastily, This matter, please forgive me, Lord Diamante. I don't want to release the mermaid. I know. Diamante nodded lightly, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Yes. Just as Disco thought. As the highest official of the Don Quixote family, he didn't take action just now, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare to take action against Lun. It was just such a simple reason. So Diamante couldn't reprimand Disco for his actions. Because even he himself was afraid and scared. What qualifications did he have to blame him? I will report this matter to the young master. Diamante exhaled heavily, with a bit of panic in his eyes. Took out the den mushi from his arms. Dialed the call to the New World. This made Disco, who was standing next to him, tremble all over and look terrified. Of course, he knew who Diamante was going to contact by taking out the den mushi. If that person thinks it is his fault, he will surely die. Master Diamante, he is a monster swordsman. Disco spoke quickly. The den mushi dialed through. What Disco didn't expect was that after dialing through, Diamante was beside him. As a great pirate in the New World, he was the highest official of the Don Quixote family. In Disco's mind, this great pirate had the highest status and terrifying strength. However, the first sentence Diamante said shocked Disco. Shocked, confused, and horrified. Young master. A mermaid was robbed at the human auction. I was at the scene, and I saw the man who robbed the auction goods. He is a swordsman with terrifying strength. Facing him, I didn't even have the courage to draw my sword. Diamante's hands holding the den mushi trembled slightly. He couldn't help but recall. Before Lun left. The pair of meaningful glances in his direction, the expression in his eyes. Until now, Diamante still can't forget. The eyes that exhausted all the courage in his heart. After the words fell, the atmosphere on the scene became more and more strange and quiet. Gurgle. Disco was next to Diamante, his throat rolled, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His eyes widened, staring at Diamante blankly, and his heart was like a huge storm. The waves rolled endlessly. Diamante's words lingered in his ears. What did he hear just now? Chapter 140. The Navy is dispatched. The big encirclement is launched. Silence. The atmosphere in the auction hall became even more weird. Especially standing next to Diamante, Disco heard all of Diamante's words just now, which made him feel a huge wave of emotions and could not calm down for a long time. What did he hear? Lord Diamante. This big pirate from the New World is also a tough guy who is the highest coder of the Don Quixote family. However, the other party actually said that when facing the monster swordsman, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. Oh my god! Disco's lips trembled and his legs began to weaken. He stared blankly at the many unconscious guests in the seats in front of him, trembling all over, and his ears lingered. Diamante's words just now. Deep fear spread from the heart to the body, permeating every cell. Emotions. Even Lord Diamante, the highest official, was intimidated by the monster swordsman just now and dared not act rashly. Disco seemed to have found a reason to comfort himself. He was indeed ugly just now. But so what, even Lord Diamante was intimidated and dared not act rashly. Isn't it normal for him to be so embarrassed? Suddenly, Disco's mood was slightly relieved. It turned out, not only he was afraid. Instead, everyone was afraid. Even Lord Diamante, the highest official of the Don Quixote family, was afraid. Such a contrast. 70 Disco relaxed. Everyone is afraid, even if he is one of them. This is not normal. Look. They are afraid too. Disco looked ahead at the pirates sitting on many seats and couldn't help laughing. Yes. Everyone will be afraid when facing that monster swordsman. He is just one of them, but not the only one. It can be heard clearly. When Diamante's words just fell, the other side of the Den Mushi seemed to be silent for a while. Even you don't even have the courage to take action. A heavy and murderous voice came out. This is Doflamingo. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Don Quixote family young master. Yes, young master. Diamante's throat was dry and he nodded. He couldn't deny it. This was the truth. Facing Lun, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. But he was still the highest official of the Don Quixote family. This made Diamante lose face. Who is it? A guy called Monster Swordsman. Diamante answered in a deep voice. And he began to tell Dovran on the other side what happened in the Sabayati archipelago recently. Diamante naturally heard about these things. Young master. This person is a swordsman with superb swordsmanship. He can easily wipe out pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions, or even nearly 200 million. In front of him, you still can't escape the fate of being killed in seconds. Diamante said in a heavy tone. Kill the pirate with a bounty of 200 million in seconds. This time, Doflamingo's voice became solemn. Such a pirate is indeed very powerful. Even if you look at the New World, it is definitely not the one at the grassroots level, ladder. But the other party dared to attack the Don Quixote family. Must establish authority. And, young master, he has the domineering color. Domineering. Diamante's next sentence directly made Doflamingo on the opposite side fall silent again. I know about this matter, I will deal with it. Soon. Diamante put down the Den Mushi in his hand. The atmosphere was depressing. Disco didn't dare to say anything, and tried to looking at Diamante. Master Diamante, what did the young master say? Don't worry about this matter. Even if you want to interfere, you are not qualified. Even I am not qualified to interfere in such matters. Diamante took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He told Doflamingo in the New World, the young master of the Don Quixote family, the person in charge, everything that happened in the auction just now. Moreover, Diamante did not hide the fact that he did not dare to draw his sword at that time. Hey! Thinking of this, Diamante's mood became more and more painful. He gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly. He really did not dare to draw his sword. Because at that time, he had the domineering aura exuded by Lun made him lose all his courage. The opponent was very strong. He was definitely not able to deal with him. So, Diamante was calm and did not make a move. He knew very well that if he made a move, he would definitely die. Monster swordsman. The young master already knows you. Next, you will face the crazy revenge of the Don Quixote family. And there is also the crazy pursuit of the underground world. If you make a move against the forces under our Don Quixote family, this will be your result. You must die. Otherwise, our Don Quixote family will lose all face. In this way, how can we gain a foothold in the new world? Diamante clenched his fists and slowly release. Next, Master Diamante, how do we deal with these people? Disco looked forward with a panicked look. Located in the chair. There were still thousands of visitors, paralyzed in place, obviously still in a dream. Hegemony. Seeing these people, Diamante's mood became more and more depressed. He never expected this trip to the Sabayati archipelago would encounter such a thing. Someone really dared to attack the auction house. And this person, even has the hegemony, very powerful. But why? In the past, he had never heard of such a person in this sea area, as if he had appeared out of thin air recently. Notify the Navy. Diamante looked at Disco and suppressed with many emotional fluctuations in his heart, he said directly, let the Navy send people to deal with the remaining visitors in the auction house. In addition, if possible, let the Navy mobilize people to help us capture that monster swordsman. Our auction house has been disrupted, how can they remain indifferent? Our auction house has handed over all the berries to their Navy every year. This time, we just asked them to take action, how can they refuse? After the words fell, Disco's lips trembled, they may not dare. I don't care whether they dare or not, in short, the Navy must be dispatched. Diamante said coldly. Okay, I'll contact the Navy now. Disco nodded quickly, and took out the Den Mushi. Although he knew it in his heart. Even if he notified the Navy, the other party would not be able to keep the monster swordsman. Pop! The unique sound of the Den Mushi lingered in the huge auction house. The communication was connected. I am Disco, the person in charge of the human auction house in Area 1. Just now, a mermaid was robbed here at the auction house. Now, please send people to the naval base immediately to solve this matter. Immediately. Right away. Capture this pirate who robbed the mermaid. He has just left the auction house. You must act quickly. Don't wait until he leaves the human auction house before taking action. What's the point of doing that? Now I solemnly tell you, there is only one person who disrupted the auction. You only need to arrest one person. He just left the auction not long ago, so if you act now, you will definitely be able to launch a large siege on him. Chapter 141 You didn't tell me that he is a monster swordsman. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 66. Naval Base, Office. Put down the Den Mushi. As a Rear Admiral, Hobson frowned and fell into deep thought. For no reason. The person in charge of the population auction would actually take the initiative to contact their naval base. On weekdays, the two sides do not interfere with each other. Everyone lives in peace and there is no excessive interference. But now, the other party rarely contacts their naval base. This really surprised Hobson. Someone disrupted the auction and robbed a mermaid. This behavior is simply a big human figure. Hobson sneered. He had never had a good impression of the so-called human auction house. Just the name made him hate it. But given the above rules, he didn't dare to take action against the human auction house. And this time, the other party actually took the initiative to ask them to send the Navy to surround the culprit who stole the mermaid. What a joke! Hobson didn't want to pay attention to the other party. But on second thought, it's really inappropriate not to send the Navy directly. Even if you don't want to really arrest the other party, you have to pretend. And everyone knows how terrifying the security force of the human auction house is. Even if I am alone, I may not be able to do it. He robbed the goods from the auction house and finally left calmly. But he was able to do all this only by one person. It can be seen that this person's strength must be very terrifying. Even the auction house contacted the naval base. Obviously, they did not intend to solve it themselves. A very simple reason is that their auction house, with its current strength, cannot solve this problem. So, he took the initiative to contact the naval base. Hobson thought a lot at once. He did not think that the power of the auction house was very weak. On the contrary, he was sure that the power of the auction house was very terrifying, otherwise it would be impossible for these pirates in the Sabayati archipelago to dare not act rashly without the deterrence of power. How could these arrogant pirates abide by the rules? But even with the power of the auction house, they couldn't deal with them. Can their naval base deal with them? No, you really think I'm a fool? Hobson sneered. Turning on. He left the office, walked down the floor, and began to quickly gather people. He still had to show his appearance to others. But he couldn't guarantee whether he would help. For a person who made the auction house afraid and dared not act rashly, how could Hobson be so stupid as to really send a group of Navy to die? Disco, you guy, you have come to this day. It's really gratifying. There are some words that Hobson can't say. But it doesn't mean. In his heart, he could not show his deep joy about these things. He had long disliked the population auction house. This time, something like this happened, and Hobson wanted to applaud. Everyone listened to the order. Hobson shouted, "Gather 2,000 Navy, prepare to set off," and rushed to the direction of the population auction house. "Major General Hobson, what happened?" Lotties asked puzzledly. "Catch someone." Hobson told the truth directly. Some goods were robbed at the population auction house. The auction house asked our Navy to immediately send people to arrest and recover the goods. Population auction house. Lotties was stunned for a moment. Immediately. She bit her pink lips lightly, with an indignant look on her face. "Well done. Be careful with your words." Hobson raised his eyebrows. "Major General Hobson, why don't you let me go and see it too, how about that?" Lotties was very curious. "That's fine." Hobson hesitated for a moment, then nodded directly. "Anyway, this trip is just a show." He would never let his Navy fight with the other party. Although he still didn't know who had the courage. But he could calmly snatch the goods at the auction and still leave safely. The other party must be a monster with terrifying strength. Thinking of this, Hobson gave up the idea of fighting with the other party. Thoughts. Soon, the Navy was ready to go. 2,000 elite soldiers, all armed with sophisticated weapons and equipment. At Hobson's order, a group of Navy, with great momentum, began to rush to the direction of the human auction site. Naturally, the Navy's movements could not escape the eyes and ears of many pirates in the Sabayati archipelago. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Sabayati archipelago was completely ignited. For many years, in the island, it is rare to see the Navy so mobilized. And at this moment, the Navy is so powerful that it seems to be ready to attack the pirates. This made many pirates in the Sabayati archipelago feel panic and uneasy, and began to restrain their arrogant character and become extremely low-key. Navy, what exactly are they trying to do? Who are they trying to deal with by mobilizing so many troops? You probably don't know this. I heard that the mermaid being auctioned at the human auction house was just snatched away by someone. What? Is this true? Who dares to snatch goods at the auction house? It's unimaginable. It's the monster swordsman. Hiss. It's actually him. The news spread quickly and began to sweep every corner of the Sabayati archipelago. The news that the mermaid was snatched away at the auction house was heard by most people and became a hot topic among many pirates and residents. After all, it's the first time in more than a decade. Yes. In the auction house, it's the first time that someone can escape from the scene safely after the goods are snatched. This shocked everyone. It's the first time in more than a decade. And, the person who did this is the monster swordsman who has recently become famous in the Sabayati archipelago. These many news are connected together. The shock caused is even more intense. In the Sabayati archipelago, the eyes of many pirates began to focus on this group of navy. They are very curious. What kind of terrible battle will break out between the navy and the monster swordsman? There are far more than one or two people who are curious and expectant about this. Rather, in the Sabayati archipelago, countless pirates and even residents are very curious. Who will be the winner when the two collide? One is the naval base stationed here. And the other, that is the monster swordsman who can easily kill hundreds of millions of pirates in seconds. A mermaid was snatched away by the monster swordsman at the auction. I think this time, he has completely offended those big shots at the auction. Do you think the monster swordsman will be wiped out in the Sabayati archipelago? I feel that it is unlikely. In the Sabayati archipelago, who can stop the monster swordsman? His strength, haven't you seen it for yourself? The conversation became intense. The entire Sabayati archipelago. All eyes began to focus on the two. Who will be better? The navy or the monster swordsman? No one can get it in their hearts. An accurate answer. Just then, a piece of news suddenly came. They met. Big news, big shock. The 2000 Navy at the naval base met the monster swordsman in Area 19. Is this true? Quick, rush to Area 19, I want to see how fierce the fight will be when they meet. If I miss it, I will regret it for the rest of my life. At the same time, in the Sabayati archipelago, a large group of pirates began to swarm towards Area 19. In an instant, Area 1 attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, located in Area 19, in an open area in this area, the air seemed to solidify. The atmosphere was oppressive and silent. 2,000 Navy officers, led by Major General Hobson, have already met the culprit who robbed the auction goods. But this meeting, no matter what, it was unimaginable for Hobson. It was far beyond his expectations. As a result, he stood there stiffly, motionless. I saw Hobson standing in front of the 2,000 Navy officers. At this time, he was trembling all over, his eyes were filled with deep fear, staring at the young figure holding a samurai sword in front of him, his face full of horror and panic, his throat dry. Disco! You damn guy! You didn't tell me that this culprit who robbed your auction goods. He turned out to be a monster swordsman. Chapter 142. The battle never broke out, and the navy was all scared away. Hobson led 2,000 naval elites, who were right behind him, holding their spears tightly in their hands, staring at the figures in front of them. Among them, most of their eyes were fixed on a young figure holding a samurai sword. This figure made many of them tremble with fear. Even Rear Admiral Hobson, who was in front of them. When he saw this figure, Hobson couldn't help shaking and shivering all over. He never expected. The person who snatched the goods from the auction house was actually that monster swordsman. When he saw the other party's figure, Hobson was so shocked. From the beginning to the end, he had never imagined the monster swordsman was standing on the opposite side of them. When he thought of the number of pirate heads that the other party had taken from the naval base in just 2 days, Hobson's mood was covered with fear. Of course he knew the terrifying strength of the monster swordsman in front of him. It was precisely because of this. Hobson did not dare to move rashly and stood there stupidly. Yes. At this moment, in front of Hobson and more than 2,730 navy, there were only 3 figures. Lun held a samurai sword and looked back calmly at the group of navy without taking action. Beside him, Xiao Ba and Shelley were terrified, feeling uneasy. It seems that they are surrounded. Mr. Lun. Xiao Ba raised his head and looked at Lun in fear. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Lun gave Xiao Ba a reassuring look. After getting Lun's answer, Xiao Ba was slightly relieved. Of course, it knew how terrifying Lun's strength was. With Lun's guarantee, it believed that they would be able to leave safely. Xiao Ba, is it really possible? Shelley looked at Lun's back with her beautiful eyes, and a pleasant and weak voice came out. It can definitely be done. Xiao Ba took a deep breath and said to Shelley solemnly, if even Mr. Lun can't save us, even its boss Jinbei, he can't do anything. Shin. Boss Jinbei. Shelley's beautiful eyes widened. Could it be? Boss Jinbei is not even as good as this human man? It was simply shocked. Mr. Lun's strength is far above Boss Jinbei. Then Xiao Ba's words confirmed Shelley's inner guess. This made Shelley even more confused. Actually, he is stronger than Boss Jinbei? Suddenly, its heart became calm. It seems that the auction house notified the Navy to arrest me. Lun couldn't help but laugh. This is really too embarrassing. As the most powerful person in the Sabayati archipelago, the population auction house has been established for so many years. As a result, something like this happened, and the Navy had to be dispatched. This really surprised Lun. It seems that the so-called population auction house is just like this. Major General Hobson. Lun's eyes turned and fixed on Hobson, with an interested expression. Unexpectedly, this time, the two sides stood on opposite sides. Fate is so interesting. Yesterday, Lun still took the head to the naval base to exchange for the bounty. But at this moment, the identities have already conflicted and the situation is opposite. Yes, it's him. Hobson clenched his fists, and the flames of anger rose in his eyes. It was not directed at Lun in front of him. It was purely directed at Disco. Disco, the person in charge of the human auction house, didn't expect that the other party would set such a big trap for him. If not, he had seen Lun's words long ago. I'm afraid. He couldn't help but take action tentatively. Fortunately, I didn't do it. Hobson's lips trembled slightly. Damn Disco, this guy, does he want to kill our Navy? He actually asked us to deal with this monster. He had no doubt. Once he took action, they were on the scene, more than 2,000 Navy, none of them would be spared, all would be killed instantly. They, and the other party, are not in the same class at all. How dare Hobson act rashly against the person in front of him? That is a monster that can kill a bounty of 200 million berries at will. Even they were at the scene, everyone. If you act rashly, you will surely die. Hobson never doubted this. Only beside Hobson, Laddies was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened and she stared blankly at the young figure holding a samurai sword in front of her. Major General Hobson, yes, it's him. Laddies turned to look at Hobson with a horrified face. What do you think? Hobson opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. He knew that the person he met might be a pirate, not a so-called bounty hunter. But he didn't dare to do it. Major General Hobson, can we win? Laddies' pink lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but questioning. Win, I think it is a great victory for us to survive him. Hobson said with a wry smile. 2,000 elite Navy soldiers, led by Hobson. They stared at the front, but did not dare to move. Gradually, it can be clearly felt that more and more people gathered around this area. What's going on? Hobson asked puzzledly. Someone spread the news that we are about to fight with the monster swordsman. Therefore, many pirates and residents want to watch. Lottie said in a low voice. Hearing this, Hobson frowned and his face became uglier. What can he do? What a joke! Unless he wants to bury everyone present here. Once the action is taken, the situation cannot be reversed. And they will definitely be wiped out. The atmosphere is depressing. He feels that more and more people are watching. Hobson knows that Zero can't continue to be deadlocked like this. It is definitely not a good thing for them. It must end as soon as possible. So, under the watchful eyes of the public, Hobson shouted loudly, the culprit who robbed the auction goods may have escaped from the Chebayati archipelago. Everyone listen to the order. Return to the naval base along the original route. After the words fell, the air was filled with a strange atmosphere. 2,000 Navy officers stared at Hobson blankly, with a look of confusion and horror. Obviously, the enemy is just ahead. But Major General Hobson pretended not to see it. Hurry, obey the order. Lottie's couldn't help but shout. She certainly didn't want a fight to break out here. If a fight breaks out, all of them will die. There is no doubt about that. Yes, Major General Hobson. 2,000 Navy officers shouted loudly at the same time. The pirates around were stunned. It was not easy for them to rush to the scene. They were still thinking about witnessing the outbreak of a battle. But they never imagined that the final result would be like this. This was too unexpected for them. This is blind. The monster swordsman is right in front of them, but they pretend not to see it. My God, these Navy officers are too cowardly. I used to why, they could have a fight, but I didn't expect that they even took off their pants, and you showed me this scene. Monster swordsman, a big monster that makes the Navy fear 3 points. Many pirates were confused. In their eyes. Just saw. Hobson led more than 2,000 Navy and left like this. This scene. Let them look dazed and speechless. No one could have expected this result. Who could imagine? At the critical moment, the situation of 1-3 crossbows was already drawn. The Navy actually gave up in the end. What's going on? At the scene, the pirates who came from afar to witness the fierce battle stood there like wooden chickens. Gradually, you can see, the backs of the Navy completely disappeared in this area. All ran away. Xiao Bie was confused. Shelley was also shocked. What on earth is going on? Aren't they surrounded? But these Navy just ran away. There was no battle. What happened? Silence. The breeze was blowing, which made Shelley's hair roll. It looked at Xiao Bie and was speechless. Could it be that these Navy were scared away by Mr. Lun? Gilu. Thinking of this, Xiao Bie and Shelley couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Too scary. There was no battle. Mr. Lun, just relying on his terrible reputation, scared away more than 2,000 Navy. Chapter 143. A monster with terrifying strength is about to go out to sea. The breeze is blowing. Under the sun. In a spacious and open area in Area 1. The atmosphere is quiet and depressing. All around, more and more pirates are gathering, but when they arrive at the scene, their expressions are all dull. It's very simple. Because, they can't see any trace of the Navy at the scene. This is obviously inconsistent with the rumors. Didn't they agree that the Navy is about to have a fierce battle with the monster swordsman? But why? Here, they can't see any trace of the Navy. What is going on? The latecomers showed puzzled expressions. Some people who just witnessed the scene and the whole story told the truth. The Navy was scared away. What? The Navy was scared away. A group of latecomers were confused. What does it mean that more than 2,000 Navy surrounded the monster swordsman? How come they were scared away again? Obviously, before the navy arrived, they didn't know that the culprit who robbed the mermaid at the auction was the monster swordsman. But when they saw it with their own eyes, they finally knew that they had to face this monster. So, their superiors didn't want to suffer heavy losses, and immediately ordered all the navy to leave the scene quickly. They said that they couldn't find the trace of the person who destroyed the auction. This is simply deceiving themselves. Do you think we are all blind? Accompanied by an explanation. Suddenly, in all the pirates at the scene understood. But they looked more and more confused. What? When the navy learned the identity of the monster swordsman, they all ran away. This is too real. In the Sabayati archipelago, the navy is in awe of the monster swordsman. A group of pirates stared blankly at the young figure holding a samurai sword in front of them, their eyes could not hide the deep awe. One person scared away more than 2,000 navy. Who can do this? In their minds, only the monster in front of them can do it. Under the eyes of many pirates, Lun was very relaxed, taking Xiao Ba and Shelley with him, and rushed all the way to Xiaqi blackmail bar. On the way, no one dared to stop him. Watching Lun's departure open. Stay in place. Many pirates looked terrified, and so far, the shock in their hearts has not subsided. At the same time, as expected, the news swept across the entire Sabayati archipelago. When the auction house was over there, Disco learned that the navy did not dare to act rashly and directly let Lun and others go. He clenched his fists and was so angry that he wanted to smash the table. This group of navy is simply trash. The pirates are right in front of them, and they don't dare to do it. As for the fact that the navy was scared away, Disco didn't believe it at first. But more and more people spread the news. He finally believed it. The terrifying fact that 2,000 navy were scared away by one person. I didn't expect these navy can really help. Diamante's expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp. The young master is already making plans. I believe that news will be released soon. Before that, let's see how arrogant this so-called monster swordsman can be. It took more than 10 minutes. Lun brought Xiao Ba and Shelley back to Area 13 smoothly. Stepped into Xiaqi blackmail bar. When he saw Lun and Xiao Ba, there was an extra fish. Xiaqi, who was at the front desk, couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, and little guy, I knew you would not fail. With Lun's strength, saving a little mermaid. Want to fail, all difficult. It went beyond expectations. Lun couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. He didn't move his sword during the whole process. He was ready to fight even when he encountered the navy. Unexpectedly, this group of navy actually ran away. This made Lun laugh. Is this Xiao Ba's friend? Xiaqi moved her eyes and fixed them on Shelley. She is Sister Xiaqi, a very good person. Xiao Ba hurriedly introduced. Sister Xiaqi, thank you. Shelley hurriedly said respectfully. I didn't help. The key point was that little Lun took action. Xiaqi joked. Then, she looked at Lun and asked with a sense of feeling, are you ready to go? Yes. Lun nodded. After finishing this, he should leave the Sabayati archipelago. This was originally planned. The destination of this trip to the Sabayati archipelago has been successfully achieved. There is no point in staying here for too long. Have you thought about the goal? Xiaqi asked. Alabasta. Lun's eyes flashed. That's right. Alabasta is his main goal this time. The weapon in his hand should indeed be changed. At the very least, it must be of the level of a good and sharp sword. It seems that you want to find a sword. But this is also good. With your strength, if you get a good sword, it will definitely improve your strength. Rise, with a substantial increase. Xiaqi said with emotion. By the way, Where is Rayleigh? Lun asked in confusion. As soon as the words fell, Rayleigh stepped into the room from the gate. Seeing Lun, Xiaobie and Shelley, he couldn't help laughing. Little guy, you succeeded. I didn't let you down, Rayleigh. Lun smiled. Before I leave, I'll give you a gift. Rayleigh smiled and said, I have ordered people to add more daily necessities on the sea to your ship. In this way, you don't have to bother yourself to purchase them one by one. Thank you. Lun said with a smile. I should be the one to thank you. Rayleigh said. On the side, Xiaobie and Heli and the other two bowed their heads respectfully to Lun. Mr. Lun, thank you very much. If you have the opportunity to come to Fishman Island, we will definitely treat you solemnly. It's a deal. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Lun's eyes. Fishman Island. If you have the opportunity, it's okay to go there. But remember that Fishman Island belongs to the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. But, what's the problem? Lun is the one who even set foot on the Moby Dick, so why should he care whose territory it is? Today is a good day for sailing. Rayleigh laughed. Little guy, I wish you a safe journey first. Xiaoqi looked at Lun and smiled. Everyone, see you again if we are lucky. Lun took the samurai sword in his hand, took a step, and prepared to leave. He sent Xiaobie back to Xiaoqi Blackmail Bar. His work has been completed. It's time to go out to sea next. Little guy, this is for you. Xiaoqi took out a pot of wine and threw it directly to Lun. The pot of wine fell into Lun's hands accurately. Lun laughed, thank you, Sister Xiaoqi. Gradually, he left everyone with a back view. Lun rushed all the way to Area 4. And there. That is where he ordered the shipyard to dock the ship yesterday. Watching Lun leave left. Var. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi looked at each other with a look of expectation and curiosity. A monster with terrifying strength. It's about to go out to sea. I think the nightmare of the pirates in the Grand Line is about to come. In this sea area, if anyone encounters this little guy Lun, they can only wish for good luck. Rayleigh's smile did not diminish. Lun's strength is definitely among the best among many pirates. Once such a monster goes out to sea, it is bound to be the nightmare of other pirates. Lun's handling of the pirates in the Grand Line is like beating up a child. There is no such thing as a child. Any danger? It can be said. Lun, for the pirates of the Grand Line. That is the supreme existence. With Lun's suicidal character and ability, I have no doubt that the Grand Line will be turned upside down by this little guy. Xiaoqi is looking forward to it. Xiaobie, I'll take you away. Rayleigh turned to Xiaobie and said. Rayleigh, thank you. Xiaobie nodded quickly. It didn't dare to stay in the Sabayati archipelago for a quarter of an hour, and wanted to return to Fishman Island as quickly as possible. Only Fishman Island can make them feel a strong sense of security. Chapter 144 Set Sail. Target Alabasta. The Sabayati archipelago. The entire archipelago was completely covered and detonated by the same news today. The monster swordsman broke into the human auction site alone, successfully took away a mermaid, and left calmly. No one in the human auction site dared to stop him. Besides that, do you know? The monster swordsman just met more than 2,000 Navy officers, but this group of Navy officers did not dare to move at all, and even pretended not to see the other party and fled the scene in a hurry. Obviously, even the Navy is scared of the monster swordsman. The human auction site suffered heavy losses, so whether the people above them will take strong revenge, let us look forward to it. In the end, can the monster swordsman survive the revenge of those big guys in the auction site? There are many opinions. Various opinions swept the entire island. Basically, the news spread to every corner of the island, so that everyone could hear it clearly. As we all know, The population auction house has a great origin and background. In the past 10 years, no one has dared to snatch goods so blatantly at the population auction house. But I never thought. Today, this happened. And, the terrifying thing is that there seems to be no movement at the population auction house. No. They made a move, that is, to contact the Navy. But what happened next was even more terrifying. The Navy did go out. But when facing the monster swordsman, who can imagine? 2000 Navy did not even break out in a battle, but turned around and ran away. This, no one can imagine. As a result, many people have a deeper understanding of Lun's reputation. A monster that the Navy is extremely afraid of and dare not confront head-on. At this time, Lun, who is regarded as a monster by many people in the Sabayati archipelago. He has rushed to Area 44. It took about 20 minutes to rush here from Siaki Blackmail Bar. It is natural. On the way, Lun attracted the eyes of many pirates with deep fear. Lun didn't care too much about this. Anyway, he was about to leave the Sabayati archipelago, and what rumors were circulating here had nothing to do with him. About to reach the coast, Lun fixed his eyes on the front. Crash! You can vaguely hear the pleasant sound of waves rolling on the edge of the coast. You can feel too. Getting closer and closer to the coast. When arriving at the coast, Lun saw a lot of merchant ships docked at the edge of the coast. There were many staff standing on the decks of many merchant ships, transporting goods to the coast, or transporting goods from the coast to the upper reaches for transportation. Looking around, it was very convenient. Lun quickly found the ship that belonged to him. A ship that cost 50 million berries to buy. Walked to the edge of the coast. Unconsciously, Lun could feel that the originally lively and noisy atmosphere became a little strange and quiet. A pair of eyes, full of horror, fixed on Lun. No other. Now Lun's reputation is really too loud. Yes, it's the monster swordsman. Everyone was horrified. They didn't expect. Here, they actually met. They suddenly thought of Lun, a monster with terrifying strength. Lun's terrifying strength that could easily kill hundreds of millions of pirates in a second made them shudder. They could not calm down and stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Mr. Lun, you must arrange for the ship to be placed here. A shipbuilding craftsman came over in panic after seeing Lun and hurriedly explained. Obviously, in order to avoid angering Lun, the people in the shipyard even sent someone to guard the ship and prevent others from damaging it. Thank you. Lun didn't care. Look ahead. A huge ship is docked on the left coast. It is not too big, but the structure is just right. The material used for the whole ship is of very high quality. Although it is not as good as atom wood, it is definitely one of the best woods. It is our honor to serve Lord Lun. The shipbuilder looked respectful and lowered his head. Okay, you go back. Lun waved his hand. In an instant, the shipbuilder ran away and quickly fled the scene. It was as if he was escaping from a terrifying and extremely dangerous place. Fang! Step forward step by step. Lun walked from the coast to the stairs of the entire ship in front, all the way to the deck. Feeling the structure of the entire ship, Lun couldn't help but smile with emotion. Compared to the unique raft that Hawkeye stood on when he returned to the Grand Line from the New World last time, it is really completely different. The scale, structure, comfort, etc. There is basically no comparison. If I meet Hawkeye again, I can suggest him to buy a boat in the Sabayati archipelago. Otherwise, standing on a raft and drifting in the sea every day is really too embarrassing. After all, a shishibukai. Lun laughed. On the deck. Looking back. Glancing at the Sabayati archipelago. Vaguely, he could feel the surrounding coastal edges. Many residents cast panicked eyes. After staying for a few days, it's time to leave. Lun stretched out his arms and turned his gaze to the endless sea in the distance. Ding! Detecting white cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? Ding! Detecting white cards falling around the host, do you want to pick them up? Yet Lun was surprised. He fixed his eyes on the white cards falling around him. People with panicked eyes. I didn't expect that you can pick up attribute cards here. Is this a gift before leaving? Lun smiled. Without any hesitation. Pick it up. Pick up successfully, white card is attribute power +1, do you want to absorb it? Pick up successfully, white card is attribute power +1, do you want to absorb it? A warm current slowly flows through the body. Although the strength cannot be said to be greatly improved, it has indeed caused a certain degree of change in Lun's strength, making him stronger. Adjust Show Attribute Panel. Host, Lun Strength, 11 plus Speed, 11 plus Physical Strength, 11 plus Instinct Reaction, 93 plus Skills, Swordsmanship. Basic 1. Swordsmanship. Swallow Return 1. Armament Haki 1. Overlord Haki 1. Observation Haki 1. Boxing 1. Half Fishman 1. Attribute Points, 0 Attack Effect, Shock Wave 1. Sure enough. It has indeed become a little stronger. Although it is not a leap forward. But at least, the strength has become stronger. Put yourself. The attribute panel of the body was all under his eyes. Lun and Zhao Hao laughed loudly, and the laughter lingered in all directions. Instantly, the group of staff on the edge of the coast trembled all over, their legs weakened and they were paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Even the goods in their hands were directly overturned on the edge of the coast. With the rolling and washing of the waves, a lot of goods were scattered. Everyone, thank you for your gifts. Lun was on the deck and glanced at everyone present. Immediately turned his head, looking at the distant sea. The purpose of this trip to the sea is the target is Alabasta. Start sailing out to sea. Gradually, the whole ship slowly sailed away from the edge of the coast. In the eyes of everyone present, the whole ship became a small black dot until it completely disappeared, and no longer could be found. At this time, people's mood was slightly relieved. Just now. Why did this monster thank us for not? No, I don't know. Did we really give him a gift? It seems, not. Only a group of confused staff were left on the coast. Chapter 145 Monster Swordsman? Destruction Swordsman Lun. After Lun drove the sailboat out of the sea area, a group of staff members remained on the spot, and they relaxed a little. God knows how scared they were just now. Of course, they knew that it was the monster swordsman whose fame had recently resounded throughout the Sabayati archipelago. This was a monster that could kill hundreds of millions of pirates in seconds as easily as drinking water. Of course, these small characters didn't think they could resist the opponent. Everyone, hurry up and transport the goods to the shore. Just as everyone was busy. In the distant sea area, a huge warship gradually sailed over and quickly docked at the edge of the coast. Yes, it's the Navy. The hands of a group of people became stiff and their faces were afraid. No less than 100 Navy officers walked down from the warships one after another, holding fine spears, wearing neat Navy uniforms, and quickly set foot on the Sabayati archipelago. This group of Navy officers quickly rushed to the 66th area, and their target was the naval base stationed in the Sabayati archipelago. It took only a few dozen minutes to arrive at the naval base. Commodore Mose of the Navy headquarters. Navy Brigadier General Mose took out his ID from his arms and handed it directly to the Navy guard at the door. Brigadier General Mose, please come in. After the inspection, Mose stepped into the naval base ahead alone. Dong dong dong. The door of the office was knocked. Hobson, who was in the office, put down the intelligence materials in his hand and said to the direction of the door, "Come in." Creaky. The door was pushed open. 70 Brigadier General Mose walked into the office step by step, with a respectful expression. "Major General Hobson." "Yes, you are." Hobson looked puzzled. "I am Brigadier General Mose of the Navy Headquarters. The main purpose of coming to the Sabayati Archipelago this time is to investigate something." "No, to be more precise, it is not to investigate something. It's not about investigating a thing, but investigating a person." Mose slowly took out a bounty from his arms. He walked forward step by step and placed the bounty on the table. "Bounty?" Hobson frowned. "What does this mean?" "Major General Hobson, please take a look at the content of the bounty." Under Mose's words, Hobson didn't hesitate too much, just picked it up and read it quickly. Name: Destruction Sword Master. Title: Bounty: 300 million berries. Identity: none. Important deeds: only one person destroyed the Violent Bear Pirates, the Plum Blossom Pirates and other 44 large pirate groups. Important features: can release slashes with strange and terrifying shock waves included. 50 million berries. Reward: this person's real whereabouts, clues, identity and any useful information. A bounty of 300 million berries. Hobson's expression became more and more puzzled. This bounty is very strange. Or maybe it's the first time he has seen such a bounty in all his years of work. He doesn't even know the name. Even there is no portrait on it. How can anyone find out who is on such a bounty? Are you kidding me? Noticing Hobson's expression, Mose quickly explained, "Major General Hobson, don't worry, let me explain it to you in detail. I'm all ears." Hobson nodded and slightly suppressed the many puzzled feelings in his heart. It was indeed the first time he saw a bounty without a portrait of a person. Even, there is no name. Just a code name. A code name called, the Sword of Destruction. In this case, who can find out who the Sword of Destruction is simply a joke. This bounty list was issued by Marshal Jean Guo himself. Damo's eyes flashed. Yet, Hobson was really surprised. Marshal Jean Guo actually conveyed this kind of bounty list. This is too clumsy. The Sword of Destruction, a few days ago, in the sea not far from the Sabayati Archipelago, did some very amazing feats, which left this bounty list. At that time, I remember that the Sword of Destruction was in a certain pirate group, and he destroyed a total of 444 large-scale pirate groups by himself. Strength, very scary. The scariest thing is, we can find some scary clues from the remaining traces. Those pirate ships that were split apart have many spider web-like cracks left. This made me draw a scary conclusion at the time. Just as the bounty said. The Swordsman of Destruction, his slash has a very scary shock wave. It is precisely because of this aftermath that the entire ship was broken into many tiny pieces. And this is also the source of the title of the Swordsman of Destruction. Mose told the truth about many things. So, why did you rush to the Sabayati Archipelago? Hobson didn't dwell too much on this, Swordsman of Destruction things. What puzzled him even more was, since the other party wanted to find the Sword of Destruction, why did he rush to the Sabayati Archipelago? It's like this. At that time, I initially judged that the reason why the Sword of Destruction appeared in that sea area might be that he wanted to set foot in the New World. And the place where he could set foot in the New World is the Sabayati Archipelago. Combining many pieces of information, it can be judged that the Sword of Destruction has an 80% direction to rush to the Sabayati Archipelago. Therefore, I want to come here to look for him and see if I can find his trace. At least, I have to know his name and see him in person before I can make a portrait. Mose said truthfully. I see. Hobson understood. However, he thought carefully. Hope Mori said to Mose, but during this period of time, I didn't notice any traces of the Destruction Sword Master you mentioned being active in the Sabayati Archipelago. Is that so? Mose fell into deep thought. By the way, can you describe how this Destruction Sword Master dealt with the 444 pirate groups? Hobson asked casually. 4 swords. With just 4 swords, 4 pirate ships were directly split and shattered, including the people and ships. As a result, thousands of pirates were killed in the sea without a single survivor. Mose said seriously. After he finished speaking, Hobson was stunned for a moment. For some reason, according to Mose's description, he suddenly thought of a sword master who was also very powerful. The same goes for any enemy. All without exception. All killed in one blow. Could it be that Hobson's pupils shrank and he blurted out, "Could it be him?" "Who is it, Major General Hobson, you know?" Mose was excited. "A monster." Hobson took a deep breath, his eyes filled with deep horror. "Monster?" Mose was puzzled. Then Hobson said, "Yes, a monster. A very powerful monster. He came to the Sabayati archipelago in just a few days. But, no less than 4 pirates with bounties of over 100 million berries died in his hands 4. Among them, one even has a bounty of 190 million berries. The whole process, as you just now I said. Instant kill. Right. 1 strike to kill. Any pirate you meet only needs 1 strike. This is why many people in the Sabayati archipelago call him the monster swordsman." Suddenly, Mose's pupil shrank, and he was a little shocked. Suppressing many emotions, Mose couldn't help but say, "What a coincidence." Yes. If this monster swordsman mentioned by Hobson really has only been in the Sabayati archipelago for a few days. That's just right. What about his previous judgment? In addition, the similar killing process of 1 strike to kill. This makes Mose have an 80% chance of judging, Major General Hobson, the monster swordsman you are talking about is very likely to be the Destruction Swordsman. Do you know what his name is? Lun. Hobson spoke heavily. This name left a deep impression on him. Monster Swordsman, no, he should be called Destruction Swordsman. It should be how Lun. Mose clenched his fists and then released them. He thought. This news must be reported to Marshal Zhang Guo as soon as possible. The true identity of the Swordsman of Destruction has finally been revealed. A young swordsman named Lun. Major General Hobson, do you have a portrait of this Swordsman of Destruction? Mose asked. I can have someone draw a portrait later. Because he has come to our naval base twice, both times to exchange for bounties. Everyone in our entire naval base is impressed by him. What Hobson said was true. The entire naval base must be. No one can forget Lun, the Swordsman of Destruction, who has only come here twice. Because every time Lun comes, without exception, it will bring great turmoil to the people of their entire naval base. So much so that they still remember it vividly now. Chapter 146 listed as a terrifying existence that must not be provoked. Soon. Hobson immediately arranged people to draw a portrait of Lun. It took 10 minutes. The portrait was completed. One cannot help but sigh that the efficiency of the Navy's operations is still quite high. That's him, Lun. Hobson took the portrait in his hand, looked at it carefully, and then handed it to Mose. Seeing the young face in the portrait, it was even a little immature. Mose was horrified. His monster swordsman, the Swordsman of Destruction, Lun, killed hundreds of millions of pirates in seconds. Mose was stunned. This is too young. Although he knew that this Swordsman of Destruction was young, he still couldn't imagine it. The other party was so young. Too exaggerated. If you put aside everything and just look at the other party's face. This is simply a young boy. Who can imagine? Such a young man is actually the one with a bounty of 300 million berries. Destroying swordsman. No. That's not right. In addition, Hobson told me a lot of information today. And Mose can be sure. Once this information reaches Marshal Sengoku's ears, the other party's bounty may be more than just 300 million berries. How can a fierce man who can kill a pirate worth nearly 200 million berries in a second be summarized by 300 million berries? Very young, right? Hobson sighed, it's indeed too young. At first I couldn't imagine that such a young man could easily crush and kill hundreds of millions of pirates in seconds. This is the Sword Master Lun of Destruction. Mose stared at the portrait blankly. Calm down for a moment. Mose quickly took out the den mushi. Pop. The unique sound of the den mushi lingered between the offices. I am Sengoku. A steady and powerful voice came from the den mushi. This made Hobson hold his breath. Hey! Mose exhaled heavily and said to Sengoku, who was opposite the den mushi, Marshal Sengoku, your subordinate, we have successfully found some information about the Swordsman of Destruction in the Sabayati archipelago. Oh, is that so? Zhangguo's tone was slightly surprised. Yes, Marshal Zhangguo, the Swordsman of Destruction, is located in the Sabayati archipelago. He is also called the Monster Swordsman. His name is Lun, a very young swordsman. Mose quickly spoke, in the Sabayati archipelago, the Swordsman of Destruction Lun has successively killed 4 pirates with bounties of over 100 million. Without exception, all of them were killed in one blow. I suspect that since he was outside the waters of the Sabayati archipelago, his strength has improved a lot. His talent is very terrifying. Among the people he killed, there is one with a bounty of 190 million berries. But even so, it is difficult to escape the fate of being killed in seconds by the Swordsman of Destruction. When the words stopped, the atmosphere became silent. Even on the opposite side of the den mushi, Zhangguo was silent. To be honest, what Mose said is this was really unexpected for Zhangguo. In such a short time, his strength has improved again. This is too terrifying. Send the portrait here. After a moment of silence, Zhangguo simply said. Yes, Marshal Zhangguo. Soon. The portrait was successfully transmitted to the Marshal's office in Marineford through the image worm. Located in the office, Zhangguo held the portrait tightly in both hands, frowned, and walked to the window, from which he could see the many Navy officers in training below Marineford. Lun, the Swordsman of Destruction. Why, I always feel that I have heard of the name Lun. And this person's face is also familiar. Zhangguo held the portrait and whispered to himself. But no matter what, he couldn't figure it out. Why did this person always give him a sense of familiarity? Could it be that he had seen him before? If he had really seen him, he would never forget him. Swordsman of Destruction. It seems that the bounty needs to be updated. Even the bounty is near Lithe pirates with 200 million berries were killed instantly by him with one strike. His strength is really terrifying. Zhangguo frowned, shook his head helplessly and sighed. Pirates are indeed talented and emerge endlessly. However, the Navy is already in a period of transition. This makes Zhangguo very distressed. With the strength of the swordsman, how much bounty is more appropriate? To be able to kill a pirate with nearly 200 million berries in a second, this level of strength, if the bounty is 300 million, it is too fake, and it will induce a group of bounty hunters to die. Zhangguo thought. The portrait in his hand was placed on the table. Sunk chanting for a while, Zhangguo said to Den Mushi, "Okay, Brigadier General Mose, your mission is over. You don't have to chase the Swordsman of Destruction anymore. With your strength, if you are encountered by him, I'm afraid you will be wiped out on the spot." Zhangguo would never doubt this. A fierce man who can kill nearly 200 million berry pirates in one blow. It is definitely not something that people of the level of Brigadier General can deal with. Even if it is a Vice Admiral, it is difficult to deal with it except for some very few special ones. Only when the general is dispatched can Zhang Guo believe that it is foolproof. The Grand Line has a monster with terrifying strength. Zhang Guo couldn't help but sigh. Hang up the den den mushi. He returned to his seat, deep in thought. After a while, Zhang Guo fixed his eyes on the portrait, and had an idea in his heart. The bounty must be changed. And in his mind, he already had a bounty standard. Immediately. Pick up the den den mushi and dial. I am Zhang Guo, help me make a bounty. Update the bounty for the swordsman of destruction. About half an hour later. In Zhang Guo's hand, there was already a brand new bounty. He lowered his head. Zhang Guo stared at the bounty in his hand and said heavily, Qi. Name, Lun, the swordsman of destruction bounty, 500 million berries. Identity, none. Important deeds, he destroyed 444 large pirate groups including the Violent Bear Pirates and the Plum Blossom Pirates alone, and killed the 3 brothers of Lies with 3 swords. Then a portrait was placed above all these introductions. The face in this portrait was very young and tender. Undoubtedly. This face was Lun, and he was holding a samurai sword. Lun, the swordsman of destruction. Zhang Guo closed his eyes slightly. He felt sorry for the navy. Pirates have emerged endlessly over the years. There are countless pirates with terrifying strength and amazing talents. In contrast, their navy seems to be more and more lonely. According to this trend, it is very bad for the navy. Zhang Guo also understands this. But he has no choice. Send the bounty of the Sword of Destruction, Lun, to this sea area. At Zhang Guo's order. This bounty with a price of 500 million berries quickly began to spread to the Grand Line and many islands in this sea. At a very terrifying speed, the bounty spread to every corner. At the same time, the reputation of the swordsman Lun has spread from the Grand Line. After all, a bounty of 500 million berries. Pirates who can be given such a high bounty are really too rare in the Grand Line. Even pirates with a bounty of 200 million berries are almost the dominant ones in the Grand Line. Not to mention, a bounty of 500 million berries is so rare and terrifying. The bounty does not necessarily represent the strength. But it can definitely represent the threat to the navy. Undoubtedly. The bounty is as high as 500 million berries. Such a pirate has a very high risk factor. When the bounty is as high as 500 million berries, the risk factor is very high. The bounty spread. As expected. The Grand Line was in a great turmoil. Just because of one person. A terrifying pirate named Lun, the Sword of Destruction. The bounty is 500 million berries. In the Grand Line, I'm sure there will be no more than one such pirate. If nothing unexpected happens, the strength of Lun, the Sword of Destruction, who is worth 500 million bounties, must be very terrifying. Remember, you must remember his appearance, and never provoke him if you meet him in the future. Grand Line. When did such a terrifying pirate appear? Why, I have never heard of him before. Many pirates have gradually begun to remember the name and appearance of the Sword of Destruction, Lun, and told themselves not to forget it. In this way, once they meet each other, they can recognize each other's identity at the first time. So, not only the face of the Sword of Destruction, Lun, is deeply remembered by many pirates. At the same time, in the Grand Line, the Sword of Destruction, Lun, is also listed as a terrifying existence that must not be provoked by most pirates. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 147 Don Quixote family shocked. 1 billion bounty. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. The breeze is blowing gently. The sea surface is rolling, rippling waves. This is the new world. It is rare that such sunny weather appears in the new world. The streets of Dressrosa are as lively and noisy as ever. King's Highlands. This is where the Don Quixote family, the controller of Dressrosa, lives. At this time, the meeting room of King's Highlands. The atmosphere is depressing. Many of the highest family cotters of the Don Quixote family gathered here. Almost all the cotters gathered here and sat on both sides of the table. In the middle of the table, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, is here. Just now, Diamante sent a message from the auction house in the Grand Line Sabayati archipelago. Doflamingo spoke. Many family cotters present calmed down and listened carefully. The human auction house, catching a mermaid, but it was disrupted by one person, save the mermaid and leave calmly. When Doflamingo said this, on the left, Pica, the highest cotter of the Don Quixote family, as the user of the stone fruit, has a very strong body. The expression of the split became, angry, young master, dare to disrupt the order of our human auction. This kind of person must be killed to establish authority. Yes, young master, if we don't kill this person, how can our Don Quixote family have face in the new world? This person must be killed in public. Over the years, there have been very few people who have not dared to provoke our Don Quixote family. Unexpectedly, such a person appeared in the Grand Line. Young master, I beg you, let me kill him. A group of cotters spoke up, their eyes full of murderous intent. No, you are not his opponent. Doflamingo suddenly said. Suddenly, the noise became silent. Silence. Pica's throat was dry, and he couldn't help asking, young master, even I can't do it. I can't beat him. Doflamingo shook his head, his eyes grew cold. If not, he wouldn't be so distressed. Grand Line, when did such a powerful guy appear? As a cotter of the Don Quixote family, Yoram made a sharp and piercing voice. Even they couldn't shake the impression. They remembered that except for the few people in the Grand Line, they were the same as their young master. There should be no other exceptions except for the pirates who are the 7 warlords of the sea. Could it be the 7 warlords of the sea? Not the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo denied directly, it's a very strange pirate, a pirate called Monster Swordsman. Now, he should be called the Swordsman of Destruction Lun. The Swordsman of Destruction. Everyone's expression froze. Indeed. This title was the first time they heard of it. At that time, Diamante was at the auction site. But can you imagine what he said to me at that time? Doflamingo looked at the many cotters present. Young master, what did Diamante say? A cotter couldn't help asking. He said, facing the Destruction Swordsman, at that time, Diamante, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword, and didn't dare to attack the other party. Doflamingo said. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire conference room became more and more weird. A group of cotters, their eyes widened, stunned. They suspected that they had hallucinations. Diamante, this guy actually said that he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. What kind of terrifying existence must he be facing to make Diamante say such a thing? Young master, this is too much. Pica's face was full of horror. He was simply stunned. It is not difficult to imagine that Diamante said these words so cowardly. The other party must have been facing a very terrifying situation at that time. Otherwise, with Diamante it is impossible for Diamante to say such a thing with his character. Even Diamante doesn't even have the courage to draw his sword. Who is this, the Swordsman of Destruction? And when did this monster appear in the Grand Line? Everyone present was terrified. Everyone present knew how strong Diamante was. It was possible that Diamante didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. No one present could do it. No. Only one person. That was Doflamingo, the young master of their Don Quixote family, who could oppress Diamante with absolute momentum and make him dare not move easily. But thinking about it this way, They came to an even more horrifying conclusion. Could it be? This person who disrupted our auction actually has the strength to match that of the young master. This guess lingered in their minds, shocking them deeply. This is simply too terrible. Is Lun, the sword master of destruction, so terrifying? Everyone was confused. They dared not bring up the idea of going to the Grand Line to kill the other party, because this would make them appear particularly ignorant. In fact, once they did this, the one who would die would not be the other party, but themselves. Even Diamante did not have the courage to draw his sword. How could they have the courage to kill the other party? This is not revenge, but to die. Young master, what should we do in this case? Buffalo could not help but stop asking. Issue an underground bounty. Doflamingo's eyes were gloomy. Underground bounty. Many cotters present swallowed their saliva. 1 billion underground bounty. Doflamingo said in a deep voice. After the words fell, the atmosphere became more and more quiet and weird. 1 billion. In order to kill one person, a 1 billion bounty was issued. This was simply unimaginable for them. Young master, do you really want to issue such a high bounty? Pika's expression was moved. It's really too high. 1 billion berries. This is a bounty comparable to the 3 major disasters of Kaido's command, drought. Is it really worth it to deal with a pirate on the Grand Line? The swordsman of destruction, in addition to his amazing strength. He also has with the domineering aura of the king. No matter his talent and potential, he is extraordinary. Doflamingo's eyes were cold. The whole audience was stunned. The domineering aura. Is it the same as their young master? This swordsman of destruction also possesses the domineering aura. They were terrified, their lips trembled, and they were speechless. After a while, everyone in the audience paused in their hearts, and hurriedly nodded, yes, young master. So, today, the Don Quixote family quickly made a bounty list and began to issue it to the underground world of the Grand Line. This is a huge bounty list worth 1 billion berries. No need to capture, just kill the opponent, carry the head to Dressrosa, and you can get a bounty of 1 billion berries. As predicted, when this bounty list had just been issued. In the underground world of the Grand Line, a huge wave was set off. 1 billion berries. This bounty is really too high. Countless pirates began to focus their attention on the figure in the portrait on the bounty list. Lun, the Sword of Destruction. Underground bounty, 1 billion berries. The atmosphere in the underground world of the Grand Line was explosive. A group of pirates began to stare at the portrait of this, called Lun, the Sword of Destruction, with cold eyes. On this day, countless pirates regarded Lun as target, and launched many actions. The entire Grand Line is undercurrent. A billion bounty for one head. This is enough to make many pirates do whatever it takes. I must get the head of the swordsman Lun. 1 billion berries, if I can get it, I don't need to do anything else in this life. Wait, swordsman, your head must be mine. A bounty of 1 billion berries, the Don Quixote family has invested a lot this time. From this, it can also be seen that the swordsman of destruction is really the Don Quixote family was angered. Otherwise, there would not be a billion bounty. But if not, how could we get such a huge amount of berries? Speaking of which, Sword of Destruction, we have to thank you very much. A few days later. The blue sea is endless. Located in a certain sea area of the Grand Line. A sailboat sailed through the sea area. Pop! The sound of the den mushi rang, wandering around. Deck. Lun's eyes flashed, a little surprised looking in the direction of the den mushi strangely, he walked over step by step, picked up the den mushi and put it to his ear, and heard a familiar voice. Little Lun, you don't know that you have become a famous person in the Grand Line now. The voice is very familiar, it's Xiaoqi. Lun smiled, Sister Xiaoqi, what do you mean? Nowadays, the bounty for Lun, the swordsman of destruction, has reached as high as 500 million berries. And this is just the bounty from the Navy headquarters for you. Xiaoqi's tone was a bit joking. Hearing this, Lun asked with some surprise, could it be that there is a second bounty? You guessed it. The other bounty comes from the Don Quixote family in the New World. Guess how much the bounty is for the underground world? Xiaoqi said with interest. It seems that it should not be lower than that of the Navy. Lun smiled and didn't care too much. Yes. A full billion. In order to deal with you, the Don Quixote family has issued a bounty to the underground world. Publish your bounty, up to 1 billion berries. Xiaoqi's voice came. 1 billion berries. Lun was indeed a little surprised. It seems that this time he offended the Don Quixote family too much. But, what does it matter? Little guy, 1. A bounty of 10 berries can make many people excited. So, Rayleigh asked me to remind you that you must be careful in everything. Xiaoqi's tone was concerned. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoqi, if I am killed because of carelessness, I can only blame myself for not learning the skills well enough. Lun said with a smile. A 1 billion berry underground bounty for his head. If anyone can do it, then come and give it a try. Lun is looking forward to it. Someone is really holding a bounty and coming to collect his head. It's true. Lun doesn't mind. Let these people holding bounties disappear forever in this sea. I guessed that you would say that, and it fits your personality. Xiaoqi chuckled. Okay, Sister Xiaoqi, I have remembered your message deeply. Now, I am about to arrive at Carnival City, remember to say hello to Rayleigh when I hang up the phone. Lun did not take the 1 billion bounty too seriously in his heart. Instead, he looked at the island in front of him with his eyes shining. The map showed that in front of him was Carnival City. That is, the sea area where Buggy the Clown has been frequenting recently in the intelligence information given by Xiaoqi. Chapter 148 Log into Carnival City. He is the swordsman of destruction. This trip took about 3 days. We have already rushed from the Sabayati archipelago to the Carnival City ahead. The journey was very smooth. Except for encountering some ordinary sea kings in the process, not much happened. Of course. These sea kings encountered eventually became Lun's meal. Speaking of this, Lun had to sigh. The sea kings of the Grand Line are really incomparable to the sea kings of the New World. The sea kings on the Grand Line are like some small shrimps. No matter their size, attack, strength, etc., they are far inferior to the sea kings of the New World. This way, Lun's goal was originally Alabasta. However, coincidentally, Carnival City is very convenient. Naturally, Lun didn't mind wasting some time here to deliver a letter to Buggy for red hair. If it hadn't gone smoothly, Lun certainly wouldn't have deliberately looked for Buggy, an insignificant little character. But since he passed by Carnival City, he might as well go find him and help deliver the letter. It was just a piece of cake. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the Grand Line in the past 3 days. For example, the Navy actually raised my bounty to 500 million berries, which surprised me. And, as expected, my identity was exposed after all. But, this group of Navy made me never expect it. They still don't know that I am an intern of the Red Hair Pirates. Things. This is really too surprising. Lun couldn't help but smile. The bounty of 500 million is for the swordsman Lun, and not the trainee of the Red Hair Pirates. Therefore, Lun can conclude that the Navy definitely doesn't know that he is a trainee of the Red Hair Pirates. Otherwise, it will be marked on the bounty list. It's a pity that Lun didn't see these marked messages. This can be judged. In fact, the Navy doesn't know his many identities. They just know that he is the swordsman of destruction, a very powerful swordsman, that's all. In addition, the Don Quixote family also left me a high bounty for a low-level person. 1 billion berries, this is really too much for me. Of course I can't let you down. If someone really dares to come with a bounty, I don't mind making them disappear from this sea. Lun smiled. It took 3 days to sail from the Sabayati archipelago to Carnival City. And during these 3 days, obviously, many things happened that Lun didn't notice. This time, with Xia Qi words, Lun really noticed. Feelings. His own bounty has been raised to this level. A bounty of 500 million, in the Grand Line, I think, except for the 7 warlords, there should be no one else. The bounty of pirates can be higher than mine. Lun thought. Indeed. The bounties of pirates in the Grand Line are generally low. A pirate with 200 million berries can already dominate one side. And even among the 7 warlords of the sea, it is difficult to find a few with 500 million berries. So, Lun's current bounty can really be said to be at the top of the Grand Line. It is precisely because of this. Lun did not take Xia Qi words to heart. A bounty of 1 billion berries is on the Grand Line. Can someone really kill him? Lun couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. If he was in the New World, he would not doubt that someone could kill him. But on the Grand Line, there are really too few people who can kill him. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters are considered 3. But the 3 of them will go out for 1 billion berries. Even if they go out, it is definitely not for this 100 million bounty. 1 billion berries bounty, since you think highly of me, I don't mind going to your Dressrosa to take a look when I return to the world. You have so much capital, I guess you won't feel heartbroken if you give me a part of it. Lun smiled meaningfully. Sort out many thoughts. Lun fixed his eyes on the island ahead. I have to admit, the whole ship has a considerable sailing speed. Compared to the raft that Lun and Hawkeye stood on before, it is simply countless times better. To be honest, the next time I see Hawkeye, I must recommend him a ship. Lun's mouth twitched slightly. Even if it doesn't fly the pirate flag, it's fine. You can't always go out to sea on a raft. How embarrassing. After all, it's too cheap for one of the 7 warlords of the sea to go out to sea on a raft. A ship with 50 million berries is still pretty good, although the area is not spacious. But in general, it has all the necessary structural equipment. Next, prepare to dock. Gradually, under Lun's control, the whole ship approached the edge of the coast of the island ahead. There were many merchant ships docked on the coast, and some workers were carrying goods and transporting them to the island. The coast seemed relatively prosperous. Lively. Carnival City is a relatively prosperous town in the Grand Line. Therefore, there are also a lot of pirates gathering here. In addition to pirates, there are also some businessmen who gather here. Finally, there are local residents. Carnival City is relatively prosperous and large in area. The number of residents living here is much larger than that of ordinary island residents. It is estimated that the population of the entire island is no less than 1 million. The sailboat is getting closer and closer. Close to the edge of the coast. Drop anchor. Fold the sail. After doing all these actions, Lun docked the boat at the coast and jumped off the deck. Stepping on the coast, you can feel it more deeply. A lively and noisy atmosphere. Just the coast, it was very lively. All kinds of goods were transported to the Carnival City on the island. With such a dense population, it shouldn't be too difficult to find out the whereabouts of Buggy the Clown. It should be solved in half a day. Lun thought. He took a step forward and stepped smoothly into the island ahead. 10 minutes later, Lun had arrived at the prosperous outer area of Carnival City. Looking around, high-rise buildings were folded layer by layer. On both sides of the street, many vendors set up stalls, and the sound of shouting filled the air. The whole street. The population was endless, and people came and went. Weapon shops, pet shops, etc., everything was available, extending from the street to the farther end. It is more prosperous than imagined. Lun smiled. It just so happens that you can buy some supplies here. Since you are on the island, you can buy supplies instead of wasting time on the next island. First, find out where Buggy the Clown is. If they are not here, forget it. With this idea in mind, Lun walked forward. While purchasing supplies, you can also ask the store about Buggy the Clown directly. Buggy the Clown, the boss, was a little stiff and looked at Lun suspiciously. Little brother, why are you asking this? I tell you, Buggy the Clown is not a good person. He does all kinds of evil. You must not provoke him. Otherwise, you might be killed by him. It can be seen. The boss is a kind-hearted person. However, whether the boss told this to Lun in consideration of his purchase of materials, Lun did not know. Boss, I'm just curious. Lun said with a smile. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Buggy the Clown is indeed in our carnival city. But it is said that recently Buggy the Clown and his gang provoked 3 pirate groups at once for John's treasure. This morning, there was news that the 3 pirate groups have joined forces to kill Buggy. All the pirates were destroyed in this sea area. I think they should have started fighting now. The boss said to himself. Boss, do you know in which direction did the battle break out at 7:30? Lun asked. I heard it was on the east coast. After getting the reply, Lun left step by step. Only the boss was left with a confused look on his face. He looked at Lun's back, opened his mouth, and looked at the many goods he had packed. Soon, the boss couldn't help but curse, damn kid, wasting my time. Boss, be careful. Aside, several pirates were walking over with panic on their faces. What, did you delay my time? Can't I curse people? The boss snorted coldly, his eyes full of angry flames. Boss, I advise you to take a closer look. Several pirates handed the boss a bounty. Seeing the portrait on the bounty, and then looking at the amount of the bounty, the boss shuddered, his lips trembled, and his eyes became horrified and shocked. Could this be the young man just now? The bounty is too high. You are not mistaken. The one who just left in front of you is the current bounty, as high as 500 million berries, the terrifying pirate, the sword of destruction, Lun. 500 million. At this moment, the boss's legs became weak and he was paralyzed on the ground. Oh my! What on earth was he cursing just now? What kind of person is this? You must not let the other party hear what you just said. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. At this moment, the boss's fat body was trembling, and the fear in his heart was completely uncontrollable, spreading all over his body, filling every cell in his body. Why did this kind of monster appear in our carnival city? The boss looked horrified. I don't know, we are also puzzled. But, in short, don't provoke this kind of monster. Otherwise, it only takes a moment, as long as this kind of monster has the slightest idea of harming us. We will inevitably become a cold corpse in an instant, and fall to the ground without anyone paying attention. Chapter 149. Please let me deliver the letter before you continue fighting. What kind of monsters can make the Navy issue a bounty of 500 million berries? The owner of the shop couldn't understand. The only impression left in his mind was the famous 7 warlords of the sea in this sea. But even among the 7 warlords of the sea, these pirates have never touched the threshold of 500 million berries. Thinking of this, he became more and more terrified, trembling all over, unable to control himself. This kind of monster, just stood in front of me. The boss's eyes widened, and his dull eyes were filled with deep fear. Just now, it seemed that I scolded the other party. The boss shivered all over, his face full of fear, looking around, seeing the familiar figure just now, he only then can we suppress the deep fear in our hearts. Even if we look at the new world, this kind of monster-like existence can be said to be among the top combat forces. Boss, you're on your own. If you are remembered, I think with your ability, you can only stand here and wait for death. Don't think too much. Several pirates looked at the pot-bellied boss with pity. They never thought. Coming to Carnival City, they actually encountered a monster of this level. The moment they saw Lun just now, they almost lost their legs. Now in the Grand Line, Lun, the swordsman of destruction, who doesn't know that the face of Lun, the swordsman of destruction, is clearly remembered in the minds of most pirates. Very simple, a single reason. Looking at the Grand Line, pirates with a bounty of 500 million are really too few and too rare. And Lun suddenly appeared. Naturally, he became a target that most pirates need to pay attention to. It is normal for many pirates to list him as an existence that must not be provoked. Of course, Lun ignored the boss behind him. Otherwise, with his hearing ability, he would not be unable to hear the sound coming from behind. It's just that he doesn't want to pay attention to the other party. Besides, Lun thought he was in the wrong. According to what the boss said just now, Buggy the Clown and others are on the East Coast. Lun narrowed his eyes slightly. Find a direction. He was approaching the east coast of Carnival City. This trip is to find Buggy. It was exceptionally smooth. Unexpectedly, even if Buggy ran to the Grand Line, he could still cause so many troubles. However, this also made it easier for Lun to find the other party's whereabouts. I'm afraid that the clown Buggy didn't make trouble, otherwise, it would be very difficult for Lun to find the other party. This sea is too vast, even the Grand Line is vast and boundless. You can imagine how difficult it is to find someone in the vast sea. On the way, it's inevitable. Lun can clearly feel. Many eyes and gazes are cast on him. Most of the eyes are filled with deep fear. Look, do you see him? He is, the Sword of Destruction, Lun. What? The bounty for the Sword of Destruction is as high as, a monster worth 500 million berries. A group of pirates were terrified and quickly fled the scene. This shows that when the bounty for the Sword of Destruction spread, Lun's current influence was so great. It was simply terrifying. It seems that because of this bounty from the Navy headquarters, I have become known to everyone in the Grand Line. In this case, I am afraid that my whereabouts cannot be hidden. Lun thought. Indeed. According to this trend, whenever he lands on an island, the news will immediately spread throughout the island. After all, the title of 500 million pirates is definitely not a lie. Moreover, just a 500 million bounty from the Navy has made I am known to everyone. Then the underground world, the 1 billion bounty from the Don Quixote family, I am afraid that I will become the target of more people. Lun smiled. But, what does it matter? A 1 billion bounty is indeed very high. It is comparable to Jack the Drought, one of the 3 major disasters under Kaido in the New World. But it is located in the Grand Line. Lun felt that he was still quite safe. He rushed to the east coast. It took about 20 minutes. The coast where Lun's sailboat docked was the north coast, so it was not too far from the east coast. After walking for a while, he arrived here. Splash! The sea water rolled, rippling waves, moving with the wind. Located on the east coast. Looking forward, Lun saw several pirate ships floating on the sea. There were 4 pirate ships in total. 3 pirate ships had completely surrounded one of them. With Lun's extraordinary vision, it was not difficult to see that on the deck of the surrounded pirate ship, there was a pirate with a red nose and a clown-like appearance. This unique appearance feature made it easy for Lun to judge. This person was undoubtedly Buggy the Clown. That is, the person that Red Hair asked him to deliver the letter to. Unexpectedly, this delivery of the letter was exceptionally smooth. Seeing Buggy's figure, Lun, who was standing on the coast, couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. It took less than half an hour to log into Carnival City. In a short time, he had already found Buggy. This made Lun feel relaxed. This trip didn't seem to take half a day. Half an hour was enough. In contrast, delivering a letter to Whitebeard seemed particularly troublesome. In the end, Whitebeard even tore up the letter, making Lun's trip in vain. Although in Lun's opinion, that trip could indeed make his strength leap forward. But it was undeniable that the letter was torn up. In contrast, delivering a letter to Buggy the Clown was particularly easy and simple. But it seems that Buggy the Clown's situation is not very good. Lun's eyes flickered, and he looked ahead with interest. See. The ship where Buggy the Clown was located on the deck was still surrounded by many pirates, but his expression showed deep fear and panic, and he looked around. Surrounded by 3 pirate ships. They were already in a desperate situation. There was no escape. Deck. Buggy's face was ugly, his eyes were fixed on the pirate ship in front of him, he clenched the blades in his fists, gritted his teeth, and felt heavy. In addition to the blade he was holding tightly, he also held a slightly yellowed parchment scroll. It was not difficult to judge that this parchment scroll was already old. Buggy the Clown, hand over John's treasure map. Coming from all directions, the piercing shouts lingered in Buggy the Clown's ears. Suddenly, it made his face look even uglier. Boss Buggy, why don't you hand over the map? Standing next to Buggy, Machi, one of the cotters of Buggy's pirate group, couldn't help but make a weak sound. On the side, the swordsman who served as the chief of staff of Buggy's pirate group, Kabeji, feeling the current situation, his expression also revealed a deep panic. We will die if we hand it over. Do you think they will let us go? The atmosphere was silent and depressing. Gurgle. The many pirates next to Buggy couldn't help swallowing their saliva, their eyes full of panic, and the fear in their hearts grew and spread throughout their bodies. Boss Buggy, we are surrounded. They are. Yes, the bounty is as high as, Belloc with 30 million berries, Worm with 35 million berries, and the last one is Bloody Hand Bal with 40 million berries. Being surrounded by these 3 large pirate groups, we have no way to escape. A group of desperate pirates followed behind Buggy and shouted in panic. They felt the huge gap in strength. Zhao Hao! Damn it! Buggy clenched his fists, his face gloomy. They actually joined forces. Turning his head, Buggy looked at a tall and beautiful woman. Alrita, kill them together, I will give you half of John's treasure. I think, even if I want to leave now, they will not let me go. But if we fight them, our mortality rate will be too high. Alrita held the mace in her right hand, feeling depressed. This is the fact. All the people on their entire ship are completely surrounded by the enemy. The battle is about to break out. Buggy, hand over John's treasure map, and we will let you go. Bloodkiller Bal was on the deck, grinning and shouting. Behind, a group of pirates shouted and cheered, with great momentum. In the air, a murderous atmosphere began to spread. Just then, no. A voice that was not in line with the timing came from not far away. And it clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, although the timing is not appropriate, I still don't want to be here. It took up too much time. So, I can only interrupt you with apologies. Please let me finish delivering the letter, and you can continue fighting. Chapter 150. When did this kind of monster appear on the Grand Line? The breeze was blowing. The cool sea breeze rolled in the sea. Splash! The sea surface was rippling with waves, rolling and rippling around. Silence. The murderous aura in the air seemed to become solidified at this moment. No sound. I don't know when it started. Bucky, who was on the deck, was horrified to find that beside him, unknowingly, a young man had been standing, and his face was even a little childish. When did the other party appear? Buggy's eyes widened, and his pupils were full of horror and fear. If the other party had attacked him just now, wouldn't he be killed at any time? This is definitely, after so many years at sea. Bucky, this was the first time Buggy had encountered such a terrifying thing. It was also the first time he felt that he was so close to death. At that moment, Buggy concluded that the other party had 10,000 ways to kill him. This. Buggy's lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Where did this monster come from? Who is the other party? Could it be that he just happened to pass by here? I can't figure it out. Buggy's mind became blank. He stared blankly at the young figure who suddenly appeared beside him, his throat dry, and he said nothing. Although he didn't know who the other party was, Buggy could at least be sure of one thing. That was the strength of the other party is very strong. Very strong. Otherwise, it is impossible to get close to him, and he is completely unable to see through it. This is the first time that Buggy has experienced this kind of thing. Since he has been at sea for so many years, this is the first time he feels that his life is firmly grasped by others. This feeling makes Buggy fearful and panic, and even his legs show signs of weakness. What? When? Beside Buggy, Machi, Kabeji, Alrita, and others are also looking at the sudden young figure with horror, their lips trembling, unable to speak. Of course they are not fools. It can appear so strangely, and they can't see through it. The strength level of this person is definitely beyond their imagination. Who is he? Alrita's eyes widened and she was in a panic. Not only their mood. The many pirates around them. Their expressions were exactly the same. They stared blankly at this young figure, not daring to speak and disturb him casually. The fear in their hearts was infinitely magnified. Originally, they were in a desperate situation. And now, a monster with terrifying strength appeared. This naturally magnified their fear even more. Who is this? Who is he? How did he appear on our ship without me noticing it at all? It was as if, in an instant, out of nowhere, appeared. A group of pirates were terrified and uneasy. Yes. For them, this sudden figure really seemed to appear out of thin air. Before this, there was no sign in advance. This really made them feel scared and uneasy. The situation was already desperate, and there was a mysterious person with unfathomable strength, which made them feel that the breath of despair was coming from all directions, almost making them unable to breathe. They suddenly couldn't see through the situation. There was such a mysterious person with unfathomable strength. They had no idea. What will happen next? Is it still for John's treasure map? John's treasure can actually attract monsters of this level. Or, there are many secrets in the treasure that I don't know. Bakey's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his thoughts were floating. The atmosphere here has become extremely weird. Located in front deck, Bloodkiller Bal stared coldly at the young figure next to Buggy, with murderous intent surging, but did not speak, because he also noticed the weird atmosphere here. But next to Bal, a group of pirates did not fear too much, and shouted arrogantly. Boy, you dare to intervene in our boss's affairs. Are you tired of living? Although I don't know how you appeared, I advise you now, you'd better be obedient. Get out of here. Otherwise, our boss will be angry and you will be buried in this sea at any time. Boy, didn't your elders warn you before you went out to sea? Remember, don't provoke those you can never afford to provoke. Our boss, Bal, is a pirate with a bounty of 40 million berries. Many pirates stared at the young figure next to Buggy in front. This person. Of course, it was Lun. In addition to the pirates on Bal's ship who were shouting. The pirates on the other two ships also heard angry and murderous voices. The atmosphere here was filled with a more powerful and murderous aura. Suddenly, a cold breath came from beside him and swept over Buggy's body in an instant. Body! He shuddered all over. Uncontrollably. Becky looked at Lun standing sideways, and then at the group of pirates in front of him, his lips trembling, and his eyes flashed with a strong strange expression. He couldn't imagine. The other party actually dared to provoke this mysterious monster. Even though he didn't know the other party's identity. But Buggy can be sure of one thing. That is, the person standing next to him is extremely powerful. Far beyond the kind of horror he imagined. But these people on the opposite side, unexpectedly, didn't have any fear in their hearts. Even they dared to provoke. Are they tired of living? Becky's lips trembled, and he was terrified. Standing next to Lun, he could deeply feel received. At this moment, a majestic and terrifying breath was enveloping every cell in his body. The oppressive feeling of this breath was too terrible. It made Buggy tremble all over, shivering, fear spread all over his body and mind, and he was completely out of control. Even the pirates behind Buggy, such as Machi, Kabeji, and Alrita, all showed the same expression fluctuations as Buggy, and fear lingered in their hearts. The fierce animal similar to a lion tamed by the trainer Machi. Under the influence of this breath, it was paralyzed directly, and it peed and shit. Awoo! It wailed in a low voice, and the sound of fear lingered in the ears of everyone present. This weak wailing. It made Buggy and others even more terrified. What a terrifying monster this is! Even this fierce animal was scared to pee. Who is he? Buggy couldn't help but scream and wail in his heart. Why? He had never known before. Where is the grand line? When did a monster of this level appear? If this monster's target is me, I think, even if I exhaust all means, I can't escape death today. Becky thought with a desperate look on his face. The oppressive feeling of absolute strength coming from Lun. It directly made Buggy's mind no longer have the idea of resistance. If the other party's target is himself, then Buggy can be absolutely sure of one thing. He will die today. The whole ship, including Buggy. Because of Lun's arrival, all members fell into deep fear, and their bodies became stiff, unable to move in place, and even their legs became weak. It can be vaguely seen. Now, among the many pirates standing on the deck, many pirates have been unable to withstand this terrifying pressure, and they are directly paralyzed on the ground, and their bodies can't help but tremble. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended.